on parade, on parade, on parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Oh, I'm feeling good. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, shining into the foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling so good.
We really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up. Satisfaction, everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down.
giving you a taste and now you know it's real. Ain't got no time to waste, so tell me how you feel. Just let me be your bad girl. Take the reins, 'cause I know that you want me, boy, it's in your veins. Don't tease me, babe, you know it's driving me insane. Just let me be your bad girl. Come on now, baby, do it. Take the life you can get it while it's hot, take a shot. Call me baby. Don't be shy, I'm not that kind of guy, take a shot. Call me baby. Lose control, just let me in your mind and baby, let it go. 'Cause I'm a little rock and I'm a little roll. Just let me be your bad girl. Come on now, baby, do it. Take the life you can get it while it's hot, take a shot. Call me baby. Don't be shy, I'm not that kind of guy, take a shot. Call me baby. Take the life you can get it while it's hot, take a shot. Call me baby. Don't be shy, I'm not that kind of guy, take a shot. Call me baby.
Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV. Better believe. Oh, yeah. Hit me up, dark brown with body big fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, y'all ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang onto your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, dark brown with body big fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull metal to the pedal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. send you down to me. Only angels would agree. Shine your light into the dark, fading in from far away, trying to find the words to say. You're everything I ever dreamed. All the hope and all the good that I believe in. You're everything I'll ever need. All the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. I give the world to touch the sky and keep you safe here by my side. I give you all the brightest stars for all the hope and all the good, 'cause I can see now you're everything I'll ever need. All the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. Let the love that's all around you knock on doors, come inside with arms wide open. Heaven send you down to me. All the angels would agree. You're everything I'll ever need. All the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. 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 Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I'll turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love. High, it's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong.
I can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
We started with 16 teams on the first stop of the new ESL Pro Tour. We cut them in half, brought them down to 8 teams to play throughout all of Group Stage 2, and now we're down to the last 4 for our playoffs. Friends, it's time to get this penultimate day of a Dream League Season 24 started with the PogChamp Pandas. I hope you're mounted up and ready to go for our last weekend, our last 2 days of a Dream League Season 24. Playoff action is finally upon us. After a Group Stage 1, where we separated the wheat from the chaff, and a Group Stage 2, where we did our league action, round robin, everyone gets to play, we have now settled on the 4 best teams here in possibly the world, but definitely this tournament. Do you agree with that sentiment, Ted?
You've said is correct.
Factually.
Well done, Neil.
Good. So
I'll
far,
be honest with you, I think the standard has gone up as we've gone on. A lot of it, I mean, Bet Boom are playing better, I feel like. I think Paravision looked good early on, then had kind of a wobble, and then they're back. Like, I feel like the standard in general of the Dotes and the patch and the drafting has accelerated towards this grand finale.
I agree. But maybe there's some of you out here who have not been privy to all of the hardening of Dota skill that we've been going through over the last 2 weeks. So let me give you a quick recap on what happened over this group stage.
But Laurov's able to get the rolling thunder set up for the side. Knifel puts the peak, the red grips out, pushing back the 4 of them. Here comes Laurenov. He's ready to back him up, allows him to turn short. They lose everybody. Except for 9 Glass Pure on the retreat, post to refresh, he gets the second blink out. He's ready to go back in, and there's the RP. Mirrors, he catches the 3 of them. I mean, it's over. No one's dead without buyback.
Taka kicked into the river. And silence.
But the Hook Week is already dead.
Oh, there goes
Taka Tornado. He runs away. He's running. Amar. Oh, the magnetize. He's ready to go for some crazy blink skewer play. Why not? They have megas.
this time you have Mars with Desto. Okay, bit of Monoburn. Nice. Double Manta dodge.
The Link went down from the Razor too, so that's taken away. Skeeter makes his jump, goes for DM, getting it off the black hole, he got it off. This man is in trouble, caught the clockwork too, they're both gonna die, and Mari can do nothing to stop it. They managed to get the disabled, they're going for the throw now, it looks like, but Moposhka, he does have the HP, managed to get the side push whack up on the Skeeter. There's the save from Rue, now contested stop, they had to use the glyph, the throne is exposed, Satanic showing in, bots 2 in, Satanic refreshes, pops the BKB, and he finishes off the throne. Falcons can do nothing to stop him now.
That was Group Stage 2, and that's what brought us to the last 4 teams remaining in the tournament. BetBoom Team and Team Spirit waiting in the upper bracket, while Parivision and Falcons survived in the lower bracket. But we had to say goodbye to Tundra Esports, Team Liquid, Extreme Gaming, and Team Waska. And not only did I feel like the caliber of Dota was improving, but Cap, I feel like the frequency of big plays was only happening more and more as we came to the tail end of this group stage.
That's true. As iron sharpens iron, so one team sharpens another, right, Neil?
Oh, I love that.
Yes.
Honestly, there were some really good games. None of the ones that you guys were casting. Kind of ruined it. But there were some really good games.
Yeah, I think on one of the OD Pixel shifts.
Yeah, basically all of. I mean, if you're gonna watch any of the
Half
VODs,
of that highlight reel was us. What do you mean?
no, that was dubbed over. That was dubbed over.
Those were the bad ones.
Yeah.
They had to put them in there. We need representation.
That's true. It's part of
a
our
quota.
contract.
I mean, but not.
Ted
You know,
just sat there.
being serious, you guys have been like obviously not a regular partnership. You have made it look very easy.
You have.
And excellent.
Well,
So well done,
we've
gentlemen.
known each other for a very long time. It helps.
Oh my God! But yeah, you've ruined it. You had to do a high five. What is with the high five?
You want to
Shake
hold
hands like
hands
that.
instead?
Yeah, this is-
Yeah. That was
really
the least
gotta
Cinder
flex
thing.
into it. But yeah, we are now left to the 4 best teams, and I think we even interviewed Laurel at the end of the tiebreaker, and he spoke to the fact that these are the 4 teams that are pushing the limit, especially early game, the most. And that's the one that's putting Spirit under pressure, which Spirit got a chance to play both Parivision and Falcons most recently. And I think that we have settled on a good playoff bracket.
I think it's really cool to see that I feel like teams have surpassed Falcons at this tournament, right? I think it started off, Falcons probably looked like the best team after all. They just won the previous tournament, right? And I think maybe their form slipped a little bit, but I think more so it's about everybody else just stepping up their game. And that is honestly probably because of double group stages. You just have a lot of a grind to go through. And these guys are, playing 2 weeks of Dota. They've gotten really good.
Especially for all these post-shuffle teams, because I think they may have been thrown into the fires with Belgrade and Wallachia, whereas now they've finally gotten a moment to breathe. 1 best of 3 a day gives them a pretty
Doctor
smooth-
away.
Yeah, exactly. It keeps the doctor away.
I think every one of these teams has something to prove in different regards as well, right? I think that, like Spirit, right, you've obviously got the young guys who are coming in. That's important. Parivision, these guys who are probably weren't regarded as necessarily, I think all those players were not regarded as tier 1 players, right? Probably 1.5. They've all been there before in the past, but can they do it now? They just get this big sponsor, right? They're getting paid lots of money. They have something to prove in that regard. And then BetBoom, obviously, that was a roster that was supposed to be, a championship team.
Always.
Never actually, became that. But now this new roster with Pure and Save, this is like supposed to be the best of Eastern Europe. So I think all 3 of those teams have something to prove. And obviously Falcons, they didn't come up big when they needed to last year. So.
And out of all the things to prove, they have at least already proven that they can make it to Bangkok. Because, like I said, this is the first stop on the ESL Pro Tour for the new season, which means that all these teams have now gotten enough points to be directly invited to the second stage of the ESL Pro Tour for 2024-2025. 13,250 points were on the line here at DreamLeague Season 24, and only 4 teams left to claim the remainder, but all these 4 teams, Falcons, Parivision, Spirit, and BetBoom team, they all got enough points to be directly qualified to ESL 1 Bangkok, which will be the next step.
Yep. So the grind pays off, basically, right? They had to play all this extra Dota. It's funny, the people who have paid off the lease is like the Team Liquid, like the 5th, 6th in
Yes.
this group where they played Group Stage 1, Group Stage 2. They're grinding all this Dota, but now they're going to have to play qualifiers too.
Although
And-
it will be slightly easier for them because the regional qualification process for the ESL Pro Tour is 1 slot per region, but there is 1 extra slot that is allocated depending on the strength of whichever region feels underrepresented. And I can announce that it will be a Western European slot as the 2nd slot for ESL 1 Bangkok. So that means that we will have 2 Western European teams there, which is pretty small. We're going to have 4 Eastern European teams because 3 of them made it through this qualification of directly invitation, 1 extra one through the regional, and now we've got Liquid, Gaming, Tundra, OG.
OG, yeah. Secret. Well, maybe Secret's going to be in Eastern Europe.
We don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe
That'll be
Meswa, who knows? Fortnite Man, Polanitsa. He's lurking. Western Europe, he kicked out OG out of this tournament.
It's true.
A lot of sharks in Western Europe.
I can also announce the fact that 2nd slot, the strength was actually just Ted. So if you have any complaints about how maybe your region deserved that extra slot, it was Ted. He decided it. So.
I thought Western Europe got another slot because Ted is strong. That's how I.
Oh, okay, yeah,
No.
yeah, that makes sense.
I had nothing to do with it. Please do not contact me. Don't blame me. I barely understood what Neil was saying.
It all comes crashing down.
Honestly, that's a pretty good defense. I couldn't have done anything because I don't get things.
It's true. The confused look of what I was saying. The 2nd slot is Ted. He was just sitting there. Huh? What?
Never
Was it me?
Never attribute
What's a
malice
slot?
Yeah.
to what could be incompetence.
Yeah. I mean, it's, times are changing. We had Western European dominance of Dota, Gaming, and Liquid, and all the rest of them, and Tundra, of course, as you said. And, these other lads are catching up. They've got some great players, all these hot young carry players coming out of Eastern Europe, and that's what we're seeing. And I think Pure is probably the best carry in the world right now. I think that's inarguable. I think Save is playing out of his mind.
For sure.
So, yeah, they're the stronger teams. They deserve it. Absolutely.
It's refreshing. It's refreshing to have a bit of a change considering just how long Europe or Western Europe has seemed to have at least 1 top 3 team in every single tournament.
Like the last 5 years,
Yeah,
probably.
more or less. So it's really cool to see other regions catching up. Now, what we need an SCA team and we need a Chinese team to also get really, really good.
Yeah.
And Extreme has not delivered in this one. I mean, they made top 8, but that was their limit.
Yeah.
But what I will say about them is that they kind of took a game off every team in the 2nd group stage. They just couldn't close it out. So their final score was 1-6, but they had the best 1-6 I've seen in a long time in terms of how close they were. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day if you can't convert it to the full series win. So.
They were the inverse of Team Spirit because Team Spirit also basically put
they 2-1 different.
everything, but they got a 2-1 every single series.
Yep.
I feel like Extreme Gaming's draft let them down more than anything else.
I would agree with that.
Repeatedly.
Yeah.
They would draft a team that you were just like, I don't know about this XG draft, but maybe they're cooking. And it's just like, no, they're just going to give up this game, and then it's a struggle from there. So I think if they could narrow their drafts down to shit that actually wins games.
Look, once Kez comes to captain's mode, then Ame's in the zone.
Ame
With
will
his
pop off
new
in
team,
8
apparently.
months.
I saw that. Jin Q is now back
Paparazzi.
also.
Yeah. DY. Yeah. That might be the roster.
But what are Extreme going to do? Who are they getting then?
Well, we need some new lads. That's the thing. There's not the talent coming through. It's a shame. The Chinese scene, where are the hot young Chinese players that are coming through?
The reshuffle team is more just like old recycled players that have
Yeah.
been semi-retired.
What the Chinese scene did in the past a couple of times was that they went and took some of the S-tier SEA players, like Nothing to Say, right? Where perhaps that could be, maybe there's some more up-and-coming talent in that region.
I don't know.
It feels like China's a bit dried up, honestly. It's not been...
Well, I agree with that. It seems like their mantra of like, let's go back to playing on the Chinese servers. You know, that makes me think that they think, you know, let's pull within our own region, which I think they're going to come up dry, but, you know. Best new talent is usually coming out of Eastern Europe and Southeast Asia. That's just the way it's been for a while. So if you really want to find that new up-and-comer, it's probably out of one of those regions.
Okay, all these regions go through wavelengths because Eastern Europe, believe me, I've cried over many a Navi roster from like 2016 to 2020. I thought for sure they would be back at some point, and then you know, they would steal like Empire players and Hellraiser players, and you would be like, okay, now this is the new up-and-coming region, and then nothing would happen. So they are experiencing a renaissance right now in Eastern Europe, which is why they occupy 3 out of the 4 slots here in our playoff bracket, as we can take a look at our schedule for today. And it's pretty straightforward. We've only got 2 series. But the first one is going to be an elimination series, because Parivision versus Falcons are going to go head-to-head, and loser will be going home in 4th place. Winner will move forward in the lower bracket, and they will face off against the loser of our second series, BetBoom Team versus Team Spirit.
So I've got a little bit of inside information about this Parivision Falcons matchup.
Tell me.
Got into the lobby earlier. Chrysalis, of course, one of the Creep Wave boys, matched up against his buddy,
That's right.
in Amar. And do you remember the clip from Amar with the super shocked face?
Yes.
Chrysalis took that. That's his profile picture. Nice.
That's good.
That is great.
That reminds me of, I think, was it TI8 or it was TI8. It was the first TI that OG won, where all 5 players took the angry picture of No-Tail when he was shaking hands with Fly.
Oh, man.
And they used, all 5 of them used that as their profile picture for their game against EG. And then they also put it on their banner in game, so they were planting those flags around.
OG
all over
was
the
really
map.
next level.
Mental
that
warfare
TI
was
with the
such a big
mental
part of
warfare.
that team.
They changed it every matchup. They did something.
Yeah,
It was great.
They would specifically craft their chat wheel voice lines to specifically trigger the opponent team. If they were playing against a Chinese team, they would get Chinese voice lines.
Yeah.
Top tier stuff.
The consensus pretty quickly became among the other teams. If you're playing OG, you mute all.
You mute them.
Yeah.
That's just what they
I think that was in the tree site, wasn't it? The game starts and Kura's like, mute them all.
Yeah.
It's like, unless it doesn't bother you, in which case, whatever, but I'm going to mute them. I would mute them straight away. Straight away. Back to the China thing, isn't part of the reason that they're struggling for young players is there's a restriction on how many hours a day you can play? I think, if you're under a certain age.
I think that was the narrative that us Westerners were attributing it to, but I think Chinese locals have said, like, that's not as big of a concern. It's more mobile gaming.
Yeah, the mobile game.
That is
Winter's always
taken over.
talking about that,
Yeah.
how that, like PUBG Mobile and everything and all those games.
Mobile
are
Legends.
much bigger,
Yeah.
all
But
But you
of
could
that.
say with that argument that shouldn't it be the same in SEA then? Because mobile gaming is huge.
It probably
It
is.
is.
It is.
It is the same.
Well, it does
But-
feel like SEA has more up-and-coming talent than China, though,
Yeah.
right?
I would say that
So.
Dota is bigger in Southeast Asia. It's like a bigger part of the culture than Dota is
Right.
for China, where obviously they're competitors in that regard. So
I know Winter said a lot of the LAN cafes that the Southeast Asia scene relied on closed down during COVID.
yeah.
A lot of people that can't afford a PC but can go to a LAN cafe, that micro competitive scene of I want to beat that guy at this LAN event, at this LAN cafe, expands. Players become more competitive, they practice, then they get better. That's how you grow a scene. It has to be grassroots.
Yeah.
And obviously that's in decline in Southeast Asia. Winter was saying, all the kids switched to mobile games. So sadly, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many young players coming out of that entire region, China, Southeast Asia. It's a shame. But South America and Eastern Europe, players are coming up.
Yep.
So that's something.
But no matter what, we will have LANs in Southeast Asia, because these 4 teams are going to be at ESL 1 Bangkok in December. Are you? ESL.gg/DL Bangkok ticket. They're running out. You got to get there fast. They're going to sell out. Prices are going up.
Sealands always.
They
always
are
fill.
always top tier.
They always fill the house. Everybody shows up for it. It's great
And a hype crowd.
and a great crowd.
Yeah.
And because Falcons directly qualified, that means that Nigma's probably going to be there too. Miracle
There's
on
some
land?
point.
Don't tell me you're going to miss that opportunity.
I like how you said on land, not on stage. On land.
On land. We're going to get through group stages, just like how we got through all these group stages, and now we're getting into playoffs, so let's get it started.
Playing with Team Spirit is pretty good because everyone understands their job and youngsters just smashing and the old guys just, with experience, it's like easy to fit in.
Yeah, I think we can win this tournament like DreamLeague It's because also a lot of teams, like with new players, they don't have much time to practice.
I mean, we went through the DreamLeague qualifiers with absolutely no practice beforehand, and we just swiped through the whole qualifiers with no issue.
They try and make something happen on this defense, but they're pushing. Crystal is laying down the damage. Double kill for him. Root to fall. They can take out the...
I mean, I would say first priority is to like work well together and, you know, learn and improve. And second, obviously, it's like to win, as you would expect.
I got an offer to actually like rebuild this team. So I mean, yeah, I'm very happy with the results. We're on the same vibe. I mean, as always, my expectations for the DreamLeague is to have good chances to win the tournament. This is my goal. We played some of our best Dota in the first DreamLeague last season, so it's comfortable for us. Like, we understand the format, and it's a good chance for us to improve even more and just get better as the tournament goes.
Let's get it started, friends. It's time for our lower bracket elimination series. It's Parivision taking on Team Falcons. I welcome Purge and BSJ to the table. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me for such an intense series. And an intense series requires intense analysis. BSJ, tell me, what have you learned about these two teams after a whole Group Stage 1, Group Stage 2?
Well, Neil, let me slice through the meta. I'm going to trim down the thickets, and I am going to shave off some layers. And how am I going to do that, Neil? It's not with Kez's katana, but with a razor. Because that hero, he's only been picked 20 times throughout DreamLeague Season 24, but 12 of those are from these two teams, and both of them are 5-1. Now, Parivision only uses it on Crystallis, while Falcons have flexed it through all three roles, but both of them have success. And I've got some clips from the last time these two teams played of Crystallis' Razor pretty much absolutely owning in the late game. And we're going to be talking about what makes it work for these teams. And we're going to go ahead and dive into those clips and talk about... So this is the first one in the game 2, where the Lich Armor, 60% attack damage reduction, is going to keep him alive for so long. It's this refresher late game timing that Razor just feels absolutely unstoppable, as he has been in the middle of this fight for 15 plus seconds, and eventually that minus armor from Eye of the Storm, it builds up. They keep thinking, we're gonna get this guy, and spoiler alert, they're not gonna get this guy, and no one manages to buy back, and throughout that entire fight, Crystallis lives. And we're gonna see another fight coming up here, same spot on the map, and he has Swift Blink at this point. He's even carrying a gem for the rest of his team. He's operating on one item down, and we're gonna see the classic refresher into Blink play to catch up to Skeeter, effectively 1v3ing in the back of the fight, and this like 12-second effective BKB. You see Falcons are forced to be on the back foot. It's really important to note that they were down in net worth on both of these fights on the side of Parivision before winning them. It was like 11k in the first one, 9k in the second one. And Crystallis, this mobility from the Blink Dagger, the tankiness from the Lich and the BKB Refresher Satanic. This is a hero that both these teams know how to abuse really well, and we're almost certainly going to see it in this draft one way or the other, maybe a first-round ban. But I look forward to seeing like the impact that this hero has in this series specifically, because I feel like it's so interesting to see that a meta, yeah, there's certain heroes that are picked in every series pretty much, but there's other heroes like Razor that I feel like will always be in the meta when you have teams like Falcons and Parivision in there.
Yeah, the creep wave DNA is strong, and Crystallis surviving in that series, it was a pretty close shave for his entire team.
Nice.
Thank you. I had to close it up with a little bow, but I'm proud of them because Crystallis has been the recipient of not a popular public reception for most of his duration on Secret, Purge. I feel like the poor guy was getting targeted, being like, oh, he's got only like 2 heroes, something like that. Amar was like that also. I'm telling you, all these creep wave players were derided so often for their hero puddles and then would go on to do great things later on.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily fair criticism because a lot of the times you don't know if that's his captain drafting that for him or is that his comfort and he's requesting it. It's hard to say, but I think with time, it's just been clear that he has more metaflex than that. There are some carries he probably doesn't play, but as a whole, I think he's a much more well-rounded player, which is the same journey that Amar went on so far in his career, and it just makes him now a really fearsome hero because that is a hero that they have to consider banning in the first phase. Do they ban the Razor to stop him from playing arguably his best carry hero? So it's a good talent to have at this point.
You've been overall satisfied with Parivision's growth throughout this group stage too, Ted, because I know, like you said during TI, you regularly spoke to no one, regularly spoke to other players who spoke highly of no one.
Yeah.
And I feel like he has continued that TI momentum very well.
I mean, they've definitely had some games that they've dropped or performances where you kind of thought that wasn't great. I don't think I've seen BetBoom play badly or like lose a game where I thought, blimey, that was a bit of a fuck up. Whereas with Paravision, I've definitely seen some results where I was kind of a little bit lacking in conviction in the way they played, but then they always come back. Like I feel like they've got a decent amount of belief, especially if you compare them to someone like let's say Liquid, who coming into this had high hopes and kind of crumbled a little bit under the pressure, and they'd lose a game and you could see the morale was maybe dipping. Paravision seemed pretty strong, and I think I would say a big part of that is no one's influence on the mentality of the team.
The mentality, the work ethic is something that he's also praised quite a bit. His mouse is something that he's not praising, apparently.
Rip the cord out.
He's angry.
The battery's full.
I don't need a charge anymore. I need to think about drafts. He needs to think about combos, because I want to take a look at our Wisdom Rune presented by the US Air Force for this series, and I want to take a look at the strongest duos that both these teams have been priding themselves on. Now, we got to see Parivision quite a bit yesterday do a lot of work on Chen. It's not 100% anymore, though, because they did end up losing finally.
The final series, or final game of the final series for the tiebreaker was their first Chen loss of the entire tournament. And the fact that Team Spirit had the balls to give it to them in that decider game says a lot. But it's funny to see that their combos, they have 200% combos, but Batrider's not in there anywhere, because for them, they also have a 87% win rate on 9 classes Batrider. Parivision is such a specialist-based team, and I feel like it's not even a surprise we see Dragon Knight Enchanters for Falcons, because they're the same thing. They're not afraid to pick Skeeter's Hero super early on. Snake King's also a Chen Enchanter specialist, and they were the ones that pioneered Pugna in the first place, I feel like, in this event. They were the ones that had like a 7-1 win rate in Group Stage 1, and then suddenly that hero stonks went up.
Do you think it was primarily Falcons bringing it to prominence? Because they're the ones that have been running every single tournament post-TI. They did Wallachia, they did Belgrade, and now they're here. Do you think that they are the forerunners for Enchantress? Because I do associate Snaking like intrinsically with that hero.
I think they're the defining team of this season, even maybe just not TI, but every other event last year as well. The meta shifts. There hasn't been a significant enough patch where you think pretty much every hero that was in meta is no longer relevant. And so these supports especially, it feels like the pools have always been pretty specialized for the 5 positions. And they're the ones that everyone else is adjusting to. So I feel like Snake King is always one step ahead of the curve, and that's why you see the hero like Pugna suddenly becoming very popular. Enchantress Chen, like I feel like even Chen, his win rates, he's like 19-6. How has it only been picked 25 times? I see it go through some drafts completely ignored. So these teams, I think there's a reason they're here. They're utilizing these heroes better than anyone else, and at the end of the day, it is the tiebreaker of like what meta heroes you're picking, because everyone's really good, and there's certain heroes that are just slightly more effective than others.
Yeah, other than that, I suppose. So Chen Enchantress heavily targeted. I don't know how much overlap there is with the DK, because I consider that to be a Falcons, not necessarily pocket pick, because they whip it out literally every single time. But for as much creep wave DNA as there is on Crystallis,
he's played it 5 times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's his third most played, actually.
I take that then.
Yeah.
They played it in their last series, and then I think the previous one as well. They played it. They did lose that. They lost one of the games, but they won the other one. So it's something that he's comfortable with right now. They could opt to take that tool away from their opponents, but there's also heroes like Pangolier that could be contested by either team.
Yeah, it was one of the duos for Parivision.
And then a lot of the mids crossover as well. No one is playing a lot of the same heroes as Mallory. He doesn't necessarily play Huskar, I guess. At least I haven't seen him play it, but there's definitely a lot of crossover between the two teams, but they have some uniques as well.
That's true. That would be like the one exclusion of Creepwave shared hero pool, because Mallory and ATF, both very, very strong proponents of Huskar, haven't really seen it be incorporated yet into Parivision. I guess no one's filthy pick is Viper. That's the one that he likes to reserve in case of emergency.
And maybe because the Boxy Huskar game was so bad, it's kind of put a jinx on the hero.
It's traumatized
going forward. Remembering that this is also Falcons without Owie.
True.
So he's on holiday for this. So I feel like I'm not saying that the players without him are, they don't know what they're doing, but obviously he is an X factor on any team. So I think with him not being there, at times I think their drafts have been very Falcons-y drafts and stuff like that, but maybe without a little of that AoE seasoning on top.
Well, if you want to see some of these Falcons' drafts, then we got to get into the game. Let's get our game number 1 started right now.
Crystal is laying down the damage. Double kill for him. Roots are full. They can take out the timber as well. They're ready to bring the cleanup in. They're taking out the 3. They're collapsing onto XXZ. They'll get the 4 the next step.
Coming into this event, obviously we're on a high note. We won the previous tournament, but I think we've been on the road for like a month now, and coming into this event, so it's already been pretty mentally and physically draining for most of us. So
we feel super good that we got top 4 in this tournament. I mean, everyone is kind of happy, but our goal from the start of the tournament and still right now, it's like to get top 1.
Wait a minute, Boxy with this buyback play alongside Nisha. They tore up some of the supporting cast, but it's still Chrysalis and DM reigning kings.
Paravision has been performing really well, and that's above my personal expectations. I didn't expect them to do this well coming to their first event.
It's gonna be very fun to play one more time against them, because in group stage, after second game, we kinda crushed them, so third game was kinda easy. But right now, I think it's gonna be more interesting series.
Fire Punch comes down, Snowball hits Mulready, trying to stall it up. Now in comes the Hunter. They're trying to drive the arena. It's a massacre.
If we need to make it to the finals, we have to be the best team in the event. So that doesn't matter who we lost to previously or who we played against. What matters now is we need to beat every single one of them.
Now trying to get up the Requiem it goes off, but it may not be enough. They're not pushed enough away. Amar finishes them off. The drain, it's too much damage. The plasma field, they have all the stuns in the world and no damage on the side of Waska. They just run out.
Watson comes in from the side. Chrysalis, professional, his legs up. Monster in the shadow feed, he's gone.
All right, maybe a little bit of revisionist history from Ducalis. Yes, they faced off. It was over a week ago at this point, and they didn't crush them, all right? It was a 3-game series. One of them went to 60 minutes. Maybe to him it felt like, yeah, hell yeah, we beat Falcons. Anytime you beat Falcons, it feels real good, but it was a close series, and that was just over a week ago. Both these teams have grown significantly since then, so I don't know if I have a favorite one way or the other.
Yeah, that was the start of Group Stage 2 that happened. And something I just checked, which was interesting, is that both of these teams won Group Stage 1. They both got first place.
That's right.
The 2 teams that are in the upper bracket both got 4th place in Group Stage 1. So there's some improvement going on, but maybe not as much for these 2 guys.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more exponential for Spirit and Bedboom team, more linear for Parivision and Falcons, but if anything, that means that these 2 should be equally matched. As we take a look at our game number 1 draft, Falcons are going to ban out the Naga Siren, the Monkey King, the Chen, and the Medusa. Parivision take out the Doom and the Bristleback, which I suppose the main anomalies would be that Razor still remains in the pool right now. Parivision want to lean on that, and Enchantress currently still lingers in the pool as well.
Yeah, Team Spirit banned Razor against them first round 2 out of 3 games yesterday, and banned it second round in the other game. So Team Spirit gave it a lot of respect. I don't think Falcons need to give it as much respect, because not only do they play it themselves, but they also, whoever plays a hero, remember, is going to be way better at knowing how to play against that hero. So note it is 12-8, but it is 10-2 by these 2 teams. So that hero is 2-6 outside of these 2 teams.
That's a pretty cool stat. All right, Snaking, your Enchantress is available. Do you want it?
Yeah, they get 2 bans after this, so if there's some hero that they really want to snag, it's not super uncommon to grab a core here in the second pick position because you can ban to protect it a little bit, but maybe a little spooky so early against the Razor, because Razor has decent flex potential and does win the lanes against a lot of heroes.
They've played it 6 times. It's been Crystallis 6 times. I'd be very surprised if they flex it, because I think Crystallis' limited hero pool has been, like, yes, he's gotten better at this, but it feels like the team plays so much better when he's on Alchemist, Razor, or Monkey King, and it's not because he can only play these heroes, but because these are the highest tempo carries of the meta right now, and since Monkey King is already banned out, I think it's very unlikely that we see this be flexed, and I don't think Falcons is thinking about that either. So that's why they're comfortable to pick this, by the way. That's almost certainly an Amar Viper. It lanes really well, and in-game very good against Razor as a whole. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they're already like locking that in.
I mean, I have really liked Chrysalis's like lighter carry style sometimes with the Monkey Razor, like you mentioned, because he's been very good at just saying, I'm going to buy impact items like Echo Saber. I'm not going to get a Maelstrom, like that kind of thing. Like I'm looking to win the game right now, but this is a little spooky. And the other thing that gives me slight doubt is that if they do instantly pick a Viper, they're going to be thinking about this the whole draft. There was that one game that DM played Alchemist carry. They swapped the lanes. It was a little bit weird, but there is the potential for them to do some weird stuff.
Okay. I did not see that game. So they, even though he was playing Razor, he effectively went offlane?
Yeah, they picked Razor and Alchemist, and Chrysalis was like, "Oh, I'll play it off lane," and DM was like, "Oh, I'm gonna play the Alchemist safe lane," and then Chrysalis said in the interview, he's like, "Yeah, we both lost our lanes." So that's maybe one case where they might be thinking about the swap, even though it was the same player.
In the past, that used to be a lot more common for people to like if you played Razor, for instance, and you were the only player that played it, you'd go mid in a game if it made sense based on the draft. But nowadays, I feel like people are so good at laning that if you put a non-mid against a mid, if you put an off-lane player in the safe lane, like you're just gonna lose because the other guy's played 99% of his games in that normal lane while you're in a bit of an unfamiliar situation. There's a lot of different dynamics to being the safe laner as opposed to the off laner. You like know what to avoid as the safe laner, like you know what the off laner is supposed to do, but actually having like the muscle memory to do it yourself is a whole different story. I would love to see if they potentially go for a Dispel on Parivision in the 5 position role, because Viper later on not necessarily countered by a Dispel because his ult is not dispellable, but in the laning stage specifically, his poison attack is hard countered by that.
Can I just say, I want out of this game if I'm in this game. They've got a Viper, a Razor, and a Nyx. Let's see what they can pick here to make me want to RQ immediately. I'm just thinking, what would I really hate to see? A Sniper or something like that would be awful. But something just obnoxious.
A lot of annoying heroes.
Let's get the first Tinker pick of the entire tournament in here.
Out of all the heroes left, I wouldn't mind if Ducalis also just goes for Pugna, because you can decrypt the Razor when Viper gets like 3 stacks on him, and that effectively, quote-unquote, dispels the Q.
Yeah, I've laned against that before as a Viper, and it was very annoying. It's like, oh, I just can't take close to killing anybody.
I don't know about this, because if you go in and grab someone with Firefly, Nyx can cancel it pretty easily by just Carapace standing in your flame.
You're right there, but Brian pointed out that Batrider had such a good win rate on 9 class that they're probably confident doing it anyway.
They're just happy, yeah.
And the Pugna does come out, but I think it's also important to note that out of all the players in the tournament that I've seen, 9 class has by far the smallest hero pool. He's only played 5 heroes throughout this entire tournament.
Really?
Yeah, so like he has 9 games Marcy, 8 games Batrider, 7 games Willow, 5 games Tusk, and 3 games Nyx, and he's played no other heroes in the tournament. And his Batrider is 7-1. Parivision actually had the lowest total hero pool across all teams in the final group stage 2. So they had the 8th largest hero pool, which is 39th, 39 different heroes. Falcons was at 43. I feel like that got almost completely carried by DM, by the way, because he has these like Tidehunter, Dazzle, Necrophos cheese picks that they had like later on in the draft, and it's definitely 9 class dragging them down there.
This is another cool thing about the Nyx pick that Falcons did, is that it protected against to allow them to pick Enchantress at the last possible moment, because it is the counter. So, and if they expected their opponents to pick Batrider, they got like a double value from that pick, where normally you're expecting that hero to just be like, oh, they're going to counter this guy or pick solutions against them. So they got what they wanted, and they do have that potential stun setup against Bat, and they're going to have a hero that can find the Pugna.
And it's a fantastic lane partner for Viper. So like, I think this is maybe Owie phoned in for like part of his vacation and came back and said like, here's your 7D chest that you guys have been missing, because I agree that almost certainly everything you said was accounted for with this opening. Usually teams will practice at least the first 2 picks when they're like simulating drafts against the opponent. They're thinking like, they're probably going to pick Batrider here, and we want to pick a ranged offlaner, so let's just pick Nyx on second pick.
I just want anyone out there watching this, imagine it's your pub game and you realize you're going to be laning against Viper and Enchantress, and just tell me right now that the first thing you're saying to your support is, please just stack jungle for me, because I am not going to be in this lane any longer than I need to be. I am out.
This is I feel like Parivision is picking purely for their own hero pools, and Team Falcons is also doing this, but they're picking counters to literally every hero that I'm seeing from Parivision. Like Alchemist is one of the standard carries. He's probably like the second or third best after Gyrocopter for sure in terms of laning against Enigma. So, and Enchantress can also take an Eidolon in lane. I feel like DM might be in for a tough time in this laning stage, and so far I think both teams have gotten exactly what they've wanted, but Team Falcon's heroes are just objectively good against Parivision's matchup for matchup. So I'm heavily leaning Falcons right now, but I'm wondering if that kind of gets shifted up by no one's pick.
If I'm not mistaken, Enchant doesn't give armor at level 1 anymore, right? The level 1
creeps don't get it, I don't think, anymore at all.
I think it's like your 10 talent maybe. So hypothetically, Enchantress against Enigma is a little bit worse than it used to be, at least, because it used to be like you take one Eidolon and it's just stronger than the other two. But now it's like, okay, they should be a little even.
Right.
And they might have bonus damage. I can't remember the exact specifications, but
yeah, I'm looking it up for you.
So it should be okay-ish for Alchemist, or still against the Enigma, but I don't think Enigma's gonna have the worst lane in the world.
They
either.
get max health bonus, which is actually pretty important for Eidolons, but then you start getting attack damage bonus after level 2 Enchantress.
Okay. How much HP is it?
It's 150 level 1, scaling up to 450. So
So
I
it's
think
still
the
stronger.
Eidolons only have like 300 or something.
Oh, I don't even think it's that high. I think they have low HP, high magic resistance.
Yeah,
if
they
I'm not
do. They
mistaken.
do have high magic resistance.
So that might even like make it a doubly strong Eidolon after all. So still good for Enchantress. But last phase coming out, banning mids against Paravision, Earth Spirit, and the Pangolier.
Which is much more straightforward for them because Parivision still aren't 100% sure where this Viper is going. They ban out a Broodmother in case.
If Enchantress enchants an Eidolon and it doubles, does the doubled Eidolon also have the health bonus?
I would assume no.
It hasn't been enchanted.
Because it doesn't have the bonus.
I wonder if the original one, because I feel like they get refreshed. Like that's what happens. They both get back to full HP.
Either that or they become 2 new units.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it might be that you actually lose the buffs.
That's what I'm
That's something I'll have to test.
We'll keep an eye on that.
because they split, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how that's
think.
exactly coded. It's interesting.
Like it doubles, but it's worse.
Yeah. Okay.
I was also thinking it's nice for Alk to just eat the Dolans because that's just moolah, right? So maybe don't take them.
Yeah.
Let him eat them.
They ban the puck and they take the Invoker. I thought it was going to be Storm Spirit.
That's what I
assume
thought
that's
too.
the
with
best
puck
mid
there.
left.
I think Invoker's the best mid blind pick right now in regards to just purely lane. Like it's really hard to lose your lane as Invoker.
And if they pick like Storm, they get Huskard, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas
There's too
Invoker
many
can do
cheese picks
stuff.
from Malrine specifically. We talked about Viper being potentially a flex, like Malrine and Amar both play it, but I think when you respond to the Razor the way they did, and we know it's on Crystallis, then it's almost certainly an Amar or Viper.
Do they have enough carry potential on Paravision? That's one thing I'm a bit worried about. It's offlane Enigma. Invoker does right-click a decent amount, but like if Razor has a bad game, this could be a little spooky for him.
It is all about how that top lane goes. I do think Pugna does help protect him in that specific lane, but the thing is, it's going to be really hard for Ducalis to have any freedom to move around in the early game. Pugna usually likes to use that early move speed to like go through a twin gate, check runes, but he's going to be pretty locked in top until Crystallis gets at least level 6, so he can just start jungling. Usually he goes for the Mana Boots Razor, maxes out the Plasma Field, so it's actually a decent way to farm like the double camps that you can hit with one Plasma Field. But if he gets out of that lane, they're happy. That's like how I view Parivision's vision for the early game.
Yeah.
All right, Malrine, what's the game plan? You want to take Viper mid versus Invoker, or going to leave it to ATF since it was your response to the Razor, and then get a new hero against Invoker?
They could go Dawnbreaker against the Enigma as like a solution for the game. They don't have a BKB piercing stun yet, so if they wanted to put the Viper mid, they could do that.
Pretty light on stuns this lineup. Ooh!
Is that a mid or an offlane mag?
Ooh!
No matter what, it's a BKB piercing disable.
Yeah, it is a mid mag. Interesting.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's going to make Razor's life harder because he can pop BKB and it's like, okay, you're RP'd or you're Viper ultied. They have ways to deal with him a little bit. So until he gets Refresher, that could just limit his carry potential a lot.
I was really hoping he might go for the reverse polarity just because of the AoE being so easy to cancel the black hole. That's what I thought might be
The only one
reason.
we had, Soxa ran it as 4 mag. He did our RP.
I mean, an RP can still hit the Enigma. It's just much more difficult in terms of the
You could also push away Razor from his static link, maybe.
True.
But it's probably bad. It's like the worst win rate facet, I believe, in the game.
Don't be hating, Purge. It's just undiscovered, unexplored.
I would love to see
Unexplored tech.
it, but
It's like buried treasure.
All right, gentlemen. Elimination on the lines, Parivision versus Falcons. BSJ, which team you taking the advantage for game
I think
number
Falcons just has too much of an advantage matchup-wise in the side lanes, so I'm going to lean towards Falcons. I think if Parivision managed to escape like less than 1k down, less than 2k down out of the laning stage, they have a good shot. But I'm really worried about the Enigma versus Alk and the Viper versus, or the Razor versus the Viper.
Yeah, I feel like if Falcons goes ultra late, then they're going to have way more net worth between Magnus mid and Alchemist carry and a Viper farming creeps. But I think it's going to be hard for Parivision to slow that down considering the lanes are a bit goofy. But if Parivision like wins the lanes abnormally hard, starts pressuring the map, they could really up the tempo in a huge way that takes too long for Falcons to catch up.
Tad, my guiding light in times of darkness. What are you feeling?
Falcons.
Feeling Falcons.
Yes. Too many counters, too good. I think they're slightly better than Parivision on paper, so I'll say Falcons. The draft alone.
This is without AUI behind them also.
Well, this is an Owie-ish draft, I'll say. His influence is strong. Maybe they're FaceTiming him or something.
Maybe the boys have learned. They've
Maybe.
been the training wheels have been off for 2 weeks now.
Give a man a draft, and he'll draft, but just for a day. But teach a man to draft,
and
he shall outdraft Parivision for an entire series, as a wise man once said.
And let's see if that axiom will come true in our game number 1 with Cap and Cinderin.
Welcome everyone to the playoffs of DreamLeague. Falcons versus Parivision is going to be our first elimination match. And Cinderin, it is quite the interesting one. These two teams matched up against each other 8 days ago, and Parivision managed to get the upset. That was over a week ago, and you seem to be very impressed with Falcons draft, as does the panel.
Yeah, so last time they faced, would be considered an upset if Parivision won. Today it won't, based on what we've seen throughout the entire tournament. Now they've really shown up and played a great event so far. This one, though, there's a couple of things that I really like that Falcons did in this draft. So I believe most of them, if not all, were already mentioned by the panel, but I'll just try to summarize. So they second picked Nyx to block Enchantress from Parivision, and then they get the Ench themselves. The Nyx also serves as a multi-purpose pick because they were anticipating Parivision's most likely support picks to be Pugna and Bat, and they chose both of them anyway, despite being against the Nyx. And what do they secure? They secure themselves the 4th pick Ench, who they're 9-0 with. They managed to somehow set up to 4th pick in the draft as well for Snay. So a lot of really impressive stuff. The last pick, Magnus, that one I'm not so sure about. We'll see how much Malrine gets done on it, but everything else I thought was S tier from Falcons here. That said, Parivision got a lot of their trademark heroes. So this is going to be the test of, will Falcons' counters overwhelm just the raw skill that Parivision have on these heroes?
Talking about the Magnus pickup, why do you think this is the pick that has the most question marks for you? What do you think they picked it for?
Yeah, that's a good question, because the Invoker matchup in theory can be tricky, right? If you run out of mana on Magnus against this Quas Wex, then you're not really going to be doing much on the map. I think to an extent... Uh-oh, Ducal is going to get ganked here by a 3rd hero, very unexpected.
Yeah,
First Blood for Amar.
Where did these guys come from?
Now with these lane swapping shenanigans, just trying to avoid specific matchups here, Razor will TP bottom, so he will now be forced to play into that Viper in the off lane instead.
Ooh.
If Skitter, I'm assuming Skitter will go through the gate here and face the Enigma. This should be the goal, yep. And you can indeed take the gate from down there. I feel like that should probably be patched, but... this is even more good news for Falcons as far as I'm concerned. These are the matchups that they wanted.
Yep.
And Parivision were the first team to TP, so they can't respond now. They will do the 3-man rotation. This is really interesting stuff, and Skitter...
If they could actually kill Skitter here, it would be massive. He's going to throw out the Unstable Concoction, got out the Eidolons beforehand, body blocking beautifully from DM. They'll get the kill, and now Skeeter's going to have to make a commitment, right? He's going to have to TP down to one of those lanes, and Parivisions could counter-rotate as a result.
Did you notice, by the way, that Power Vision stopped hitting him there? So just to make sure there was no risk that he would suicide with a concoction.
Oh.
That was a nice little detail. So when he was down to 25%, they just walked next to him, waited for him to throw it out, and then they committed for the kill.
Very smart.
Yeah. It's a lot of really high skill stuff happening early on in this game, and it's also, I think in particular, the lane swapping is really important.
Crystal is this fight against Amar. It's going to be a close call. Decrepify goes off onto Crystallis here, trying to keep him alive, and he does manage to get just enough damage to finish off Amar. Crit is the recipient of a double kill here.
Oh my god, he's got the most insane start to this Nyx game. And we mentioned the Nyx as a great pick because of the anticipated Batrider and Pugna.
Yep.
I would argue Nyx is good against all 5 enemy heroes.
Oh yeah.
Specifically because Carapace is just insane against the Dire lineup. Nice concoction there too.
Now,
disengage for Snay.
The downside of killing the Razor, he did not have a TP scroll. Now, off of dying, obviously, he does. Skeeter does not have a TP scroll, so they can try and get the lanes that they want to. That Malrine, but...
Sorry.
This mid-lane matchup, this is not something you could swap out against.
I did not think this lane was at all going to go this way, and I don't know if it does on paper. Magnus is good against certain heroes early on because you have so much damage, but I didn't think Quaswex Invoker would be one of the ones he would do very well in. Mar.
Body blocked up. Malphys, he knows he's dead. He's just trying to output damage. Beautiful stun from Crit. That's going to let them get the DM kill and maybe Dakalis as well. As yes, Crit's going to keep up with him. Dude, he's going to go for 9 class as well.
He doesn't have mana.
He doesn't have the mana.
Not yet.
Needs 10 mana first. Yeah, it's just...
I mean, these are 2v3s, Cap.
Yeah.
And they're winning them. Parvision are really, really struggling, and it's 4 minutes in. I like the matchups, but I was not expecting that they would be able to win in outnumbered situations. That's really, really bad news for the side of Parian.
Oh, trying to use the Hurricane to break the link.
This is gonna... Oh my god, he's dead as well.
Grenade,
This
yep,
is
Enchant
really,
slows
really
down
bad.
to a crawl. Decrepify, that bails him out of a lot of damage coming in.
Okay, never mind.
Snaking, feels like he can't commit. In fact, he almost dies here. Has Lotus, has the heals, he'll be fine.
I actually think they could have dove that. I was expecting them to kill the Razor, because Ench had heal, you can tank the tower with the creep, and she had another Blood Grenade. But Falcons will play it safe here, and it's okay. Like, it's not crucial to kill the Razor, just flushing him out of lane is already great.
So, back to it. Amar now up to this top lane to try and get the matchup against the Razor. And Skeeter goes to bottom. Falcons is
been a
coming
while
out the
since
better
we've
of
seen lane swapping like this, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
We did have that one series earlier this tournament that the panel were referencing with Alk and Razor being in opposite lanes, but the enemy team didn't lane swap. But this is like musical chairs. The teams just keep moving around to try to get the matchups that they want. We never really got to the conclusion with Magnus of what they were trying to do with it. I think part of it might just be that they want BKB piercing lockdown, and that was the best option in mid, because Falcons understand Razor very well as a team. And I think they understand that shutting down that hero later in the game, it's extremely valuable to either be able to RP his BKB and create distance, or to just skewer him away. So maybe that's part of the idea. This could also be one of those things where Falcons just got inspired by seeing what other teams ran, with BetBoom running that Magnus in mid and safe lane, and just being like, this hero is good. Where I am going to have a nice lane against Invoker, apparently, for Malrine, and then that's enough justification. Magnus as a hero, in theory, is just exceptional later in the game if you can get a good lane, and mission accomplished on that front.
Yeah.
3k lead.
He crushed the first 2 like waves of CS. I think the Invoker walked away with like no last hits, so.
And above all else, for Powervision, in an unusual position for themselves. This is when you gotta dig deep. When you're losing the lanes this hard, you gotta get creative. Powervision in the victories have generally been used to having a good start. In most of their games, the lanes go well. Their supports are having major impact. This time around, they're losing every situation they've been involved in. So this is how they're going to try to solve this problem. They're going to try to steal the enemy Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, Amar seems to... I think he knows about this situation. They're going to try and slow him down here. Dakalis going to TP away, and it's going to be up to 9 class to hit the Flame Break, bump back, but Crit's going to be here for the stun. Should be able to secure it as a result, and he does, and they'll possibly get the kill on 9class as well. It's a close call, but he out-heals the damage.
Did Crit not get hit by the flame break?
Oh,
I think he could have
Carapace.
I think he could have carapaced the TP if he got hit by the flame break, but maybe he didn't. I thought it hit them both.
I thought so too.
Huh. Huh.
8-minute power rune is coming up, and you can already see Crit is setting up for it. They got the first one into Malreen's bottle. Very important considering the resources.
Oh, nice. Max range stun.
Caught him on the edge, and now the Unstable Concoction's going to come in. It's not going to be a super long one, but if it's long enough to get Malreen in position, or they just beat him down, apparently.
The classic skitter TP to mid, which Falcons do more than any other team, is bring their carry to that particular lane. A lot of other teams have started running through the gate. That has kind of become the standard meta, that carries level 5 and 6 will try to gate to kill the opposite side of the map. But this one, I see more out of Skitter than any other player. And in some of Falcon's games, it's got major impact to go and kill the mid hero. So, looking really, really hot for them. They did lose their safe lane tower, but honestly, that's the only real casualty they've had this game. And it was still a trade.
Yeah.
I don't think Parvision have won any exchange. They've traded every single time. And I would argue the Invoker death for the tower is not a good trade, because you were destined to get this tower. It was going to happen anyway. So you didn't really... It wasn't a conscious choice of, all right, we're going to lose a guy, but we'll get map control in exchange. Everything has been worse than the expected outcome for them.
Supports are getting farmed on Falcons. That's a decent amount of the net worth lead that they have right now, which is 4K. Somewhat expected with an Alchemist, but with the Magnus just crushing mid and then the two supports getting so much, and we've seen Snake King do this a lot with the Enchantress, of course, as he used the enchant to deny the opportunity for bounty. Ducalis gets blown up right away, and Crit, you can't really punish him too much here. They'll get the EMP burnout, but that's all. Trying to get Snake King now. Snake King, can he out-heal this damage? It's going to be a close call, but the final bit comes in and finish him off.
He was not anticipating all the Eidolons coming in there. So, Parvision gets something there. Now, my question for Parvision is, how are you going to handle the mid-game portion when your lanes go wrong? Because your lineup doesn't have any inherently good setup with the exception of Tornado EMP, but Invoker's game is not good. So, is that gonna be enough to really follow through? You can't expect Batrider to playmake when he has no gold. Like, this hero is extremely item dependent as a 4. You look at the other side of the river and you see the Nyx, who needs absolutely nothing to set up plays, and he's doing way better on top of it.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really tricky period where you can't just sit back and farm and expect to recover this game. You need to do something, because the enemy team is just free farming 3 cores, of which one is Alk. So which way are they going to find an angle? Oh, Crit almost walked into him. He obviously has that Nyxth sense, so he would be able to see him. That was 100 range off. 9class very familiar with that concept, so he backed away in Invis from the... or rather, he didn't know Nyx was there, actually, so that was kind of just pure coincidence. More so than anything.
They do seem to be very cautious about the safe lane. I mean, Ducalis was up here. He has since gone through the gate, I believe.
10 minute siege wave enables this push, and Amar is able to take this tower.
Scan on mid.
There's the dagger. This is a big change in the game. Now Magnus can follow up on Nyx plays. He can make his own for his team. Just all the options in the world.
Further initiation options, as you said, Parvision don't really have those. They are just going to have to play reactive. I feel like their lineup, when behind like this, really doesn't have any of the other options. Just going to have to hope to hit the right Decrepify saves, or...
That's saw Snay, right? I think they saw Snay smoke, but they didn't necessarily see who he smoked with, and they don't
got
know.
the RP anyway. Pull them back in. Yeah. Nice play from Malreen. Got it on the turnaround play, too.
They did not know about the mag blink.
And they pulled him so far away, no way Takalis could come in and help out. Oh dear, Amar, he is going to get run down by Chrysalis. Chrysalis might be able to turn onto snaking as well, but the guy who's Storm, he's actually half HP. It's looking a little awkward for him. He's going to back out, does not want to die here.
Amar thought he could get away with that because he has a Force Staff, but a little bit overwhelmed there by the Paravision defense, so they get a trade.
Black Hole was used there and obviously canceled. Not the biggest deal, but it's just because I feel like early Black Holes are oftentimes, you know, one hero kills. Very rare to get good Black Holes in the early game, but still doesn't feel great, that's for sure.
Yeah, Paravision would like to get some sort of a win instead of a trade every single time. But it is definitely very, very challenging. In theory, the way you would do it would be Invoker set something up for Razor. But these heroes' natural, let's call it that, natural map placements don't really align right now. Razor wants to farm for the most part, and Invoker would like to make aggressive moves with some sort of side laner, but it's just not very easy to do, so more often than not, both heroes are going to end up just hitting some jungle at the same time and push out the waves. In that instance, Razor was able to connect on the play because it was under his tower.
It's a dangerous situation. Might be able to get him on a spike carapace stun as well. Not even needed. Skira comes through. Maureen and Crit. The duo brings down Chrysalis. And again, you could see Takalis, I mean, it's up to him to try and bail out these heroes, but he has no idea where to go in these situations. Who knows where the Nyx Assassin is setting up that next kill?
And Crit is having the time of his life. I cannot believe how good of a Nyx game this became with them picking it second. He countered so many things. He's 4-0-5, 100% kill attendance. He won every single move that they made for them. And this is with level 1 Carapace. It's gonna get worse. It's going to get so much worse when he gets level 4 Carapace and a Dagon. And I mean, with how his game is going, this could be a sub-20 Dagon as well. Get onto Snake. He got the heal off, though.
Yeah,
just live.
Not going to be enough damage for you. This is awkward RP put down onto. Nice save, though, to Crepify. Help bailing out Nolan a little bit. They skewer him back. And still chasing the Sentry Ward out of range. Wait, there's another one. They got a second slow onto him. They're trying to life drain heal him up, but he's too slowed. Once you get in range of the Viper, you are probably screwed. And now the Skewer back for an additional kill. Takalis hopes to get the Snake King kill. It's not going to happen either. Yeesh.
Despite being this far ahead on Skitter, he is still a part of a lot of plays on the Alk. Saw the concoction there, making sure to join, even though a lot of... You could say, considering this state of the game, Alk could literally just go AFK jungle until he has like 2 items because there's no threat on him, but this is definitely a little bit of a tell on the patch and what Falcons thinks is good to do, that Skitter is this involved with this free of a game. If we go back a couple of months, I don't think Skitter is leaving the jungle here. I think he would have just kept farming up probably Manta plus Blink or Blink BKB and then get with the team. So a bit of a change in pace and what teams seem to prioritize doing right now.
Is this right that Parivision hasn't picked Invoker this tournament?
I haven't.
I'm looking at it, and I only see they
play it,
picked it 4 times, and it was in the tournament before this.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen no one play it.
I almost feel like the setup around the Invoker doesn't really help him too much. You know?
Oh, I agree with that. I don't think it was the best last pick available.
Yeah.
It was probably a case of a lot of heroes are banned and what are good mids rather than what is the perfect pairing for our team.
Yeah.
And Invoker is never going to be a bad choice. That's the thing. You're never going to be like, oh man, we definitely should not have picked Invoker. But you could be like, okay, maybe we should have rather picked another hero. Because you also were picking blind. That's what you need to remember, is that you didn't know your mid matchup. The ultimate last pick was Falcons, so there's maybe a lot of no one's heroes that he was scared to pick because, well, Falcons have all the mid cheese picks on Malrine. So you got to be really, really cautious with picking something like an Earth Spirit if there could just be a Huskar or, you know, that's just one example. I don't remember what the bans were. Maybe that was not even available, but if it were, then half of no one's heroes are not pickable, right?
Right.
So tough situation.
Well, the Enigma is going drums pipe.
Yeah.
Falcons 5 position Enchantress is going drums pipe.
Yep.
So if you don't hit this timing, this pipe timing, and get something done with it, then you are being outdone in a way by the enemy support.
How good is this pipe?
It doesn't feel the best.
Alk does mainly or exclusively physical damage. Magnus does primarily physical damage when played as a core. Viper does a mix. And then you have Nyx and Ench does pure damage. I don't know. I don't even know how good the item is to begin with in this game. Most of the time when we've seen DM play Enigma, I've really liked his drums pipe build because in all the other games they played, I saw the immediately strong value of it. This one, to me, not completely sold that this was the best item he could have purchased.
It's definitely one of those
For the state
games
of the
where
game.
it's like the pipe will not save somebody. That person is still going to die.
Yeah. Nyx is Dagon. Oh my god, he got him in 17.
That is so fast.
In minute 17, Dagon in level 10, he is gonna eat Pugna and Bat. He can kill them solo, I think, currently.
Oh.
Yeah.
His smoke broke. He thought there was a Nyx there.
Oh, now Malrine.
Malrine walks into it. They go for the deny on the amp damage. Dakalis tries to save himself from the initiation. Coming from Crit. Crit is spotted here. Gets the spike here. Nice pickup. An impale as well. Now an RP onto 3. And the follow-up is there from Falcons. This is not a fight. This is a massacre. Parivision have no chance of fighting this one out. They're going to get the Nyx, and that's all. A 1-for-5 trade-off.
Oh, God.
Immediately Amar with the tips to his old bud Crystalis. He said he did not enjoy that Crystalis made that picture his profile picture. Says, I don't like that picture. And he's getting a chance to let loose some of his anger here. A beatdown on Parivision's whole squad.
There's just no ways about it. This game is not even remotely close. They are just getting obliterated. And keep in mind, this is a lower bracket match. If you're just tuning in and you're wondering what state of the tournament we're at the top 4. And there's that, by the way. This is what Crit's going to do to him. Malrine didn't even do damage there. But he tried to kill steal, so Amar gives him the tip for that. Nice try, buddy. Yeah, so this is for this match. You're playing for 3rd place minimum. Winner of this goes on to play the loser of Bet Boom Spirit, which is coming up after this. And the loser is out. So everything on the line, and Falcons are definitely showing up in game number 1.
Dude, they went
like
from...
they want another podium finish.
They went from a team fight where they got wiped to now getting picked apart across the map.
Yeah.
Like, Falcons has the answer to them both ways.
Yep.
It's like, you can't group up, you can't split up. What are you going to do?
15k lead minute 20 will generally
True.
give you some financial freedom. Oh, he's under a sentry. Is there any backup coming for Skitter?
Dude, there's just random sentries all over the place. No one's like, what's going on, man?
Gonna drum.
Why am I always underneath a ward?
Oh my.
Oh, not enough?
Yeah, careless.
Got him on the spike carapace.
Oh.
And Dead Bat Rider. I mean, at this point in time, you're just looking at...
That was 9 classes initiation. He lassoed and died.
Oh.
So they were trying to kill him with Razor Bat, and Viper killed the bat and ran away.
Oh.
And yeah, good thing for Crystalis he didn't chase, because there was a Malrine Magnus coming as well. Seeing it off screen here, right? So yeah, they call it off immediately, like, we cannot kill this guy. Not even close. Amar has the pike, so if Razor comes in close, it's just not happening.
Yeah. All right, well, Parivision, Tormentor, Wisdom Rune. Got to get these little objectives while you can, because you will not have long, I feel like, before Falcons start marching down these objectives. Good find on a crit. Laid out a few sentry traps. Most of them have not worked. This one finally does.
A bounty which might make you have a prize.
Shouldn't be too long before Falcons plan the Roche hit, you would think. 21 minutes in, they are ahead by a mile, and they know it. So I feel like their lineup also fights very well around the pit inherently. So if you go there and you're like, should we do that against Invoker Enigma? You have Nyx to scout, you have Ench to scout, you have the threat of Blink Skewer, and your Alchemist can hit Roche, quote-unquote, for free. So I don't think there's all that much concern about that. But the other way of looking at it is, what other type of fight can Paravision possibly win than if we go there?
Yeah.
So maybe you just don't bother.
They're looking for a pickoff right now.
Oh, crit.
Crit's gonna spot. He sees no one. The amp damage got taken away. They do manage to get him on the dust and lasso pullback. Spike Carapace protects him against a bit of damage, but Crystallis will find his mark in the end, as does DM, who took the last hit.
middle tower is under
They might turn this into a tower, potentially. It's a lot to chew through. Amar's here. They're not going to get it.
Amar is not afraid.
When there's no lasso, the only way they kill him is Black Hole. In a situation like this. You can just pike away from everything else.
DM, he's saying pipe, or excuse me, BKB is the next choice. It feels like it's just Blink, BKB are your only options now to turn this game around. You just have to hit a really good Black Hole.
And it begs the question, was the pipe worth it?
Sure.
When you look at the part when he started building the pipe, maybe you could have pivoted there. Been like, all right, game is not going according to plan. Are we going to really find the type of fight that we want with this, or should I go for the full-on all-in late game combo? I would have personally liked to see the Blink BKB over pipe, specifically this game, but I like I said, his build in the majority of the games that he's played has been great for them.
Shard for Ducalis. Unfortunately, they do not have great support shards, so the first Tormentor isn't going to do much for them.
Unfortunately, he is probably about to die here.
Yeah.
There's the Nether Blast. Crit will realize, and oh, good Force Staff. The foresight there to anticipate maybe Nyx is coming for me actually saves his life, because Crit wasn't going to go for the Vendetta hit.
Sure.
He would have just stunned, cast his spells, and then they would have Viper struck him and he would be dead, but Ducalis with a good read will get out. Buying some time.
There's the Roche.
Yeah, I mean, inevitably it was going to happen at some point. It's just a matter of when. Falcons felt like it was natural enough to go there and take it for free.
Yeah, I think they waited for AC, so it'd be a lot more efficient to do it. Because at this point in time, it's not a question of whether or not we can do it. It's a question of like how efficiently can we do it, so we do not give that much to Parivision in the process. And AC obviously makes that a lot quicker, and now they can take this Aegis and push down the bottom lane, take the tier 1, take the tier 2, take over the triangle, and Parivision loses a lot of map control. And Voker is trying to find something, or got found rather, by Crit. Tornado up, here comes the unstable concoction, and he's done for.
This has not been no one's game. It just hasn't. Every stage of it has just gone horribly wrong. He got crushed in lane. The mid game, he got found by Nyx a couple of times, and now that he's trying to do anything out in the map, he just keeps getting hunted around. So, yeah, tough times. And another thing that we haven't talked about either, on top of this massive gold lead that Falcons have, they also have Empower. So
yeah,
the Alchemist will be farming even faster. He will fight even harder. And it's also nice for the Viper, as a matter of fact, to get that Empower, because we know how Amar likes to build his cores. He wants to be another carry in the game, so he will buy stat items. He will get a lot out of that 40% extra Empower bonus damage. And ultimately for me right now, all the pressure, if Parivision wants to have any hope of winning this game, it's DM. You need a big Black Hole. You're not winning fights without it. It's just not mathematically possible anymore. So extremely reliant on that, and probably a key lasso from 9 class to pull them into base.
Radiant's middle tower
Maybe.
is
Oh,
under
Crit's
Follow
gonna
that
follow that.
courier.
Yep.
top tower has
Lead the way,
no.
little courier. Sniff out that support for me. Perfect. There he
Gonna
is.
solo him.
He's trying to kill the mid tower. Oh, good force staff, but he still had
What?
vision of him on the Watcher.
What was that cast range?
That cast range was insane.
Huh? How does Mind Flare cast from that far away?
Yeah. It was
Okay. I mean, all right, fair enough.
I feel like, by the way, the Nyx Assassin Invoker and what we saw in that 1v1, I feel like that is actually a player difference. The biggest difference in outcomes from these recent matches of these two teams, right? No one has been, doing really good work for Parivision, And Crit actually struggled in a few of the games that we casted at them recently. He had some rough games. This one, he's popping off, and no one just can have no impact.
I think primarily the games that we've seen Crit struggle have been on Huerta. So it might just be Falcons reassessing whether that pick is the right one for them right now.
Sure.
I think Crit is an incredibly talented player that could play any hero that the role demands. In his career, he's played everything from semi-carry 4s to Chen. He plays the whole array.
Yeah.
So I don't have any doubt that he's capable of playing Huerta, but it can be something like the team dynamic of how this hero functions in the lineup, or the way they play the lane, or just feel. Sometimes you just don't like a hero because you have a bad performance or two, and maybe you lose a little bit of confidence, and you just want to play something that you've got. That is not okay. How? That was my reaction too. My eyes got very wide as well. Like, how is he allowed to Mind Flare from 1,000 range? What is that?
That's pretty bonkers.
I'm mousing over the ability and seeing the cast range, and I'm still in disbelief that he got it off.
Yeah, it's 800.
How? He must have started the animation when he was mid 4-staff, so then you get some grace, right?
Yeah.
That must be it.
Okay, no one spots the Nyx's Assassin, not Vendetta this time.
Yeah. Well, Crit is... no one needs to not get too close to him.
Yeah.
Wow, they could just kill Crit. They think it's bait, actually. But he is completely alone on that ops.
Yeah, Mario, I think, is the only one showing in this bottom lane push. So it's got to be one or the other, surely.
Snay looking for the D ward with the gem. Good protection from Ducalis will keep it up for now.
They really just feel like they can't go on this Enchantress. She's right there, but she's so tanky with all the heals, and she's going to walk right into her allies. And Malrine, he was set up for a potential blink skewer back or something. That does not feel good for Parivision, using the Eye of the Storm to not get a kill.
They use Eye of the Storm, they showed all 5 heroes.
Yeah.
So Falcons know exactly what they're working with, and they will just take advantage of that. Okay, if they're 5 bot, I'll TP a Mara top and farm that out. Crit might just walk over to the Wisdom. No, maybe that's too inefficient. They've already stolen the enemy Wisdom rune at 28. Not taking their own, though. Oh, Abyssal. Okay. And now he's going to start buying eggs. Who do you give the first one to?
That's what I was going to ask you. Where does this first one go?
I mean, Horn Toss is pretty dope.
Horn Toss is pretty dope. They're just the natural tankiness. If you're statting up on Viper, you give it to that hero.
Well, he only gets the synth, right?
Yeah. I'm just saying that you get the corrosive skin.
Right, the passive part of, yeah.
Yeah. So it would make him very hard to deal with, both between the disarm and the attack speed slow. That Razor relies on right-clicking a lot.
How good is Nosedive this game? I think it's a little bit tricky to use, maybe, but... Also, knowing how Amar likes to play Viper, I think he'd rather just play long-range artillery. So I am leaning to maybe Skitter's first axe will go to Mag. Okay, Malrine is queuing up eggs. That does not inspire me with confidence in the call I just made. Now he changed it to Refresher. Now I feel very confident. Okay.
We'll see how confident Malrine is with the Horn Toss.
Let's see how fast 9 class responds. 42 seconds, all right.
Just in time for another Vendetta.
I think if nothing else, this game... I want to see in Game 2 Parivision adapting very quickly on the fly, because this is clearly just a team that's super prepared for you and just out everything you.
Yeah.
So, is your hero pool too shallow to solve this problem, or can you pivot completely for Game 2? Because you've picked 5 heroes that you've been running a lot this tournament, with the exception of Invoker, but that was also the last pick of the draft. Everything else Falcons could have very much expected. And Falcons were the ones to pivot here with a first pick Viper response to Razor. They're running a mid-mag that we've barely seen played. I mean, it's been played 9 games, but I don't think they've played it a single time. They run the early pick Nyx. That also hasn't been something Crit has been prioritizing nearly as much as this. So they made all the adjustments coming into the series. Now Parivision is going to have to make them in the series. And that is a lot harder because you don't get a day to prepare now. You get 15 minutes. and you've clearly been caught completely off guard by a team that just did their homework. I would like to see Parvision in the next game. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, like this game is already over, but let's look at this. Statistically speaking, this game is pretty much over, right? They need to pull off a miracle comeback. I do not agree with 90-10, by the way. I think this is significantly worse for Parvision, but barring the possibility that they do come back, then I would like to not brute force heroes that you're running because you love them so much when the matchups for them are not good enough. I think that's the biggest issue I have with this game, was that they see the Nyx and they still pick Bat Pugna and they still pick Enigma and Invoker into that hero in particular, and they give the enemy team their best hero. Falcons are 9-0 with Ench. So I just think they really got everything they could have dreamt of in this game with the prep that they made. All right, Smoke.
Got the lasso, broke through the Lincolns, and they can get the link now. Amar, big trouble. He's very dead. He just very smartly tries to do what damage he can and just does manage to kill the Bat Rider.
Oh, Crit's coming in from the side. Is he even dead still? Well, you bet he is, but nobody nearby. Otherwise, this would have been a very dead Enigma. But he can't solo kill anyone bar the Pugna, and will not try to put that Dagon 5 to work right now.
That pipe does make just the extra bit of difference. Falcons have not played with or against Magnus at this tournament.
Oh, they also haven't faced it. That's interesting. Okay.
I thought that was a nice little wrinkle.
Yeah.
It's been picked 4 times by BetBoom. They're obviously the team that is rocking that. They're the ones who played it mid as well,
Have they lost with it, BetBoom? Because the hero was, I think, 5-4. So that would mean BetBoom, if they're 4-0, the other teams are 1-4. I know Waska played a 5 mag that we cast.
Yep.
That was
against BetBoom.
That did not do well. So yeah, in that series it went 1-1 because BetBoom crushed with it, and then Waska crushed themselves with it. So I guess it won twice.
Yes, BetBoom is undefeated on it.
4-0? Yeah.
Yeah.
So every other team's 1-4.
And I forgot they played it on Pure that one game too, right?
Yeah.
So
they flex it.
All three lanes they've played Magnus and they haven't lost with it yet. That is no wonder Falcons took a bit of inspiration there. All right, there's the Aghanim Scepter, so he's got that, and we'll see him go for a refresher at some point. So we're gonna see some really good high ground catch where Parivision are not going to be able to rely on that very easily. It's going to be rough. Horn toss, skewer back.
Yep.
Double RP potentially. And Falcons, they're not ones to rush and trip over that finish line.
No, they know they have a guaranteed Roche in 20 seconds up here. So they're chilling, waiting for it to come to them so they don't lose any map control or any farm.
All right, next one for the Viper, you think? Or I just don't see the in-support ones being that value.
Radiant are scanning.
Here comes the...
I think Skitter should upgrade his Blink over that. I think that's actually more impactful.
Okay.
Personally. Then the Burrow one is kind of cute because after Nyx has used all his stuff, he can stay in the fight and be relatively tanky against a hero like Razor. The upgraded corrosive skin is pretty good. Yeah. I don't know. Of all the options, I like upgraded Blink more. But if he's going to give another axe away, it's probably Viper. All in all, I suppose. If I'm not sold on it.
All right, now the pressure is on DM to the highest degree. It's not even about needing to hit a good black hole. You have to hit a fight-winning black hole. If it's not fight-winning, then...
Oh, Horn Toss!
Maybe you just lose the game anyway.
Oh,
These
boy.
many pickoffs. Razor dead for 60 seconds. They're definitely going high ground with that.
He did not anticipate the Horn Toss. I think he had no idea that it was even in play.
Yeah.
But even if he did, it's hard to react. It's a pretty fast cast time. Mag just gets in there and gets the catch. You can BKB mid Horn Toss, right?
Not anymore. Not since they made it an Aghanim Scepter, I believe.
All right, so when it was the Shard, originally you couldn't, and then...
Needs just a little bit of extra help. Snaking will gladly take that for him.
So when it was a Shard, at first you couldn't BKB it.
And then, yeah.
And then they nerfed that so you could.
Radiant's bottom
And then they made
tower
the
is
axe,
under
and then
attack.
again you couldn't.
I think that's the way it went, yeah.
you're right. That sounds familiar. Amar, he has the shard, so push. We'll be going quickly here. Fails the Manta dodge.
Drop that banner. Amar has the shard, so he is really good for high ground sieging.
Just gonna keep frontlining and try to keep this banner alive. No one will finally go in and ghost walk to finish it off. There's nothing stopping Amar. He has the
still alive.
ages.
Yeah, he's gonna mow down these towers. They're gonna try and finish burning off the rest of his mana, so he does not have the poison stacks to put on the buildings anymore, but Force Staff gets him out of the way. Still has a little bit to work with. They're low on resources, and Parivision says, okay, maybe we can surprise them here. Smoke's gonna break. They break on an Enchantress. Not what they want. Need something much, much better.
Snaking has 200 CS.
T, really? 200? Jeez.
He has more CS than the enemy 2 supports combined times 1.5 almost. Oh my goodness. That's actually ridiculous. Yeah. I was looking at his inventory, I was like, oh. Well, okay, you have Force, Pipe, Solar Drum.
Yeah. Oh, we big.
On the 5.
We big.
And Crit was having an insane game, and he's 3,500 behind the Ench.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's not farming, he's just roaming the map looking for pickoffs and setups. Falcons now looking to go for the killing blow. They've got their reset. Viper has mana again. Viper got the axe from Alk, so even stronger.
Love that Whispers of the Dread is so good. Just ignore tier 3 items.
Can't decrepify the barracks.
Nope.
Bukalis is spamming his button. He's standing there. Why isn't it working?
And can't decrepify Amar either. He's got a Lincoln's.
Yep. And even if you do, he's got a Manta.
No.
How much damage does he get from power right now? What's 40% of 190? It's like, it's almost 80 damage, right? 75-ish? Yeah.
Yeah.
Not bad. When he gets 25.
Okay, they're going to try and get behind the God Skeeter. They're pulling him into Crystallis. Immediate RP. They did manage to get the link. He's going to break it now. Black Hole, no! It only gets Amar. That's not good enough. Maureen comes in with the extra bit. Skewer onto 2 as well. Horn toss him back into play. Snaking's just throwing out rainbows non-stop. And once again, it is Falcons cleanly winning the fight. This time they don't even lose a hero. This game is over, and it has been over for quite some time.
Damn. All right. Well, fortunately for Parivision, this is a best of 3, so they get a chance to show what they're made of and why they're here. But if you had not watched the rest of the tournament, you would have been like, okay, there's 3 teams that are just better than everyone else, and Falcons is the worst of them. This was, I think, in my opinion, one of the hardest outdrafts of the tournament that we've seen. And it was against one of the teams that has, for the most part of it, been winners of a lot of drafts.
Yeah.
So Parivision really got one-upped here. And they will have a little bit of time to think now. And this is one of those true challenges for any team. You get far in the tournament, you have high hopes, you start tasting the possibility of a podium finish or maybe even a finals appearance. And then you run into a boss that just has everything figured out for this game. And now you need to go into the think tank. You got yourself 15 minutes to figure out what the hell just happened and what you're going to do. And if you don't come up with the right solution, you're out. So can't get under much more pressure than that.
Do you think, again, do you think there's a hero diversity, Parivision, that Falcons knew what Parivision was going to be relying upon, what they've been doing very successfully so far in this tournament, and we're just able to craft a really good draft against it?
I think what I found really interesting here was that Falcons came in with an expectation of what order Parivision were going to do specific things in against them because they know what Parivision think about them. So they're like, they're probably going to first pick Razor. So they have that in mind already. We're going to get the Viper for that. And then they know going into the next phase, if they take Nyx, or if Falcons take Nyx, they will probably not take Ench against us. So we get both And then what supports do they run when they don't have Ench? Well, turns out Nyx is insane against the rest of their support cast that they were running most of their games. So, you know, what's not to love about that? I just think this was incredible prep from them. Look at the damage dealt, by the way. Crit number 1.
Yeah.
In the whole game, the 4 Nyx, the top damaging hero. What an insane standout game from him.
Absolutely fantastic performance from all of Falcons, and they take a very clean 1-0 lead over Parivision.
Masterfully formulated by Falcons. Piece by piece, they saw each of the heroes that Parivision were opting for and knew exactly what to do with them. Even initially, when they saw that Razor, they were burning reserve time to just go to the Viper response, but maybe even that was part of the plan. Maybe if we wait a little bit, they'll think, whoa, I didn't think they would first pick Razor. Of course they're gonna first pick Razor. It's Crystallis, it's Parivision. And beyond that, I guess you know that 9 class doesn't have a very wide hero pool, and if most of his heroes end up getting canceled by Nyx Assassin, that just makes it even better. You get your Enchantress on the side of Falcons, something that they are continuing their 100% win rate on, and then the little garnish on top, a little Magnus last pick for mid Malrine. What was the idiom, Ted?
Teach him and that's a nice freeze frame.
Bang.
That's so stupid. Teach him and a draft. Look, I feel like Parivision set themselves up for failure here in a way, and we were talking about it backstage, is that first picking Razor is great, you got your Razor, but you can't flex that the way Falcons can. You already know what lane it's going to be in and who's going to be playing it, and then we had the rotating shenanigans. Now you've got the portals, it's not as easy a deal as just like, well, we'll swap, and then, you know, it's harder. People are going to follow you wherever you go, and Crit had a great start, so suddenly you got this pos for Nyx, who's farmed as heck and has a Dagon in no time and is blowing people up. He's, like they said, most damage in the game. Everything went wrong, and I think, like, the Viper and then Nyx, just like Trolls said, set them up for this perfect draft. I mean, yeah, the spirit of Aoi, not that he's dead, obviously, he's just on holiday.
Well, I mean...
Loiter, there he is, indeed.
He's always watching.
Just watching them. So, yeah, really, really impressive draft. Parivision need to pull their socks up and figure out how to draft around Falcons, which is a hard thing to do.
I mean, the Razor is good on paper. It's just they were so ready for it with the Viper, and every single one of those early fights they took. Viper's not a fun hero to trade with to the death at level 2, basically, because he's reflecting his poison damage to everybody that's stacking him. Their attack speed's going down, their magic damage against him is going down, his damage is going up. It just looked really, really good, and arguably Viper is a better level, like, early game fighter than he used to be, because he's got that Predator damage that he didn't have before. So he actually just does more damage than he used to, and almost all of these engagements were just beneficial for them, frankly. Like, they're going on him, and he's like, oh, it's fine, I'll fight you to the death. Even in this one where it looked like he was going to get kind of beat up, this great crit stun kind of just changed the whole thing. So, yeah, early trades were great.
At most, I guess Crystallis and Parivision were hoping that the lane swaps would ultimately favor them, because we've seen the inflexibility of the Razor. You first pick it, you know it's going to be Crystallis' hero. They don't give it to anyone else. And so that worked out in their advantage that one time that... Actually, did they even win that game that they swapped the Alchemist and the Razor? They did win that game.
They did win the game, but they lost their lane, so it was like an eventual thing.
Yeah. So whatever idea that they have that, like, we're going to ram this hero in because we're very comfortable on it, and to be fair, they've been winning a ton on it, but it becomes a bit telegraphed when you know that it's not going to move anywhere other than on the hero, the player that you've seen do it every time this tournament.
Also, it's such a good counter. Viper is one of Amar's specials, so it becomes very, very difficult. I feel like maybe they need to try something completely different. Maybe ban basically all of Amar's heroes if they can.
Then you let Enchantress enchant through.
Yeah, that's the problem they've got. That's the problem they've got. As the Falcons have a lot of flexibility in their lineup and the heroes that they can pick. I mean, I didn't think anybody saw Malrine Magnus coming. That's the kind of stuff that they can pull out as well. So, and also, honestly, I think Falcons played excellently. So draft aside, they just played great Dota and won the game.
And so much so that, in fact, sometimes when you think you have a ward and you have an eye on things, it may work against you as we take a look at our Kadia ward of the game with Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Neil, as I feel like this situation is going to tell us just all about the state of this game number 1. This Kadia ward is going to be a ward from Pari Vision. You see that right there at the top of your screen, seeing all the river. We see Ducalis Dust, just showing how paranoid they are of the crit Nyx, rightfully so. And they are going to have perfect vision of all of Falcons for this fight, Neil, on the side of Pari Vision.
So they can see them. They can see themselves dying.
Yes, they can see all of the people that are about to kill them with 2020 in HD there. And sadly, it just felt like after the landing stage, it didn't really matter what Pari Vision tried to cook up, because no matter how many spells they cast, no matter what information they give themselves, Falcons just steamrolled them, Neil.
They were caught in 4K the moment that Razor pick was on the field.
Well said. You're really on fire with these.
You're setting me up.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
It's a team effort, much as how Falcons are working as a team without Ale. He's not helping them.
Yeah, I think he is. I don't know. I feel like they might have had a Skype call, last night. not Discord or anything. We're back in the 1990s, but no, I definitely feel the Owie effect from this. And I mentioned that if you're good at Razor, you also know how to play against Razor,
right.
And they clearly came prepared for that first pick Razor, and it was just the entire draft that was set up to enable not only the counter picks that they had, but also getting what they want at the same time. Falcons just had the dream formula, I would say, going into game one.
A masterfully concocted draft from Falcons, but Pari Vision are surely here to prove to us why they're here in the playoffs. Let's see if they can show it in game number 2.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose-your-own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Playoff action continues here at DreamLeague Season 24, where Falcons have made their mark on this series. PowerVision can't come up here with these old busted tricks that have got them all the way here to Group Stage 2 and all the way to the playoffs. It's outsmarted by now. It's telegraphed. 9 class, you need to learn how to play more than 5 heroes. You need to expand the pool. Chrysalis, you can't always be the Razor player. Give it to no one every once in a while. He may be able to do something with it. DM, you keep doing your thing. I think Enigma was cool.
Well, you've solved the draft problem there, Neil. Well done.
There you go.
They used to solve some of those things. They did have flex heroes. This is something I really focused on at the start of the group stage. They played Monkey King extremely well in the safe lane in the mid. That got banned in the first phase. They played Pango as well, but that's gone down in priority a little bit. So they used to have things that worked, but I feel like Falcons, they did like a Ouija seance to AUI 2000 and they figured it out. They know what to do now.
Contacted him in the Netherworld, which is apparently Japan, because that's where he's vacationing, and they were like, when do we pick Enchantress? Pick it in phase 2.
As soon as you can.
After the Pugna has already been revealed.
I'm just looking at the last time PowerVision played Falcons. Of course, PowerVision beat them 2-1. That was 10 days ago.
Yep.
And they lost game 1 in similar fashion. 39 minutes. I think that game, the previous game we just had now, wasn't far off that.
Roughly, yeah.
But then we had a 65-minute behemoth of a game.
But you have to keep in mind that 39 minutes is a fast game.
That's a fast Falcons.
By Falcons.
That's a fast Falcons game. And then PowerVision won the second game, and then they dumpstered Falcons in 30 minutes in the third game. Enigma was a factor in both of those wins. They managed to get him, but they also got Razor in that second game and won with it. So let's see what they do this time.
Well, apparently this time they're gonna first phase ban the Huskar, along with a Naga Siren, a Doom, and a Primal. Falcons take out the Monkey King and Nyx Assassin.
You know, Neil, metas are like onions.
Layers?
Layers.
I see.
Yeah.
They make
I
you
feel
cry.
like I feel like PowerVision's still peeling the onion, while they've already sliced and diced it up on Team Falcons, and it's in the you know.
The PowerVision just removed.
What are you doing with an onion?
I was thinking I was gonna put it with like a steak on the grill, you know.
Okay.
That's why I like my onions the most.
Eat it like an apple.
Eat it like an apple? Yeah.
I know. I've known a few people who did that. A German lad I knew.
They actually enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, he ate it. Like I went to his house after school, and he was like, grabbed an onion, peeled it, and was like, and I was like, damn, my man likes onions, I guess.
Did you stay away from him, like 2 feet?
No.
Was he crying?
No.
Oh.
I didn't care. I was hungry too. I didn't eat an onion.
Not
You
a
got
raw
2 of them? No.
Yeah, you got a second one. Go ahead.
It's just an onion comment. It probably is texture-wise very satisfying to eat.
I mean, I do love onions. I could imagine myself doing it. I really do love it. It's quite a sharp flavor. You know what? I'm going to try it when I get home.
Okay.
When I get back to the UK, I'll grab an onion.
Like a white onion, like a
Just
mild one.
Yeah, full-on onion.
All right, sorry, Brian. Go ahead.
No, I was enjoying that. That was much more interesting than everything I had.
What were you going to say?
I was just going to say it's
parsnips?
funny that Falcons responded to the Pugna last game with Enchantress, and then PowerVision still picked Pugna again.
Yeah, it's interesting. That is interesting.
Not nearly as interesting as the onions, though.
No, it is interesting because why? What's the reasoning?
Paravision is a little bit inflexible with their 5 in a way too, because one category that they always have in Ducalis is the ability to kill towers. Like for a lot of the group stage, it was Enchantress or Chen, and Pugna was the third hero. So I feel like they have this equation of what they're doing every single game, because if the Pugna can take the towers for cheap, if he can push side lanes, hiding in the trees like a little spooky skeleton, then that unlocks their draft to be able to do other things and more flexibility in their picks. So I think sure there's a small counter there, but I think they feel like the tower push is just too important to give up.
I have also seen an Enchantress just flat out running out of mana in fights, and you just can't keep up with the number of decreps, for sure.
I will
His
say
impetus costs quite a bit.
Yeah.
I will say that when you think about like the formula you guys are offering to the game with these tower takers, when that's like the first layer of the meta, right? Every team knows you need to have of the onion. Yes, you need to make sure you have the tower taking, the kill potential, the damage, the Roche, you know, the gank. So, but it can come from multiple different roles, and I think a lot of the newly assembled teams players kind of have their role in the team. Like, so Ducalis will be the guy that primarily kills buildings, and maybe they'll find a way to enable Ducalis Disruptor every now and then. But most of the time, yeah, that's how he actually on vacation.
So he is not
right
in
now.
prison. He is not on vacation, meaning spending time at Her Majesty's pleasure or His Majesty's pleasure in jail. He is literally on holiday.
He's just standing up straight inside of a air vent.
Or he's secretly gone on holiday and has snuck back to observe the team, and he's actually been living in the ventilation system this whole time, whispering draft comments and like, pick Nyx. And they're like, I think I should pick Nyx. They can't really understand how it's happening.
That makes some sense.
That
doesn't
sounds
make any
way
sense.
more likely than every other theory we've come up with so far.
So Paravision ends up grabbing the Alchemist, which has been decently effective for them, certainly. I would say it's a very reliable carry for Chrysalis.
And technically a flex hero, because TM did play it one time.
True.
I wouldn't be too surprised if Falcons take Razor. Okay.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, Ryan.
There was a
Banana
tough one.
Slammer
This
Jammer
specific series, it
Caravan.
was tough to predict a Razor pick.
I'm always
But
going
I
to call you
pulled it
Brian
off.
Caravan. You know that.
That's
right? 'Cause
fine.
It's much funnier.
Because he brings the analysis. A whole
Liver.
trunk full of it.
Yes.
Long distances.
Like the Oregon Trail. All right, well, they've got the Razor, and Falcons have shown flexibility with it, but I'm assuming you had predicted it because you are assuming that it's going to be there to just make Alchemist life very unpleasant.
Yeah, it's good in lane against it too, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they just give him a melee hero, maybe even like a Marcy, but maybe a Tusk. Okay, they go for the mid laner first.
No, we're going to game 3 then.
Well, they have to snag this because Paravision probably wanted
They
it.
set it up with that Huskar ban probably, right, on Paravision?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Okay, this is the only team that I would propose it on. Is 4 Earth Spirit truly dead?
It's a crit classic.
It's
what Mira
truly
says.
dead.
No.
The fact that Crit has not played it a single
Yes,
time,
not.
when they've also picked it for Malrine 8 times.
Yeah.
That
But why go for your mid lane matchup so early? Just because you're afraid it gets banned out?
I think it's actually the Huskar ban that Paravision kind of telegraphed, like, we want to pick a melee mid that is countered, and they've already banned out Pangolier. Maybe they thought those are the 2 heroes that they're going for. And I think this is safe to say an accurate prediction from Team Falcons that was almost certainly what Paravision wanted. And they end up going for Sand King, a hero that I feel like has fallen off the last few days. Like somehow it got ignored in the drafts yesterday, and surprisingly so, I would say, with how well it's at least the impact it's been having in the game. So the fact that they took her spirit away, Sand King kind of had the same concern, you know, getting Huskard and Cheese picked in lane by like a Monkey King, but Monkey King's banned out, Huskar's banned out, so Sand King, you know, gets to strip the chains and come back into our meta here.
One interesting thing about this Razor pick for Falcons is that they played the hero 6 times so far. 4 of those are Amar. He's won every single game. And then when Skitter and Malrine played it 1 time each, they both lost. So it's probably... Oh, I'm sorry, that's wrong. Skitter actually did win his game with it. So maybe it's a little bit reluctant that this is probably going to be the offlane hero.
Yeah, just don't give it to Malrine. That's the only time they lost. It's that simple. That's why you picked your spirit.
Yeah, they realized their mistake as soon as they picked the Razor. Like, oh, wait a second. This won't work.
Now they're going to be even more reliant on that Ducalis push, though, coming from the Pugna, because Sand King and Tusk are not that keen on hitting structures.
It'll be fine, I think. I mean, tag team with Alka is pretty cool, too. You're increasing your physical damage while lowering theirs with the Acid Spray. That lane looks kind of good. There's some separation against the Razor that you can do, but yeah, Weaver is a pretty... It's a pick out of nowhere, but it makes a lot of sense. There's lockdown problems on Paravision, basically.
In theory, it could be 4-position Weaver, carry Razor, and a offlane pick coming out for Amar. So I'm saying it's probably like 70% for Skeeter, this Weaver, but I also think it lanes insanely well against Pugna and Alk, so...
Purge, go to the pro trackers. Who's playing this Weaver on Falcons these days? Is it Skitter? Has he been grinding it out? Maybe Crit's got it in his pocket?
Let us see.
Wow, this is an odd draft from Falcons, I've got to say.
In the meanwhile, the offlaners getting targeted out and DM's hero pool getting smaller and smaller. Night Stalker banned out, which leads me to believe that it should be a Skitter Weaver.
He played it one time.
In the past week?
Or?
7 days ago when he won. He went Maelstrom, Gleipnir, normal stuff, yeah.
Okay.
I think this is weird because they've picked 3 heroes and we're not sure really, we're not 100% sure where these guys are actually going. We've got a pretty good idea, but we're not like 100%. I think that's interesting.
That's the beauty of Falcons Dota.
So they do ban an offlaner, by the way, on Paravision, so they think it's Carry Razor support Weaver. Like, that's their first instinct, is to ban an offlaner. That's funny. Maybe this is opening up a... I mean, I have to imagine Team Falcons knows where this Weaver is going to go. I don't think they're actually opening up the flex, but they do know that it poses the flex.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen... Oh, God. Yeah, this is... We've seen Weaver once, right? I can't remember. I think
It lost. The only time it's shown up in this tournament.
My gut is not that it's a good carry Weaver game, because you don't see your offlane potentially, and like they do have burst. They have Tusk plus tanking. You have the instant stun from tanking, the follow up from the snowball. You have the tag team and the Alk. Like they can definitely kill a Weaver with no saves. So I'd rather this be a support Weaver, but they also ban a support, so Paravision themselves is not sure.
I just feel like it's got to be Carry Weaver to me, because they are gonna. I feel like he doesn't have any threat from a potential Pugna or Tuscan lane. Neither hero is that scary to him.
And also, why ban out Night Stalker?
Yeah, just to protect the 4.
Yeah, like why would you dedicate a ban to protect your 4 Weaver? Anyway, the other ban they go for is the Viper. Paravision still not entirely sure where these heroes are going, so they take out a support Clockwork in addition to that Timbersaw. And Falcons...
I'm telling you, it's support Weaver.
It's or it could be Earthspare 4.
Or it could be Magnus 5.
That's
that
true.
we saw from Waska.
It could be.
I love how Magnus's Bet Boom team has just decided we're gonna make Magnus a hero in this meta, and Falcons is like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think we were going to see so many new picks this series. Usually at the end of the tournament, teams feel like they have everything figured out. They're like, okay, these are the best 20 heroes. We're picking from this. And then all of a sudden, these teams are like, oh, we're just going to do these little smart pullbacks. Viable-ish heroes, just not as good as the main ones, but they'll work.
And also, Falcons have a currently 1-game advantage, so they feel a little bit more confident. Paravision, go back to comfort.
Must pick, really. They love the...
It is Earth Spirit 4.
Let's go!
It is crit Earth Spirit.
Let's go!
Holy shit.
What?
All right, that's exciting.
Okay.
That is exciting. I have not seen a crit Earth Spirit in a long time.
Purge, you went this whole tournament saying that he didn't have his signatures.
He did.
Hoodwink, not a signature. Tusk, not a signature. But Earth Spirit.
I just really wish Mira was here. She'd be so excited. I'm sure even if, yeah.
Assuming he wins. If he loses, then she's going to be like, yep, I told you, 4
That's
Earth
true.
Spirit, not viable.
She'd be watching the whole game and be like, see, this is why the hero's not very good as a support.
You know, with my metaphor earlier, I was saying they've sliced and diced those onions. They're pan-searing them right now. But I think Team Falcons might have overcooked a little bit too hard. These onions might be a bit burnt by the time that they get served. So I'm leaning towards Paravision for this draft. What do you guys think?
No, I agree. I mean, I like to gamble on a draft and be like, oh, I like the spice. You know, we'll see. But I don't know. I don't get it. Hopefully it'll make sense, but I don't get it myself.
I'm into the spice. I don't know. Like the Magnus has been doing pretty effective. They've got BKB piercing disables, which are good. Paravision does have a nice amount of disables at the end, though. The black hole is going to be very effective for guaranteeing some kills on Skeeter. But as a whole, if he doesn't get black hole, I feel like Skeeter, it's really hard for him to get killed this game. So I'm kind of into it. It's Amar Razor. Come on.
Yeah, that's true. I'm back on the fence now.
Oh, no.
I've just fallen off. I've landed on the Falcons side of the fence. Yeah, I've made some good points, but I don't care.
I think these onions have been caramelized to perfection. I've been waiting for all these mid-Earth Spirits. They think that they can just press buttons, but you need a real Earth Spirit player to show you the finesse involved in this hero, and do it at a disadvantage, because no one's picking 4th position Earth Spirit. This hero has fallen off, it's a core exclusively now. But Crit, he's been waiting for his opportunity, and I think that he cooked just right. So let's see him shoulder check Parivision out of this tournament in game number 2.
It has been 6 months since we have seen the Crit Earth Spirit. And that was a little window back all the way when it was around that ESB time. Played it, went 3-4 that little window. And then the time before that was a year prior, back when he was still on Shopify Rebellion. So it has just been not that viable, Syndrin.
I remember this phase when they were picking Earth Spirit for Crit, and it was Falcons were winning so much. They were winning all these tournaments, and every time they've picked Crit Earth Spirit, I was just like, this is just not working as well as all their other stuff. Even if they won, I never really felt like, oh, this is great. So I have major concerns for this game, just based off the fact that, in my book, Earth Spirit is not even really a support right now. I think it's a core, more or less specifically. We almost only see it run mid. I think maybe some games you can run it off lane. But running that as a 4 is definitely a bold choice. Now, that doesn't mean it's not going to work, but I want to quickly go over the reasons that this hero fell off as a 4, because it had some changes to its early game, and you're playing in a meta where laning is obviously extremely crucial, and a lot of the time, you become a liability. If you're playing with any of the meta offlaners that's melee, you're playing double melee offlane, and you can't really put that much pressure. This time you're playing with Razor, so that's the good news. This is a very awkward situation, by the way. Both heroes have a ward, and they both know each other have a ward. Crit's gonna go for it. He'll get it. Okay. Well, it wasn't that awkward after all. Funny little exchange there. So, what Earth Spirit often ends up doing in a lot of these double melee offlanes is that the lane isn't really playable, you start pulling waves, and then you're losing by default. And you kind of get what you can, but then it just begs the question, why did you even pick this hero? I also think the hero is very level reliant to find impact. Unless you can do that, then obviously you're good. Nice kick onto the high ground, force the TP. There's some funny shenanigans between the two supports so far. All right, enough about Earth Spirit. We also have a Weaver.
We gotta add one more thing about Earth Spirit.
Okay.
We are not done talking about it.
All right.
We also forget about the fast. Ready to roll, baby! He's gonna line up with his allies. He's gonna roll through them and slam into the enemy for a longer stun.
That's so difficult to use. It is so hard to use. I mean, we'll see if he makes it work. The other hero that stands out in this draft is, of course, that Falcons also went for the Weaver. It's only been played once this tournament by Ame, and he lost.
Yeah.
Not that I care that much about that sample size of win rate when you have that few games. It's kind of irrelevant. I wonder what prompted it this game, because I personally like Weaver a lot as a hero, and I think it's underplayed. But this didn't stand out to me as a great Weaver game necessarily. I guess the Sand King matchup was good, but then the Sand King just goes mid.
Oh, he Brew struck for it to try and get it ahead of the Skewer, and it still goes into Maureen, and he's going to maybe die for this.
Oh,
he will. First blood goes to Maureen.
Oh, unworth out of 10. Oh boy. Well, as much as we can talk about heroes' shortcomings, at the end of the day for Falcons, it's not going to matter that much if they win all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
And Ench Weaver is an insanely strong lane. So that one, I just have them down as just flat out taking against Enigma Tusk. I don't think it's likely that... Oh, no.
He's kicking himself for that one.
Yeah, he's not happy about that, of course. So that one's tough. The offlane, specifically because it's Razor, I think Earth Spirit can actually function here because it's Razor against Alk, and that's also the information that Falcons did have when they chose to commit the Earth Spirit to offlane position 4. So that makes a lot more sense for me and has me a little bit more hopeful than just forcing in a Earth Spirit 4 because crit is amazing on the hero.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that justifies the pick anymore. But if you can get away with it here, and of course there was the whole surprise factor of Paravision definitely thought it was mid. Even though they know crit plays it, like you said, he hasn't played it in half a year, so you just have to go in with the expectation during the drafting stage that it will be Malrine playing it. And that did open up for this Magnus. Malrine found success with last game. Amar, big pressure on the Crystallis.
Now, obviously, he is still losing the lane, but I do think it is really interesting that no one opted to take the Dust Devil Facet against Magnus. Like, I'm assuming the idea being there is I'm going to get skewered out of Sandstorm. So I just want to be able to have a Sandstorm that doesn't go away if I'm moved out of it. And maybe he feels like the farming is going to be better for it as well. Malrine just...
He is relentless.
Yeah, underneath tower, trying to put more and more pressure on no one.
Well, succeeding as well.
Yeah.
You gotta say. Oh, God, he just...
Again, is he going to go for the skewer? Oh, hit him on the burrow strike, but now the skewer is open. Oh, Olay, he misses it. The bull charges through, and no one dodges definitely and will be able to pick up maybe both water runes
This
for
is
this.
super awkward now for Malrine. This is a really funny situation. He's going to pull the wave down to the bounty rune, so he gets a rune.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, that's a better refill. Or rather, it's the same refill, excuse me. It's an equally good refill.
Well, no one goes up to top and gets the other water runes, so he is back in business.
I guess it's good enough, though. You don't get the water bonus, but you do get the bounty rune that you were probably not expecting necessarily to get minute 430. Oh, big damage. Malrine, better be careful.
Ooh. So
needs to be
close.
careful. Here comes crit.
Spots him.
Rain
He has a
drop's
rain drop.
important
That's
here.
going to protect him a little bit here. Burrow strike is up in a second. He gets away, and he picks up a bounty rune. He's good to get some heal. So very close. He's coming back into it. He's got 9 class, who's also making the rotation over. Both these heroes are quite low.
This gives Malrine a nice opportunity to go back to base, though. But now he knows that this won't be wasted. And when he returns to mid with a TP, he can bottle up crit a bit so that he can return to bottom in turn. If they... Okay, crit's actually... Nah, he will wait.
DM left alone. 9 class trying to protect him with the ice shards. Barely does so successfully.
Yeah, and there it is. Crit's on his way after being bottled up.
But now that the 4 position has been pulled out, it means Falcons have the advantage for the power rune until Ducalis comes in. Tries to even out the odds. They commit to bottom, roll in, it lands, no room there.
Nice
Immediate
stun.
burrow strike catches him as he's trying to get away. Crit does survive, now the RP on the 2 of them. Malrine, beautiful stuff there. And Ducalis is still gonna try and work on Crit, but Crit just had tons of regen. Stick charges, a fairy fire, they're both gonna die for daring to try and kill the Crit Earth Spirit.
Yeah, this is working out really well for them so far. Crit being able to leave bottom for this long is extremely valuable for his team. And this hero was going to be the talk of the game because it is so polarizing as a 4, but they managed to, at the very least, find conditions where it can be possible, specifically because Razor's matchup against Alk is so good that Crit could do this. Just keep moving from lane to lane. He's won the mid. Now they're going to kill 9 class top as well. And this is during the siege wave as well. So talk about perfect timing. Now they're going to put pressure on this tower. Malrine is
out of the
here.
triangle with Malrine here with the amp damage too. Hits him with his skewer to slow him down. They surely have the diving potential. And a Wisdom Moon steal from Crit as well. Falcons just picking up everything here.
Damn.
This is under attack.
This is just a different beast, I feel like, than what we've seen out of Falcons the last series they played. They've definitely leveled up and figured some stuff out. Now with this Wisdom Rune Steal, look at that level distribution. DM is below the enemy 5 as Enigma on experience. Yep. And you're going to get fast 6s now on Falcons.
Oh, he rolled through him! He missed. Crystallis will instantly TP away because of the threat of the Link and Eye of the Storm building up. So Crystallis is going to have to take a little time out from farming. And that bottom lane gets taken over by Falcons. Once again, it feels like there is a heavy burden on no one to right the ship.
Yes.
Off of a lost lane.
Yeah. It's very reminiscent of Game 1. There's a lot of similarities despite the lineups being vastly different with what has happened in the first few minutes of the game. Man, I'm happy to see the 4 Earth Spirit do well because it's such an exceptionally difficult thing to run, in my opinion, that you want to give credit where it's due when it does work out. Really matching the conditions for this hero to function. And it tells a story if Crit hasn't played this hero for half a year, because he's one of the best players in the world on the hero, if not the best nowadays. And if he doesn't touch it in Pro Dota for half a year, then that is Falcon saying, we think this hero is extremely contextual as a support. But once in a while, it can be a good moment for it. Now, this would be a very nice pickup for Parivision. They'll get a Mar.
Nice snowball through, chasing after Crit.
Don't think they'll get the extra, but they got the big one.
No one in trouble. Decrepify, gonna be put onto him. Immediate RP. The bug is building up some minus armor. He's gonna try and burrow strike on out of here, but the shard. It was a good attempt, but Skeeter was already on the other side of it.
What did you expect?
1 and 8 Falcons continue to run the map.
And you're just extremely level starved on Parivision supports. That's the big difference here. The Falcons heroes just have way more unlocked. Now Crit is almost going to be level 6, so he can take some more initiative around the map here. Just needs one creep, essentially, to get the Magnetize and truly unlock his hero.
This needs to work. It needs to work. They do manage to get the vision. Unstable Concoction, Snowball with a Cold Snap. I think they do have them, but the rebuttal is going to be there from Falcons. Slowing it down, Skewer right in the middle. Okay, Black Hole gonna be used. Oh, look at all the damage! They have so many Eidolons, it's actually kind of close. Malrine is barely able to get away. Now they turn the Eidolons' attention to Crit as the rest try and retreat out of it. Good hit from Crit though. Rolls straight onto 9 class to finish him off. No one is here. Can't go for the Weaver. Is not in range of the supports either. Does not feel great even when they are the ones setting the pace for a fight. Parivision still falls behind, a 1-for-2 trade.
Yeah, it was close, like you said, on the Black Hole. Maybe if they really believed in it, there could have been a mag kill, because they were a bit slow to react.
Yeah.
Like DM threw it out, and then they were like, whoa, wait, this is actually kind of working. And then they start walking in, and then nope, it doesn't work anymore. And had to retreat with really clutch decision-making there that could have been even better for them, but still.
And there's the Blink Dagger. Cute attempt at a play. Skewer back into the roll from Crit. Doesn't work, but got the kill anyway.
Didn't need to. And this is another play around a siege creep. So Falcons turn this into mid tower. This is just honestly textbook stuff. The rotations, both of the rotations from Magnus, or this is not technically a rotation from him, but it involves him in his lane, have been around siege creep waves. So they got the top tower with this 5-minute delayed wave at around 6:30 when that was connecting after the waves had been fighting in the top lane. They get this mid tower with the 10-minute siege wave, and they've taken the bottom tower as well. So wide open map, and that is the dream if you're playing Weaver. You're extremely mobile, you can farm very fast if you can move from camp to camp and you have the mana regen for it. This seems like a game where Skitter is going to get really, really rich. And that's good news, because in theory, it's not necessarily the easiest Weaver game. You're playing against the instant stun of Sand King, the threat of Black Hole, Decrepify. But the upside is your hero loves buying Nullifier. So when you go down the stretch, you're going to overcome one of the major problems through itemization.
Oh, yeah, you get the shield rune.
Aw, man.
Second.
You just can't have anything, can you?
No.
Well, he's closing in on level 6 at the very least. But similar to Game 1, the support gold discrepancy is just massive.
Malrine is just the king. Oh, almost managed to pull it back into the other side of the shards. They still get 9 class, though.
The map is shrinking for the Radiant. They're starting to put this pressure early on now, Falcons, and they are 10-0 with Ench.
That's such
Such a crazy
And
stat.
this is another early game that they have won, and we know what Snaking is going to do. He's going to farm, he's going to play, for the most part, on the opposite side of the map, get vision, get information, be a nuisance, be hard to kill, and put that pressure that Parivision have struggled with in game 1. It seems like it could just be a similar story here.
13-minute Radiant
together
around that time for Crystallis by the time he gets here.
And I think it's worth reiterating that when you're playing a lineup like the one Falcons are, the early game is up for grabs for the other team as well. Like if this Earth Spirit lane would have gone wrong, there's a lot of things where this game now looks really easy for them, but it's because they executed really specific things really well. This was not going to be easy to do, but the Earth Spirit Razor lane went well. They made good moves. The Magnus won mid. Like, it's just been outplays, really.
Got him on the gate.
Yeah.
Big
They'll get one here. That's good.
Parivision are showing, maybe it's a difference in the heroes. I feel like last time their support duo, Batrider versus Tusk, I think is a pretty big difference in what you can accomplish early game in rotations.
Yeah.
Parivision are being able to make moves despite losing.
Class. Skewer him through the Wisdom Rune as a taunt.
Just a brief glimpse, a taste.
Ducalis will take the enemy one, though. So it's a good overall trade for them, at least to get the 1-for-1. With the current game state, this was not a given, that you would be able to trade Wisdoms. They're making some progression off of that. Now the supports are at least somewhat unlocked.
Problem for Parivision, they have, especially with this Sand King facet, it feels so good if you have a lot of map control. They're going to try and blow up Snake King. Is the Epicenter plus the Drain going to be... Oh, they're grouped up for an RP. He survives through the Epicenter. Now they're both going to be skewered back to their deaths. Malrine just keeps on hitting, man. No misses on these skewers at all.
Notice Snake King's skill build as well, by the way. Very uncharacteristic for him. We've almost only seen him go 0-4-4 and just max out that heal. He has maxed impetus in this one, as a part of the way they won the top lane was off the aggression that he was putting with this build. It's not overly surprising to see a little bit of impetus, but to max it out very first is not the common Ench build nowadays.
Yep. And with this, the other facet as well to amplify it.
Yep. Seems like a just flat-out targeted solution for the type of matchup he was playing with. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but last game he had the other the other way around, right? Yep. And that was also against Enigma. So it's not about the opposition; it's about his ally.
Right?
Yeah. It's about being able to play that overly aggressive pressure style in the lane. You'll find him there with the Alk. So a nice chunk of gold for Crystallis. The one core on the Radiant who's doing well. The others have a lot of ground to cover, but at the very least the Alk is deathless and has 180 CS. Skeeter looking at the 16-minute rune is not there, and he'll back off. Arcane bot for Malrine if he wants it, but he's actually not even checking that, surprisingly. Maybe worried about a rotation, that he was in danger? Don't know.
Vestal soon. It's gonna be... Is DM going the same build? Drum? No, he's not. Drums, Crimson. So no pipe. Okay, yeah, it is not a pipe game.
No.
Felt like last game wasn't the best pipe game. This one's even worse.
The Crimson Guard's very good against the Weaver and the Razor, and to an extent against Mag. I definitely think the Crimson this game is better than the Pipe was last game, but I'm still not sold that he should get either. With the flow of these games and what Falcons, the way they're playing them, I wonder if this is another one of those where you should have just blinked BKB after your drums. I think getting the drums is always going to be fine, because that is your tempo item and the one that you put the pressure on early with to whatever extent you can.
Yeah.
But if you're stuck playing defensively, how much is this Crimson Guard going to do if the enemy team is the one taking the initiative? You're likely ending up in the same situation as last game, where it's going to come down to you a lot, and then will you have what it takes when it matters off of this rough of a start?
Smoke with an Arcane Rune. They're going to catch Malrine.
Maureen doesn't have his BKB yet, and
Nice
so will
find.
be chain stunned. Big pickup, 1,000 gold off of that kill.
Yeah, that's really, really big for Power Vision.
Immediate TP to the outpost, not to the tier 2 Alchemist.
Radiant are scanning.
Getting behind Snake King. Snake King has already dipped into the trees, TP'd out. Nice aggressive wards on both sides there of that bottom jungle area. Both the gate and the tier 2 area is covered.
Yep. Falcons, after a really successful early laning stage, have slowed things down a little bit. We're not seeing a ton of aggression from the Earth Spirit. We're not seeing Weaver chasing down heroes all that much. Obviously, recognizing the counterplay potential of the Power Vision lineup. They're only up by a very little bit of gold, but that is, of course, there is an Alk on the enemy team who is 5,000 ahead. That was not the case. So we're looking a lot healthier on the graphs, but of course with win expectancy, Alchemist is expected to be ahead. It's part of the hero's design that you need to be leading by an amount similar to this.
Another early Roshan for Falcons. I mean, maybe it's not the earliest actually, 19 minutes in, but another Roshan that is free from contest.
I'm not sure if Crit wanted that.
Maybe he didn't. He's just enjoying his fast.
Yeah. It's probably fun to play with. It's just hard to use reliably. Aegis for Skitter.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Finishing up the Gleipnir very soon. I believe the recipe is on the way. One of the few carries that still buys this item. Weaver and Monkey King are probably the last remaining two now that nobody's playing carry Nature's Prophet anymore. I suppose if you play carry Lina, you probably buy it, but that has not been popular this tournament. I've seen it mid.
Power Vision been playing the right side of the map. Falcons are coming in with their smoke. They break it on no one who has an invis rune. They run into Oral Dekalis instead. They're gonna fight this one. Epicenter goes off. BKB went out from Amar. Oh no, they're fighting into a BKB with a 2-man RP. This is bad. Power Vision are gonna lose everybody for this potentially. Chrysalis on the run with his chemical rage, the extra movement speed, but slammed by Crit. He got the rollout. Now he's just staying in front of him, body blocking him, puts the Vestal on him. Once again, Power Vision set up for a fight. They get wiped.
And it's so quick and it's so decisive, the response. Amar pops the BKB really, really quickly on that counter initiate. You see it here. Anticipating that this is coming in, gets it off before the Sand King's done with that ward. Full on baiting it. He knew the Sand King was channeling it the whole time. And they want them to go on them.
Yep.
So they get the exact result that they were looking for in a 4-for-0 fight, not even losing the Aegis as part of it. And that means that even with RP down, you could probably still put pressure on the map knowing you have the extra life. Obviously you don't have to, but it's a luxury that is available to them.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified.
Now they're comfortably sitting at a 4K lead against Altman at 21.
Radiant are scanning.
And there's that pressure immediately. Skitter onto the tier 2 bot tower. Adamar will enjoy the downtime with a nice milkshake.
Wonder what flavor it is.
Oh man, I was just gonna ask you, what do you think Amar's favorite milkshake is?
What's your favorite?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't have very many milkshakes actually.
I think I'm just good with the good old-fashioned chocolate. When it comes to milkshake, nothing too fancy.
I find that chocolate flavor is generally overrated. I love chocolate to death.
Okay.
But I don't think chocolate flavor in more or less anything is better than the alternatives. I feel like if there's a product that has a chocolate flavor and a vanilla flavor, the vanilla one is better 99% of the time.
I will actually largely agree with that. I think I actually don't prefer chocolate ice cream so much, but
I agree.
for
I don't
some
think it's that
reason,
good.
chocolate milkshake just hits the spot.
I don't know. There's something about the mimicry of chocolate that's really hard to do with flavors, where I feel like vanilla flavor mimics real vanilla a lot closer.
Sure.
Sounds like we're having a very serious discussion about this. I love it.
Welcome to the playoffs of DreamLeague, everybody.
Yeah. So I guess my favorite milkshake, by extension, is probably either vanilla or strawberry.
Listen, you guys got to give us a little bit of leeway. This is looking like it could just be two 25-minute stomps by Falcon.
Yeah.
They're not as ahead I feel like his game 1, obviously net worth is very different once, you know, Alchemist, blah, blah, blah. But I do actually feel like Power Vision has a better chance.
Oh, they have a much better chance in this game than game 1. It's not even remotely close to being as bad.
But that chance needs to be realized in the next few minutes.
You're opting to fight into Aegis here.
They're going to go after Amar. Okay, they're chain stunning him. They almost got him. They do manage to blow him up. Malrine hits a big RP, though. Can they win the fight without the Razor? It's looking pretty good for it. They've already taken down 2. Chrysalis is still very strong, chasing after Malrine, but Malrine, he gets away thanks to the roll-in from Crit, slamming Chrysalis. The final, they come in, and Snake King's there on the other side. The Vessel just does too much work. You got 1. You lost 4. Falcons continue to dominate this series matchup.
Isn't Dota just funny sometimes? Like, Malrine doesn't play this hero all tournament. And then today he's picking up, okay, I guess we'll play Mag today. And then he's just owning.
Yeah.
Like, where was this hero for this team? They've just realized something, that this is something that's well worth it. And Malrine has honestly been super impressive in both games. It's not just the way he's landing the spells. It's what I love to see on Magnus is when players are decisive.
Yeah.
There's no hesitation. He's very quick. His spell casting is crisp, and he's just going for it immediately. Every opportunity he sees, he's just in there. And that counterplay, what's so beautiful about that skewer is that it ruined DM's fight. Because he was coming in on the Enigma and had the potential to make that a very good moment for Parivision, but the fight just gets moved 1,000 range to the right, and his hero's just stranded.
Yeah.
He can't do anything, and he pops the Crimson Guard, but he doesn't have a dagger, he doesn't have a way of positioning himself aside from that Force Staff. That's not going to cover 1,000 range. You're never getting over to the fight anymore. And now, Falcons are way comfortable. This is a much, much more meaningful lead than they had a few minutes back.
Yeah. They haven't even hit all their BKB timings. They've got 2 of them. But Skeeter, now the Aegis is gone. He's going to go back for a BKB there. An Aghanim Scepter. Oh my god, they're going to have a save against the Black Hole.
So the cast range on this on allies is, I think, is it 500?
It's a little small, yeah.
500, yeah. That can reach unless you're on the opposite side of the black hole. If they're in like the center of it, he can cast it from the periphery.
Yeah.
And if they're on the periphery, it's super easy. I guess
upside
Earth Spirit can always just choose to roll into the black hole and like mash.
Yeah.
Because it has no cast point, right? Petrify? Does it?
Yeah. I think you're right about that.
Maybe it has a tiny one. It actually makes a difference because otherwise you can just roll into the black hole and just spam that. Because you can cast it while you're rolling, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah. Okay.
So that would be a potential play. He's also buying Aetherlands. That was what I was going to talk about.
Nice.
So that will definitely cover the bases.
It's supposed to be the one upside for Parivision is that they, once again, they have Black Hole and Falcons don't have a save, so like maybe, but they get an Aghanim Scepter, especially an Aetherlands. Go for crit here.
That's snaking.
Once again, excuse me, snaking.
Easy to get them mistaken.
They can't actually commit because every single time they've committed for a kill, Malrine has been there.
Oh no.
3-man RP,
DM.
2-man skewer. Crit's gonna chase after them, threatening the epicenter.
That's a really good climb here.
And here comes the roll follow-up. It got the silence on it too with the magnetize on both of them. 9 class finally gets off the snowball, but it feels like it's too late. Belmar is already in with the BKB, draining away Chrysalis' damage. The Alchemist just not going to have impact. He tried to go for the TP away, but an RP denies that. Now no one goes for the TP instead. It's Chrysalis caught in. Go Gleipnir, stop the no one TP. Chrysalis is slowed down to a crawl. He's not making it out. Another 5-man wipe. Falcons just will not lose to this team. They take no L's.
This is the best Falcons has played all tournament, and that is a serious concern for the potential upcoming matchups if they manage to close this game out. Is you're looking at teams like BetBoom and Spirit, who BetBoom in particular has played outstandingly well this whole tournament.
Yep.
And Spirit have leveled up, but the improvement that I've seen from Falcons from 2 days ago to today is like, this is scary stuff. It's like they're getting in form at the perfect time. Everything in these 2 games has lined up. I loved everything from the draft in game 1, the way they prepared for the series, the way they're placing their lanes, their individual plays, the movements, the itemization, all of it. It's just pristine. There's almost no mistakes happening. Their spellcasting is immaculate. I mean, they're making Parivision look like a tier 2 team.
Yeah, they really
and
are.
they've
They're
been
just
owning this.
straight up.
Basically, the whole tournament, Paravision's games have either been close or they've been dominating. And this series is the biggest beatdown they've taken the entire event. It feels like there's just class difference.
And add to that a little bit more, I do feel like for their tournament run, they've also added some heroes, right? I think the biggest one being this Magnus, which is going to be particularly important if they want to win this tournament. They're going to have to face Bedboom, either in the third place matchup or the grand finals, right? So them being able to have their own Magnus, you know, now you don't have to ban it. You could pick it up, block pick, right? Like that's going to add a lot. Maybe the Weaver becomes a factor. Maybe this Earth Spirit comes back from the dead.
Yeah, I still insist that the Earth Spirit 4 is not good on paper as a pick, but having the option to put it there when you draft it as a flex and then recognizing that this is one of those 1 in 10, 1 in 20 games where it's going to work is obviously a nice little edge for them to have.
Or set them up for the cheese pick, which Malrine has lots of those. Oh, he tried to pull him away. As he does, the ult goes off from Skeeter. They block off 9 class. He will use his body to hold the door, keep them back, keep them at bay, while the rest of Paravision makes a run for it.
But that's honestly, to me, that's one of the coolest parts of this game that we have just watched, is that Falcons recognized that they could run ES4 after not playing it for half a year. That Crit is like, guys, this is the game. I know I haven't played this forever, but I really want it, and I can see, I have the vision of how this is going to work specifically because of the hero matchups, and that's the beauty of Dota. As we've talked about a couple of times this tournament, every hero is good sometimes, and Earth Spirit is good a lot of the time, obviously. We've seen a ton of this hero picked this tournament, but as a 4, it's very, very rarely great. Sometimes the stars align. Crystallis.
I don't think there's a way out of this for this one unless he manages to somehow TP out, but the roll is on point from Crit. Yeah. There was nowhere to go.
Very nice. Skitter still farming up an absolute storm on the Weaver. He's almost overtaking the enemy Alchemist now as the carry Weaver.
Paravision are just pushed out on every part of the map they can get to. Being very bold. They got to keep away. Falcons away from their side of the base. They still have 3 minutes left on the Aegis, so Falcons, they really could try and force some things. I don't know if they feel comfortable going high ground with this Aegis, but take the final tier 2 at least. Aghanim Scepter for the Tusk. Their high ground defense is going to be very intimidating. They're going to have Link Dagger soon for the Enigma. That's going to be up in just 20 gold. If they get an Aghanims on the Tusk, they have Sandstorm, Nether Ward. There's a lot of AoE high ground fighting stuff that's going to be annoying.
Radiant's top tower.
Got him with the Enchant Stone. Kick him to Snake King. This time around, Crit is keeping up with Snake King's farm. The supports way ahead. They are doubling up on what the Paravision supports are bringing.
Sand King looked really cool when he was petrified. Did you notice?
Yeah.
I guess that it makes a lot of sense with it being a Scorpion, you know? It's like kind of...
Dire's bottom tower.
It's one of the badass creatures of the world.
Yeah. Scorpions do hide in the sand to camouflage themselves.
Yeah, so they do.
I guess it just looked right, you know?
Yeah. Which is why the danger of stepping on them is so high.
Yeah. Except when you petrify the Scorpions yourself, you kind of know where they are.
True. Basher, Echo Saber, immediately the response from the Magnus. Got an immediate punch up. Malrine tried to go fishing for a skewer. 9 class was ready for that one. Goodness. Did he just, yeah, he had it auto-casted and was just A-clicked on the ground, so anybody came near, an instant punch.
This is just a free tower, though. No defense being mounted by Paravision. The Aegis still intact for Skitter. Another minute.
Okay.
Finally, a 32-minute Bloodstone. Yeah. He did go Shivas in between, in fairness, so it's not like he went Blink Bloodstone and got it that late, but this is an item that you like to have way earlier, and the problem is you actually can't even protect it against the Vessel yet of that Earth Spirit. That Vessel has been awesome this game. Pugna, the Threat of the Bloodstone from Sand King, and of course against Alchemist. It's a very feels-good item to pick up.
Yeah, we were talking about the fact how Vessel seems to be a good item for the meta, like theoretically, but very often times is ignored just because the prevalence of BKBs and Mantas and...
Yeah, it falls off.
Yeah. And sometimes it's hard to get that effectiveness out of it. A lot easier to make that jump as a support if you have the goal to do so.
Yeah.
Oh, no! The Facet played against him. This could be bad. They're going to get the jump on Maureen as well. Now he pops his BKB and TP's out, but they're going to use the Black Hole on him. Skater's coming in. Skater, I don't think you want none of this. This is a 3 versus 5 already.
I would need to see a replay of that. I genuinely wonder if somebody walked in front of him when he
did.
He was doing a short roll, right? He just wanted to position himself.
And then he hit an ally
and a teammate
accident.
walked. I mean, that Facet, man. It's had a couple of good moments this game too, though. It's not it's just been grief, but there's just all the pitfalls and how hard it is to use. Oh, the Collis.
And of course,
all right,
Falcons.
He's out of there.
They're the best at this, man. You get a couple of kills. The map is not safe. You think you could spread apart. Now Crystallis is in trouble.
He doesn't
have Manta.
Uh-oh. Skater hits really hard with his Amplified Damage Rune. Gonna try
Got him up to the high ground. There was going to be miss there. DM, okay, the Pro Strike comes through. Crystallis isn't dead yet, but Skater's catching up. Okay, never mind. They're going to go for the Sand King instead. He activates the Bloodstone. He's not making it out of it.
This is a 3v5 situation.
Crystallis still in a bit of trouble here. Did they spot him going up there? They did. He does have a 4-step, but I don't think Skeeter can catch up. There's the gate.
They'll steal the Tormentor, though. They'll kill this very fast. Time-lapse off the damage. Yeah, it's really impressive. They just lost these 2 heroes in mid, and they're just totally unfazed by it. They find the right moments of opportunity on defense on their side of the map and get a couple of kills back the other way, and it's like nothing happened with this final moment of opportunity that Power Vision found after forever. Finally, they get something going, and then it just doesn't amount to anything.
Oh, he took the shockwave damage since he has the shard. He did not go for skewer range on Magnus.
Yeah. I think he might have done the same last game.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Did he make level 20 last game? I think he did, right? He must have.
Radiant structures are fortified.
First lane of barracks.
Radiant's top barracks
Not long for this world. They'll delay it a bit with the glyph, but Skitter
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Finishing that off. Amar now starting to reach critical mass on the Razor. We haven't really talked too much about him this game because he, for once, hasn't really been the centerpiece of the overall game state. It's been a lot more about Malrine, crit, and snaking, I would say. But also Skitter has been involved in a ton of plays. But Amar is, I mean, he's been in a lot of the kills, but hasn't had too many of those insane, heroic Amar moments of 1v3ing a clutch or whatever.
Yeah.
Hasn't been necessary with how clean the game has been for them, so...
He certainly, if it does come to that, he certainly has the items to make that clutch happen.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say.
Satanic, soon to be Lincolns.
He is so farmed off of what's been going on in this game that he will be a real late game threat that you don't even necessarily just kill off in a black hole. Because he has 3,500 health and a Satanic BKB, and now the Lincolns will be complete and 400 gold. Actually less because he can sell his wand.
When you get this kind of tanky with this facet to the Thunderhead,
yeah,
you put yourself in the middle there with Eye of the Storm active, and then you're just getting so many Storm Surge procs.
Yeah.
Well, that's a dead pine cone.
Grasping at straws here, Paravision. They have the one item that could possibly solve this game on 9 class, so keep your eyes open.
Yeah.
He has the Blink Ags on Tusk, and that has to be their hope, is that they can somehow find a Blink kick onto the Weaver into a black hole inside their base. Because realistically speaking, Falcons will not offer any other target when they're sieging.
Do you think they can commit the black hole to just
I
one
don't know
hero?
if they have the choice.
They're going to jump on an Earth Spirit. Immediate 3-man RP. Malrine, decisive as always. They throw the black hole in response, but the Eye of the Storm, it's picking them apart. They've already lost their Alchemist. They go for a BKB TP out. DM, the remnants of that one. Everybody out. Everybody running for the hills, but they still have the bug on them. They know where they're running to, and they will chase them down one by one.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, jumping the Earth Spirit with the team around is definitely not the ideal fight, but it was the target that they saw, and they don't have the info about where everyone else is, but Falcons had good formation. They were ready. They were all in position. Crit will expend the buyback to get another major team fight win, and this is going to be the Roche. Now I think we're down to the situation that I was talking about. At this point, Skitter is going to pick up another Aegis, and he's going to start hitting your high ground. If you can't kill him twice, you're going to lose the whole base, so you have to find a way of kicking in and killing this Weaver. The good news is, if you do manage to kick him in and kill him in your base, he can't time-lapse when he respawns.
Yeah.
Because then he'll be running out on his second life.
Apparently, Snaking is taking the base without his team.
Yeah, that's...
He just took a tier 3.
Also a concern that he's just rally pushing here.
And he's speeding this whole thing up. With this whole idea of like getting the kickback and everything, they still need the black hole to win the fight. That's not for another 90 seconds. Falcons might just be able to get megas by then, which will force Parivision to do some sort of defense without the black hole.
Can you kill Weaver without it?
I don't...
If you kick him into a Sand
not.
King stun and then an Alk stun, and the enemy heroes are disconnected meanwhile?
Broke his Lincolns. Trying to give an opening for somebody else to make that jump. Feel like that was the time. Now that Falcons is more set up, you're just not going to get that kick, I don't think. We'll see. Snowball in to try and get him. Quick blink away. All right.
Instant Lincolns on him too. They need to deal with that problem as well.
Yeah. Who's going to be bold enough to put themselves forward to break that Lincolns? They try to, but this gives Malrine. Oh, Malrine.
Second Lincolns. They proc it.
Got through. 9 class. I don't think he had the vision for it. Now they're going to get the skewer back on him. He's going to die before the kick can go off.
And now he doesn't have buybacks, and now that play doesn't exist either. They're running out of options.
25 seconds left for the black hole.
It's 100% going to be megas. There's just this play does not exist.
No.
They just can't stop it, and they call that too. But they're not going to call the game, of course. They're going to play to the bitter end. This is an elimination game for top 3. So you will play for that 0.1% comeback, but man.
Black hole's ready to go.
They are just watching them tear through their base.
You're going to need a miracle here. Chrysalis going in, targeting Malrine. 2-man stun. Meanwhile, the Pugna in some trouble with the nullifier. Skeeter might be able to get him. Okay, not quite. Nobody dying on the side of Parivision. And the jump in.
He has no backup. He went in alone.
Damage. Skeeter is going to be able to get off his ultimate. Snaking's already healed back up to full. Now your epicenter is on cooldown. Managed to get a stun. Oh, went for the black hole. Put the skewer away. It got him out. And Skeeter's going to be the one left behind. Who cares? He's got the extra life. Amar chasing him down with the Eye of the Storm. They retreat back to their fountain. Wait the Tusk for 45 seconds to get some sort of dream kick into fountain scenario, but their Ancient is exposed. Amar, they're leaning into it. Skeeter's doing the same. RP onto Skewer back once again. This is all over, Cinderin. Parivision did not stand a chance against the form that Falcons brought today.
What an absolute glow up. Just... yeah, what can you really say if you're Parivision except GG, well played, right? You just got owned. There is no way about it. 2 absolute smackdowns, and in classic Falcons fashion, they get the lead early mid-game and they never miss a beat, and they just keep extending their lead until they're comfortable with finishing off the game. I think neither game Parivision got 2-digit kills, if I'm not mistaken. They got 9 in this one. And I mean, understandably, Parivision probably disappointed. They don't look soul-crushed, though. I suppose, in a way, as weird as this might sound, it almost might feel better for them to get absolutely obliterated like this by a team that's really informed than if this would have been a close series where they were like, okay, Falcons weren't that good today and we still lost.
Yeah.
There's something about just getting... If you get run over like this, you can shake it off and be like, okay, what can you do? They were just better today, and that is what it is. There's... I feel like I'm just going to be repeating myself. They
You
just
bring
got
this
run
kind
over.
of form, as you said, they did everything damn near perfectly on the side of Falcons. This is a team that nobody should have any shame to lose to in this form right here, right now, and they are going to be monsters in the lower bracket as the playoffs of Dream League continue.
Falcons simply biding their time to show their power level when it really counts. Or maybe this was a statement game. Amar didn't take too kindly to losing a Group Stage 2 match against his creep wave compatriot Crystallis and decided to come in here guns blazing for this series because Falcons did not give Parivision a moment to breathe.
I think Crit had 2 great games.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And for him to pull out the Earth Spirit, that's confidence. That is confidence right there. Not a hero we've seen pose for some time. Obviously, he's a legendary Earth Spirit, so that helps. But yeah, they just, I think he absolutely played brilliantly in both games. 9 Class and Ducalis had 1 kill between them in this game. I didn't have time to check it on my phone, but I'm pretty sure it was the same story for game 1.
Oof.
These supports just got shut down. And by contrast, Crit and Snaking were having the time of their lives. And then, of course, that enables the rest of the team, who also played really well. A really, really good performance from Falcon.
Especially Snaking. His KDA was fantastic. He went like 4 points impetus. He recognized, he's like, okay, we might need a little bit more damage here. And he absolutely did it. And another thing I noticed was, if you looked at the GPMs of Crit both game, they actually weren't that high. But that's because he spent the whole game fighting opponents, scouting opponents when he was playing Nyx.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, Snaking brings up all that slack basically to push side lanes and push the dangerous parts of the map, since Crit's heroes don't do it. So they formulated what they needed to kind of just snowball the game in a big way. And then we also have to mention Malrine just like beating up no one in the mid lane. He had a last hit advantage.
Yeah.
He solo killed him. And then you just have this like carry from the mid lane that has a BKB piercing disable, but is also insanely tanky. So I think at some point, pretty soon, maybe the rest of this tournament, you're going to see the Magnus as not just this like sudden last pick. It's like, okay, maybe we should start banning him in the last phase kind of thing. Because he just keeps showing up.
What's with the rise to prominence all of a sudden, though? Like, we saw BetBoom team, I guess, pull the seal off by revealing the viability of the hero in multiple positions. But Falcons have kept this close to their chest, and it wasn't even like Empower combinations that I was seeing. In game 1, they had the Alchemist, but in game 2, it was a Weaver as the carry for Skitter.
It wasn't about Empower, it was about BKB piercing ulti to potentially shut down the Enigma. And even just like side lane pressure, you're tanky, you're going to lane well, you're going to farm well. It kind of just covers a lot of bases. It doesn't necessarily, it's not as good as a Storm, for example, for ganking side lanes or catching heroes or being survivable maybe, but it does what it needs to do very effectively, and it just kind of lanes against anybody that's normal-ish, is what it feels like. So yeah, it works out.
And all things considered, it didn't seem like Skitter needed the help on the carry as we take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head for this game number 2.
This game was all about picks that we had not seen before or picks that they weren't in their normal roles. In this case, the Weaver, only the second pick of the entire tournament, its first win. And Skeeter shows us exactly why he picked Weaver carry in this game too, as he goes 10-0-22. And Crystallis, he was #1 net worth for a large portion of this game, but it just didn't matter as his K to D was 2, 6, and 7. Deaths were piling up, and Falcons lead just kept building upon each other. And Skeeter finishes the game higher net worth than an Alchemist. That alone says it all when Alchemist is not the higher net worth of the two carries. But when we look at their 2 damage numbers, they are pretty comparable overall. So Skeeter was much more about the overall aggression, scouting out for his team, the Gleipnir setups. The rest of his team outputted over 20k damage as well on 3 of their other heroes. So nice group effort from Falcons and a standout performance from our boy Skeeter on the first Weaver win of the tournament. And in these clips, we're going to see, Skeeter is going to continue this chase, and he's going to barely get inside of these shards that were meant to save no one. But you can see the mobility of Weaver just paying off more and more throughout the course of this game, and he had so many disables, so many frontliners to enable him, and it felt like Parivision just was always on the run. Every single clip we're seeing here, they're just fleeing for their lives, and Weaver absolutely flourishes in these type of games, as we're going to see one more here where chaotic fights is all hell, the Magnus dragging people around, the Earth Spear rolling around. Weaver loves skirmishes going on like this. He does not want anybody to be grouped up with order. He wants them to be picked off one by one, and Skeeter showed us he can do that 10 times.
He can do it 10 times, but he's definitely doing it with the help of his team. Thank you very much, Brian, for showing that it is indeed a very much team effort. Falcons are hitting their peak just about now, and this is the form that we saw them for most of 2024. So to see them return now post-TI, I mean, they won Belgrade as well, grand finals in Wallachia, so they have not slowed down dramatically.
No,
I think
they're still...
That one TI performance may have made people take it into question, but they're still Falcons.
They are still Falcons. This was actually a slightly un-Falcons-y performance in that they ended it fairly quickly. But yeah, I think they'd love to take control of the game and just choke the enemy team out and assure that they're going to win the game. But, you know, there's no rush. If you're in a dominant position, obviously on this occasion, like people were pointing out, I think Owen was saying they've still got this out. They could get out-carried. So maybe they were like, well, we should close it out. We don't want to give them any more time. But yeah, they're playing brilliantly. I personally think Bet Boom versus Falcons final, if they're both playing at that peak, is going to be some of the best Dota we've seen this year, in all honesty, because both these teams, I'm loving this patch at the moment. I'm loving this meta. It's really fun to watch. I want to see those two teams go head-to-head playing their best.
Yeah, I think Falcons... Oh, never mind.
I think Falcons want to talk to us, is what I think, because we've got a winner's interview with Amar. Amar, why'd you have to do Crystallis like that, man? He's your boy. What was this series? You just ran him over.
I mean, I had to beat him up again, you know, unfortunately we lost to them once, and it was because of me. Like, I actually insanely grieved, and I told him even before that I'm gonna beat him. And then he made fun of me because I did lose, so like I had to put him in his place, you know. Yeah.
So you are taking some of the blame for that loss, because that loss that you guys had against Parivision, it was a close series, went 3 games, but that was like a week ago. I guess a lot has changed in between then from all these matches that you've been playing since then.
I mean, don't think much change. It's just more of like second game I like insanely threw the game, and third game was just super random. And yeah, but like don't think much change. Like we know we deserve to win the series against them, but we just, you know, I just grieved, and like now it wasn't unexpected to win against them again.
Okay, then are you saying that not much has changed even in your draft? Because even in game number 1 of this series, they first pick Razor, you immediately Vipered him. That's what I'm saying. Like this seemed like a personal series.
I mean, he even himself typed in chat it's like a creep wave game, you know, like it's already clowny because he picked Razor for honor and I picked Viper in honor as well. Like it's like a fight for honor, you know. He picked his hero from our times and I picked mine, and that's how it went.
Like gladiators in combat, and then game 2, I guess you just had to show him, no, this is how you play Razor.
I mean, yeah, I had to beat him with his own hero, so yeah, and it's also my hero. Yeah, it looks good.
Well, it's been fun to see you two go head-to-head, and I'm happy to see Parivision doing well. I'm sure moments like these are fun for you to play, and I'm going to pass it on over to Purge, who's got some questions as well, or BSJ.
Hello, I'm Purge here asking you some questions. We were all wondering, has Aoi been coming back to help you guys at all for these playoffs? Because it felt like a different drafting style from you today, or is that just all from you guys?
I mean, yeah, AY just came back. After we have reached top 4, we had to show him that he was useless and we never needed him. And now he finished his vacation or whatever. So now he came back, and now we just it's just to make him feel good now, you know. But we don't really need him.
And when you were building your hero pool, we know you've expanded it much over the last year or 2 or so, but does it play a factor that you wanted to be able to play the hard counters like Viper against Razor when you were building your hero pool, or how did you choose the heroes you originally specialized in?
I mean, it's depends on the meta, I guess, and yeah, I mean, it depends on the meta. That's how I use my heroes. That's how I edit heroes. That's how I added Viper, is because I wanted to counter Razor and things like this. Yeah.
Definitely pays off in situations like that. What about the Magnus for Malrine? Is that something you guys effectively stole from BetBoom because they were having so much success? Was it something you guys were thinking about before that? How did that come to play?
I think Malrine just sometimes creates some random heroes out of nowhere because he's the one who created Sand King Mid, you know? Like he was the first to like make this hero like the shining hero, and now he's also playing Magnus, so he might do it again. I have no idea, but like, yeah, we did have random Magnus mid 2 games, and it worked really well.
I wouldn't call it random myself because it seemed much better than that, but thank you.
How random was this Earth Spirit? Crit has been asking for it at all, or was this a pick early in the draft and you're like, well, I mean, I guess we could flex it, even though no one else does it these days?
I mean, it's Crit best hero, you know, and obviously he wants to play it, and but deep inside, I'm like, what is this hero even it does, you know? Like, I'm like so confused when I hear like Airspit, but you know, like you have to also trust your teammate, and this is his best hero, you know? So if he wants to pick it, he can pick it, obviously.
And he picked it with this ready-to-roll facet, so did that require more communication from him to be like, hey, I need my allies to line up so I can take advantage of my facet?
No, I just asked him what it does, and he told me don't worry about it.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss in that regard. Although I do want one clarification. So is AUI, did he come back from Japan straight to your bootcamp in Serbia and now he's with you again?
No, he's just, he's in Canada. So he's just there and he talks with us in Discord, and he just talks to us online and we're all here.
Gotcha. Okay. Want some clarification because I know we spoke to Crit earlier and we were hearing that he and Snaking have been doing some of the prep, but he also gave you and Malrine some credit. He said the kids have been helping out as well. So have you been helping with the prep more than usual with AUI's absence?
I mean, definitely, like, we have been all, like, trying to, like, we have to, like, all do it because, like, we don't really have him, and coming to, like, same first tournament we played together, we never, like, the first tournament we played was Kuala Lumpur and we didn't have him. So obviously we all had to, like, put some effort at least.
Yeah, it's true. I didn't think about it. We're coming close to that 1-year anniversary of Falcons, and it's been a hell of a year ever since. Amar, congratulations on making it through this lower bracket against Parivision, and best of luck in the lower bracket final.
Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you, thank you. Because Falcons are feeling pretty safe, because not only are they making it through further in this tournament, Parivision are unfortunately eliminated, but they get to make it to ESL 1 Bangkok because they got enough EPT points. Meanwhile, in the Western European region, everyone's afraid. All this Liquid, this Tundra, this Gaming Gladiators, they got 2 slots to fight over for, and there's still 1 man also waiting in the... I'm sorry. There's still 1 man.
It's not looking good out there.
Happens more and more these days.
In a world.
Life is not what it used to be. Don't you understand? All the compendiums are gone!
Where all hope is lost.
It's the Zoomers.
Why won't they stop?
And the threat is taking over.
It's happening. Every single day.
One courageous man risking it all.
You know, he once saved me from certain death. Bought pipe. Was that good?
To save humanity as we know it.
Don't you see? He's abandoning his people so he can save us.
Mother of God.
The hero they don't deserve.
Nobody's picked up Dota in years. Are you even listening to me?
Fortnite Man.
Oh, yeah, it's like stuck in my teeth.
Did someone say flops? Not coming this winter.
hands off, and then boom! 28 things! You know, it's like, it's over. Hey guys, I'm here with my boy Stippy. We're gonna play comment or report. We're gonna be getting some statements, and we're seeing if either of us can agree. If we strongly agree, strongly disagree, if he's stupid or not, let's find out.
Okay, you go first.
I disagree with this statement.
That pizza's overrated.
I think
you're a big
pizza is-
fan of pizza.
I think pizza is heckin' good, yeah.
Dude, it's just a warm sandwich basically that you put pineapple on and some tomato
That's the
sauce.
problem. You don't put pineapples on pizza, you dumbo. For me, I would generally say I do prepare, sometimes more, sometimes less. But overall, yeah, I do. I don't know about you.
I strongly agree as well on this one because I do my own prep for the team, especially for the big events.
He's lying.
What do you mean I'm lying?
You off camera said if you should lie or not.
Should we lie? No. I definitely prep for the event. Sometimes prep is also part of watching every tournament, playing a lot of Dots as well, doing research, and that's exactly what we do. So we can talk about some Dots.
This one is serious.
I've seen a lot of good nicknames in Dota over the past 20 years.
Let's see his opinion.
I would say agree, but there are better nicknames out there.
Okay, I strongly agree, and I don't think there are much better names out there. So counter argument, what are better names?
What are better names? I don't know, I like Toronto Tokyo. I think that's a banger of a name.
Okay, but it's better than Fortnite, man. Imagine you're a pro player.
And you're
like
playing against
Seb,
Fortnite,
like
man.
Seb in the most recent Dream League qualifying, you lose to Fortnite, man.
We'll put it here then.
We did it, guys. Fortnite, man, the GOAT.
I'll put it from strongly disagree, and then I'll slide it to strongly agree. One thing I really dislike about adding new stuff to the game is channeling. I have to channel all the time. I have to channel my TP, I have to channel Watchers, I have to channel the Lotus. Like I'm not even playing Dota, I'm just walking around the map and channeling. And I think there's a lot of stuff in the game that's been added, so I want to see some of that removed.
I think Dota is weird where I agree that they do add too many things, but over time I think you come around to kind of accept it and it's good. Like I think talents and facets. So I would agree. I think they have a good balance. Like it is too much, but you get used to it. But yeah, I think maybe like, you know, simmer down a little bit. We don't need like 80 things or at least give us more patches where it's like 10 new things now, wait 2 months, 10 new things now, instead of like hands off and then boom, 28 things. You know, it's like, it's over. So I agree.
Gladiators will be better with Watson.
Ooh, I will disagree on this one because I think Doracio's playstyle was what kind of made him a good team as well. I think the core of the team is still really, really good, but Doracio was a lot of the times hit or miss, and most of the time he was hit, and that's what I liked about him because he was basically Hwast or Xbox from the old days who was playing super aggressive. When this guy plays something like Slark, he's going to be diving your tier 3, tier 4 towers 15 minutes into the game. That's what I wanted to see, you know, something that can throw teams off balance, but I could also see them doing better if they get more stable with Watson.
This one is hard for me because...
This is a political answer, I can already tell.
No, like I will have a take, don't worry about it. But so the thing for me is that I personally don't think Doracio is like the best carry. Like, there's other carries who are definitely better than him. But yes, he was a really good fit for this team. So I see why they kicked him. It will hurt them in the start, but I think over time, yes, they will be better with Watson because I think Watson is a better player, but you can tell right now that Doracio is missing in the start, but over time, he'll be the one they need. I agree that they will be better with Watson All
right, I'll say I disagree with this one. Not strongly, because I also think that Watson is a great player. Cheers.
Are we drinking?
Thanks for watching. Good.
Bye, and thanks for watching.
The city lights a neon aglow. We are stars covered in gold.
DJ is breaking all the knobs off.
Let's go, 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 go. Na 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 na. Na na na. Let's turn the beat up. Let's turn it up. Na 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 na. Na na na. Let's turn the beat up. Let's turn it up. I wanna see you breaking loose. I wanna see you breaking free from yourself. And I wanna see you getting high on the music. The DJ's gonna blow your mind. Oh yeah. Come on, let's do it. Ain't nowhere to go but the top of the world. Here I go. I'm riding on a disco train. Ain't never coming back again. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. Nobody's gonna keep me down. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. I'm riding into disco town. Ride the train. Na 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 na. Let's turn the beat up. Let's turn it up. I wanna take you to a place somewhere nobody gives a damn what you wear. Some place the DJ takes control of your life. Just let the music soothe away your trouble tonight. Yeah, come on, let's do it. Ain't nowhere to go but the top of the world. Here I go. I'm riding on a disco train. Ain't never coming back again. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. Nobody's gonna keep me down. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. I'm riding into disco town. Ride the train. Na 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 na. Let's turn the beat up. Let's turn it up. Na 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 na. Na na na. Let's turn the beat up. Let's turn it up. Clap your hands, snap your feet, turn up the heat. Let's have a good time. Let's have a party. Clap your hands, snap your feet, turn up the heat. Let's have a good time. Let's have a party.
Hello, everybody. I know you were enjoying a little bit of a dance party in between, but we've got games planned. Not Dota games, that happens in a little while because currently Betboom and Spirit are having a scheduled time to start, and we've got some time to kill in the meanwhile. So I want to play a game with not only you, but my panel as well, Purge, BSJ, and Pyrian Flex. Gentlemen, I want to do a little quiz with you because I know that you guys have learned a lot about the players over decades, in some of your cases. Experience of interacting with them, isn't that right?
Look at me.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I would hope so. But how well do you truly know them is what I want to know, because I have a game involving matching up 5 players to their 5 Discord avatars. You can tell a lot about a person. You know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's see if you can tell me which players correspond to which Discord avatars.
What if it's a picture of a word? Just a single word. How can that be worth 1,000 words?
I mean, why take a picture of a word? It tells you a lot, doesn't it?
No.
No?
I kept forgetting the word. I took a picture with my phone. Still just one word.
But what if you? But what about the thought that you put into taking a picture of that specific?
I don't put any
word?
thought.
Exactly. No, but the fact I could learn a lot about you. This person who took a picture of a word, probably old.
Damn. He's right.
There you go.
But that's one word as well. Old. That's not 1,000 words. You're going to talk for 1,000 words about how old and annoying I am? You could easily. Anyway, let's do the fucking quiz.
I don't think we have the time, unfortunately. All right, gentlemen. I am going to pull up a picture showing 5 different Discord avatars and 5 different players of various teams here at DreamLeague Season 24. And I need you to tell me which picture corresponds to which player. Some of them will be fairly obvious. Some of them are literally just pictures of themselves.
Really?
Yes.
What is this, LinkedIn?
But that's what I'm saying. It's very indicative of the type of personality. What type of player would have a picture of themselves?
Fly.
You think it'll be fun?
And not because he's conceited, just because I feel like he would be.
He's a straightforward guy.
He'd be like, yeah, he's gonna be like, well, I should have a picture of my.
Yeah, it should be representative of who you are.
Crit as well.
flexing.
I think Crit as well will just have a picture of himself.
I'd say
Ooh, I don't
Pure
know
would
that.
have a picture of himself for different reasons.
What's your Discord avatar, Purge?
My Purge Gamers logo that I got branded like 25 years ago, and I haven't changed it.
Wow.
Mine's a banana.
Very straightforward.
That's unusual.
Wait, which one? At Banana Slam Jam or at BSJ?
It's at BSJ.
I see.
Yeah, Banana Slam Jamma is Jenkins. If you guys want to say.
Yeah,
hi.
it
Isn't it
is.
a dog?
Yeah.
Isn't it a picture of his dog?
Uh,
No, Banana Slam Jammas on Discord.
Oh yeah, that's a picture of a dog.
Yeah, thank you.
a dog or his dog?
I don't know. Is it Jenkins'
Actually,
dog?
it's probably a fat dog, whatever kind of dog it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's.
Kieran, what's your Discord avatar?
I think it's like a cartoony picture of me.
Yeah, it's,
Oh,
it's the one with
yeah.
like the white background and the crown and stuff.
Wait, your
No,
Steam
it
one's
is-
different. It's like a monkey, right?
No, the Steam used to be the monkey. Now it's just it's too.
I'm trying to confuse people by changing his.
My Discord profile picture.
Yeah, I thought your Skeleton King rendition used to be your go-to.
Yeah, but now
branding.
mine is like destroying.
Oh.
My boy Hroger did it for me. He's one of my viewers. It's like me yelling and swinging an axe and
This is
yelling.
rare for that. He doesn't yell very often.
He's a very,
I'm a very quiet, peaceful
calm,
guy.
stoic.
Well, I've learned a lot about you because I'm buying time for something to come up over here. Oh. Maybe I didn't need to buy time at all. JK. All right, friends, let's get the game started. First team, it's Team Falcons. You should know a lot about them. We just saw them play some really good Dota.
All right, well, Crit is Crit.
Yep,
Really?
that's obvious.
You're
Let's
confident
do
on that
that.
one. You sure it's not one of his teammates meeting with them?
So the Adventure Time is an interesting one because I feel like it's not a show that the youngest members of the team might be associated with.
Perhaps.
But I would say that Snaking might be from an Adventure Time here because he's just a hair older.
We had to think about out of all the players, which one would have no picture. And
Well,
I feel
I
like
thought that
that's
was
Snake-
Amar.
Oh, I thought that's Snake King for sure.
No,
What do
I
you-
think
what do you-
Amar is like, I don't care.
Yeah, I think you might be right about it. It's probably Amar's.
I'm saying Amar is default Discord. Adventure Time is Snaking.
You know
I
the-
think,
Attack on Titan would be Malrina.
yeah, that's Marina.
Oh, is
and
that
then
what that's?
Skeeter's
No,
the
no, no,
little
no.
thing.
The Attack on Titan one's Skeeter for sure. You don't know. That's his
Oh.
icon in Dota as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The right
that's
one's
Skeeter.
definitely
That's what he
Skeeter.
said. And then
Okay.
the other one is Marine, right?
All right, so we
Is that what
got
he said?
Attack on
Skeeter.
Titan, Skeeter.
No, you heard
The little
correctly.
piggy is Marine.
Little Piggy is Malrine.
That was my guess too.
The default Discord is Amar.
Default Discord is Amar.
And Adventure Time is
And
Snake.
do you know these characters in Adventure Time? That's the main character, and that's one of his temporary girlfriends. That's Flame Princess. Great show. So
It is a great show.
One of his closest.
Pining after a woman.
This
Oh,
makes
he's
sense.
using
Which
this as
might-
representatives.
Are we
My
happy
little
with
beast.
this?
I see what you're saying there.
Are we happy with this? I especially like the fact that it's
This
like
is really well
very
drawn,
neat
by
one
the way,
over
Neil.
for each one.
It's
can I say?
symmetrical. Do you use a protractor on this?
Yeah, I learned from Save. He told me to learn my geometry
Yeah.
for my Muerta dead shots. All right, friends, you confident in these selections?
I think we're pretty happy.
I think we're gonna
Final answer, lock
get
it in.
2 out of 5 guaranteed.
Yeah, we're happy.
Lock it in. Let's see the reveal on how many you got accurate. Okay, so we got Skitter is indeed Attack on Titan.
We got Crit.
It looks like the Piggy is in fact going to be Snaking.
And the
Okay,
Adventure Time
okay.
is Malrine. So we mixed up 2 of them. We got 3 right. You were right about the default being ATF.
I mean, the crit one was pretty straightforward.
No. We got 3 out of 5.
Okay,
Neil.
fine.
3 out of 5 is good.
It's good. You understand 60% of Falcons.
So Marine's an
More than
Adventure Time
Paravision.
fan. Nice.
Maureen's an Adventure Time fan.
Nice.
And Snaking is a pig doing curls.
It's such a weird little picture.
Kind of cute.
All right, let's see our next team.
Oh, I know
Got
one of these for sure.
Gaming Gladiators,
Who are these?
Watson, Quinn,
Who are these?
Ace,
3.
Tofu, Celery.
Okay, this one's kind
Okay,
of
the one
straightforward.
above Quinn is 100% him.
The one above Tofu's, because if you look at his house, like remember DPC days, he's got like psychedelic posters.
Yeah,
he's into hippie-like stuff.
Oh, are they playing a trick on us? Vegan celery for
Vegan
sure.
is definitely celery. Watson must be the cat in the dog bowl because that other one's a picture of Ace. So
Oh, yeah. Mix up those 2.
Yeah, so the dog is Watson and the ace is Ace.
easy.
This one
Unless Watson was a huge Ace fan
this
before
one
he
may have
joined
been
the team.
quite straightforward.
I thought, isn't Tofu a vegetarian or a vegan?
No, he's not.
Oh, because his name is Tofu. So
Nah, he's not.
okay, all right,
That-
we're confident.
It's an acronym. We've learned this during a DPC many years ago. It stands for the One Fluffy Unicorn.
Oh, I thought it was for F out.
Also a possibility. That's why he has his fist there in the corner, you see, right next to his name.
Get the F out.
That's a much better gamer
He
tag.
should have been in the WWE brawl and taken period flags out.
Impossible.
All right, friends, we locking this in?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me
Very-
see the reveal.
I'm very confident.
Nice.
Blam.
100%.
We can't see any of them because we got them all.
Well done, gents. Well done.
Impressive performance. This one pretty straightforward. What Quinn does love this left shark, the Katy Perry left shark.
Yeah, I think it's his Twitch profile
It is,
too, unless
yeah.
he's changed it. Yeah.
I don't know the story behind it.
We'll have to ask him. Next interview question.
Next interview question.
You know, maybe 2 Dream Leagues from now when they're back.
Can I give a shout out to Quinn? He stopped by my stream the other day and said some nice things.
That's nice.
What a nice boy.
He's a good lad.
Shout out to Quinn. Shout out to Gaming Gladiators. They're going to have to be competing in that Western European qualifier against Fortnite Man.
And teams like Team Liquid and Tundra.
No, Fortnite Man.
Yes,
is what you need to
I
be
have,
doing.
I have a Quinn stream story. One time I was doing subscriber games and he subscribed, and then I used to go mid and like random my heroes, and he went mid against me and he stole my bottle. Dumpstered me like 2 games in a row for fun. It's a bad time.
Did he at least sub to you?
Yeah, I got $5 out of it, but
Was it worth it?
no,
For him,
definitely.
I meant.
For him, definitely, yes. You have to play Ember against a Winter Wyvern mid twice in a row.
Was that before she was Universal?
Oh yeah, this was like 10 years ago.
That's what made this
Disaster.
man a TI Grand Finalist 2 times running.
Yeah, it was the skills that he learned from me.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, beating me up.
Gotta
All
start
right,
somewhere.
let's see the next team on the board.
I know one of these.
We got Parker, Analog, Devi Llama, Schofield, and KJ King Jungles.
Yeah.
Tell me heroic.
Well, we got the llama's going to be Devi Llama.
Oh, I didn't know there was vodka.
I didn't know
in
there
that
was
image.
vodka in there either, but I know that.
But I've seen that image before.
I can't tell who's sitting in the middle. Is that?
I think that's KJ. That looks like
That
a KJ.
does look like
doesn't
KJ
it?
based on the
Like
side, the
handsome
haircut.
side profile.
Yeah, the haircut looks like KJ. So
That's-
middle one's
that's
KJ.
the KJ.
Okay.
The monkey.
We got a monkey.
All right. Do you think people call Schofield
not a monkey.
Maybe?
That's not a monkey. That's a chimpanzee.
Sorry, chimpanzee.
Do you think some people call Schofield a monkey maybe, and that's why you used a chimp picture?
That kind of says a lot about his play style. Like, he's kind of like all over the place, kind of messing with you.
I have no idea what the anime one.
I think the anime one's Parker because he's.
I'll be honest with you, that is such a bad picture.
It's Naruto, I think.
Wait, which picture?
The second one. Look, you can barely see
Yeah,
what it is.
I also actually think it's Naruto. I think this is some edgy Sasuke scene or
It's
something
Parker
like that.
then. He's toxic.
Parker?
Whatever.
Okay.
He's got the anime picture. I'm down to do the chimpanzee Ted on Schofield. If you guys
Chimpanzee
want.
Schofield and
Chimpanzee
the
Schofield.
Machina del Temps,
it's
the
a
time machine,
time
is
machine.
analog.
Time Machine is analog.
Which I love that picture. I'd love to know what that's from.
It looks like it looks very digital, honestly. But
It's
we
a
can
very
give it,
cool picture.
we can give it to analog.
Right there.
That's I think
That's
that's
as good as it's gonna
most
get.
conclusive.
If someone knows what that image is from, let me know.
All right, friends, locking it in.
Locking it in.
Lock it in. Computer, please reveal the correct answer. Parker
Parker's
is,
time
in
machine,
fact,
okay.
interested in getting a time machine.
Oh, we
Oh,
did pretty
man.
good though. Analog was anime.
Okay. I messed it up because I said Parker was the anime one.
No, I don't think you were. That was a pretty safe guess, I think.
Okay.
That was pretty good. I'm content.
Because
Yeah,
Parker,
3 out of 5.
Parker's reformed right now. You're saying that all your encounters with him back in North American pubs, back when he used to go by Parker Stupid, that was a different player now.
You're absolutely right.
He's hopped in the time machine, the hyperbolic time chamber, and became the carry that was able to win Wallachia.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a lot of that's almost 1,000 words from that picture right there.
I want to get a picture of that time machine
Picture of this
so I can find what it
classic
came
old man behavior.
We've
right
been
here.
dealing with
Thank
Ted
you.
all
Sure.
week. He just pulls out his phone and he's like,
You sure you don't need to like
top 5 favorite
Top
words.
5, yeah.
No, I've got a
I
question.
do
If
the
a
talk.
picture's worth 1,000 words, how much is a picture of a picture
of a word?
of a word?
I don't like this discussion. Can we move on?
It's a factorial. It's 1,000 exclamation point. All right, let's go on to the next team. Mickey, Nisha,
Oh, it's
Saberlight,
default.
Box the Insania.
I don't know any of these.
Ooh, Team Liquid keeps you guessing.
Okay. El Saberlito,
El Saberlight.
maybe using this Speedy
I was thinking
Gonzalez.
Speedy Gonzalez makes sense for him.
But that makes some sense.
I see
Yeah.
what you mean. I see what
I'm
you mean.
pretty sure Insania is the default one.
Is he? I would have guessed Nisha, but I have no clue.
I've the only person out of these I've messaged on Discord before is Insania.
All right, the second image is cool and artsy. Does that fit anybody? Is that Insania?
Oh,
I think the hat one is Boxy because he wears a hat and is kind of a. You know what I mean?
This one I really don't know.
Yeah, this is
I'm
a
blind.
tricky one.
I reckon the picture above Mickey is connected to Mickey. I reckon that's his.
Maybe like an older brother or something.
Yeah, or like a cousin or something. Like
Okay, I think that's a safe
that's
guess.
fine.
I think the default one is Nisha. I just get a feeling he's like, I don't care. I'm not.
Yeah, he feels like a default man to me.
Give me a
Yeah.
consensus on this one because Brian was
That's
skeptical.
fine. If they both think it, that's fine. I'm not too
I
convinced.
think it's the safest pick out of the other ones.
It is in character for Nisha.
I think. Oh wait, actually, the hat guy is that? Do you recognize that as a character from some kind of an anime?
It's probably an anime, yeah.
Because I think Insania quite likes his anime.
I'm leaning towards that. That looks like an Insania vibe anyways.
Can we go for the pink one is Insania and the crazy background one that looks like
The
rushing
artistic.
around? That's Boxy.
Boxy appreciates art. He's an art man.
We're gonna go for that.
This is
Are you happy with that?
I don't have a better guess, so I'm
Okay.
down. I'll commit with this for you.
We're in semi-consensus. 2 yes and an abstain.
I'll take a semi-consensus.
If we get 2 out of 5, I'm happy.
Computer, please reveal the correct answers.
Okay, Boxy, Speedy
You got
Gonzalez.
Nisha as the default. We got Mickey, and we got Insania.
Saberlight is artistic.
Saberlight's artistic. Boxy.
Okay,
Trying to
so we
express
actually
himself.
got the ones we weren't that sure of. You guys did, because I didn't do anything.
Did we get 3 out of 5?
Yeah, 3 out of 5 again.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
Impressive performance. Boxy Speedy Gonzalez, I wonder. And Saberlight actually being, he's much deeper than we give him credit for, you know?
Ted said that was Boxy.
Saberlight gives this image, you know, he's
No, he
silly,
didn't.
happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, you said the hat was Boxy. You
No,
said-
I thought the other one was.
Oh,
Yeah,
you,
I didn't
oh.
mean- yeah. There's 2 hats in the picture, Brian.
Oh, okay, my bad.
This was a good one though. Like
Yeah.
I'd never seen these images before.
Hard to guess.
Made the process of elimination a lot harder.
All right, next.
Give me the next team. Let's see what we got.
Oh, no,
Yuma,
no,
Copy, Gunner, Lelis, and Fly.
Okay.
Well, the IO is Gunner.
The
Yes,
nouns.
that one I know. He's doubling his image up.
Iowa's Gunner. Give
Love-
Dire Tide.
I love that there's such a high percentage of teams that are using the default image. That's so funny.
There's always one player doing it. Which player? I mean, Nisha being default avatar, that's classic Nisha. But who would be...
Maybe Copy, because he's like newer.
I've seen this Majora's Mask image recently, I feel like. But I
What
don't know.
the
which
hell
one
is
it
the third image?
That one's a good question.
Like, what is that?
I don't know.
It's like an image from like an anime from the 80s.
It's like
That's
you
what that looks
cropped
like.
something and been like, yeah, that'll do.
It's
You've taken the time to upload that. It's not even anything.
It's a lock of Hatsune Miku's hair, maybe.
Oh.
Oh, God.
I was like,
course.
I didn't know if that was real or not. Could have
No,
been.
I don't. I have no idea.
Dude, I have no idea.
I'm
for
kind of
these
down
ones.
for the default to be Copy. Do you guys object to that?
Yeah, I think it's one of the newer players who have been playing Super Pro a little bit less.
And then Majora's Mask.
I'm gonna say Fly for that one because it's a relatively old game, and it's
Okay.
gonna match his age. Not that he's an old man, but like
You know.
around the same age as us.
He was
We
the
used to-
oldest player at TI last year.
And I feel like Layla's is more likely to be the left one than the.
Yeah, I
than
think the
middle
cloud
one.
thing is Lelis and the middle one is Yuma.
Cloud thing, Lelis,
Yeah.
middle thing.
And look, that's
Yuma.
nice and symmetrical, and they like the symmetry, whoever's putting this together. There's been a lot of
Yeah.
symmetry.
Once again, expert drawing, Neil. Looks great.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So
All
yeah,
right,
lock it in. Final answer. Meh.
lock it in. Let's see the reveal.
Oh, shit.
My God, you guys
Ah,
watched this.
Oh,
Shit.
shit.
Oh,
Fly
shit.
is the default?
Why is it?
I did say that at the
because he's
start
so
of the
busy
day,
at the
didn't I?
gym. He doesn't have time to set profile.
We only
pictures.
got the one we were absolutely certain of, which
No.
was Gunner.
That's right. I said earlier today Fly would have a picture of himself.
I also
Default
said
was
that.
second
I
option.
agreed with you, and then I forgot.
Yeah, no.
God, I'm a
Oh,
fool.
no.
We said photos of
I'm a
himself
fool.
though.
Lelis, a Zelda fan.
Our version
Makes
of it
sense.
looks a lot more aesthetically pleasing if you remove the green.
It's
Yeah,
true.
agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
See,
Yeah,
that one,
that's
that
it. That's
one's not
ugly.
nearly as.
Horrified.
That's ugly. All right, well.
Well, it happens.
We got 1 out of 5.
This was the worst team that you did on. Let's see the next one. We got Smiling Knight, Stormstormer, Zibe, Eki, and Seneko. Avalis avatars.
All right,
there's
well,
one.
Stormstormer literally has a picture of himself.
That's a
so we'll
fresh
put that
picture.
in there.
I think the turtle one is Zibe. I don't know why I know that, but I know that.
I trust you.
Is it a turtle or a tortoise?
That
It's a
looks like a
good
tortoise to
question.
me.
Now we've got 3
tortoise.
weebs.
I'm pretty sure Eki's the far right one.
Okay. Why do you feel so confident?
I
about
just feel like I recognize the picture,
this? Okay.
and I'm not friends with Smiling Knight or Shineko.
I feel like Seneko is probably the far left,
Seneko's far left.
Like that?
but I'm just guessing. I just
No, it's a decent guess. And then
So
the
I
other
guess
one is.
Smiling
I guess
Knight
by
is the
process
second one.
elimination.
I'm confident on 2 of these. But
I'm,
that's-
I'm pretty confident on the Eki one.
I'm pretty confident on the Stormstormer one.
Thanks for helping with that one.
That's
Ted.
all right.
You did.
I don't know animes.
I mean, I don't know any of these.
We're locking
these
in,
are-
right?
There's some custom yeah.
Final
Yeah.
answer, Neil.
We
Final
lost.
answer. Weak final answers, but I'll take them anyway. Let's see the reveal on
No!
Avalis.
Nuts.
Okay, we're.
Not bad.
I messed up the Seneko one. That was my job.
Seneko was that one, really?
We got
Wow.
I'm surprised.
Okay, well, those two are kind of similar in theory. It's like a cat girl and a girl.
That's a first zone. That's why I'm I think.
It's the sliding scale of furry depictions.
Yes.
It's on there.
Zibase is like the first slide of that.
the turtle himself.
The singing turtle.
The singing turtle.
Tortoise.
Okay, 3 out of 5 is not
3 out of
bad.
5, not bad. You guys, you have not gotten 100% yet.
No, we got 100% on one of them, right?
Oh yeah, we did.
Oh yeah, you did. But you've at least always gotten at least 2. All right, let's see our next team. Pure, Kiyotaka, Miero, Save, Kataomi, Bet Boom team.
All right, default save. Am I wrong?
I think you're right.
I feel like
He's
this
got the most
team.
Discord
You know
default
so much
energy.
about this team just looking at these pictures.
That's what I'm saying. It's a fun game.
All right.
my gosh.
Do you think which one do you think is Tommy Shelby? I feel like it's either Miero or Pure.
I don't know. Miero's ever so young, isn't he?
But Miero, I feel like Miero's a fan of the show,
You're right.
and Pure's like I identify with Tommy Shelby.
I was gonna say the same thing. I was gonna say Pure for that reason.
Pure Peaky Blinder fan.
You go.
But
It's your call. I'm fine.
But the second image and the fifth image, the guy lighting the blunt and the
I feel like by process of elimination, Miero wouldn't be the other 3.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree with that. Oh, and it's smiling too, right? It's like parentheses. That's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
smiling parentheses.
Yeah, that's Miero.
Okay, let's Tommy Shelby.
Tommy
we'll
Shelby
go
is
Miero.
Miero. The guy lighting the blunt.
That's Kiyotaka.
That's Kiyotaka
probably.
energy.
Kiyotaka.
And then the other 2, they're kind of similar image, just like cool guy, dramatic pose images.
I feel like Pure is more likely to be the right one, but
You know what? Here's the thing: is Pure has his hair bleached blonde, and the picture here, he's holding his gloves up, and it kind of looks a bit like Pure's haircut.
Are those
so I think
boxes?
he's drawn to that picture. So I'm going to say the middle one is Pure, and the
Sure.
far one is.
Let's go
Kataomi.
for that.
I'm fine with that. But for the record, I would have reversed those.
I understand. It's noted in the court will note that Brian would have
Yes.
done this the other way around, but the
putting it in
gavel
the
is banging
register.
down, bang, 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 sticking it in, locked.
I don't know if we're getting 2 on this one, but
I reckon this is a 5.
And reveal.
Oh shit!
Not bad.
Oh.
You guys were right. Save is indeed the default.
okay.
Kiyotaka is indeed
The
blunt.
lighting the blunt.
guy.
Tommy Shelby is actually Pure.
Okay, that was the 2 we were debating between.
Yeah, that's true. That's
And then
true.
Miero was okay. So okay, it's not bad.
That's
Okay,
pretty
that,
bad.
that makes sense.
We got 2 right.
Not bad. Your theories were strong.
Yeah, I think it. With
We
the
went
logic,
wrong at the fork in the road between Miero and Pure.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
We would have gotten it otherwise.
All right, load up with the next team. We got Crystallize, Moonlight, Fortnite Man, QBFY, and Krecker, Polonitsa.
The creep getting doomed.
I do,
That is great.
this feels impossible to me. I do not know.
Okay, I'll give a theory. So, of all these players, Crystallize has been around the longest in Dota, and I feel like the dooming the creep is like a deep in the archives meme, like eat your shame. That's an old school Dota meme.
You think that's crystallized
But
then?
I will also say the picture of the cat with the sunglasses and the wine bottle, that's some old people shit too.
That is true.
Like my mum could love that.
Get it
You know what
sent
I
on
mean?
WhatsApp and be like, look at this image.
Yeah.
Bro, I have no clue. For
I'm
these
down for
5
Fortnite
players.
Man to be the default.
Fortnite Man default.
You guys object?
Really?
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know these players almost
I feel
at
like
all.
Moonlight seems like a guy that would like weebs, so he's going middle.
Yeah,
That's
Moonlight
3 or
is the
5.
middle one.
Number 5 is Weeb also, but
So the Doom Creep is straight down to Crystallize. And then these other 2, the cat is QBFY and the eyes are Krecker. Bam. IXII. Done.
all right,
Lock it.
let's run it. IXII.
We got one.
We got one.
You got Krecker. Default avatar was in fact QBFY, and Fortnite Man. Turns
Was
out
the
he has
Doom
deeper
Creep?
Dota knowledge than I gave him credit for.
You led us astray, Neil.
My bad. I mean, he is the offlaner. He would be playing Doom. Maybe this is a scene from one of his games.
So Crystallize is the weeb.
I mean, they're all weebs. probably.
There's a lot. There's a lot of that around here.
All right, next team. Let's see what we got. Crystallis, No One, DM, 9 class,
Who
and
default?
All
Ducalis,
right.
Pari Vision.
No one is 100% a default pick.
But there's 2 defaults.
I'm saying the gray one.
The gray one?
Yeah. Blam. Done.
Why do you think he's a default pick?
Because he's a bold brother. I can sense it. And I don't think he fannies around with all this profile shit. He's just like, no, I don't care.
All right, I think the most 9 class one is either the 2nd or the 4th. That guy's edgy, right?
So the edgiest one is the teeth one. So that's 9 class right there.
Think so?
Yeah. Then the
Second one is DM. It kind of looks like him.
Sure. Second one is DM. Ducalis is.
I think it might be a default.
I think Ducalis is default and Crystalis is the cat. No. Yes. I reckon that's right.
All right.
I don't object.
Computer, reveal the correct answers.
I think Crystal.
Okay.
Crystalis was default.
Default. Fair play.
Cat girl.
So you got the Bald Brothers. You got it.
I sensed it.
You sensed it.
An edgy one's Ducalis, and 9 classes the cat girl.
Huh.
Okay.
Huh.
Surprising to me. That's the least I would have expected.
I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to do this where I don't just look into how the graphics done this because they've got a different pattern every time. It's like a knitting pattern. I'm just like, I'll avoid trying to metagame.
Yeah, don't metagame it.
And I just want to, because I'm really tempted to look for the pattern every time.
All right, let's reveal our final one then. We got Satanic, Laurel, Moloch, Rue, and Miposhka, Team Spirit, Team Cat, it seems.
Okay, who's the spy family one?
That's your Forger.
Who?
Spy Family, is that an anime?
Yeah, it's an anime.
Which
It's a
one is
recent
it?
one. It's the far left one.
Okay.
She's like a ninja lady that like plays a housewife, but she's like, can
Secretly.
she can murder
Okay.
people. Yeah.
Who gives Housewife Ninja energy?
I'm gonna say the fifth one is Malik because I shared a car with him at Riyadh and they were listening to rap music.
It's good enough.
And he was, I believe, also rapping.
Okay.
Like he was, he knew the lyrics and was
I
saying.
feel like Miposhka is one of the cats.
An anime cat or a sad cat? Wait, is that Gigi? Is that what you were supposed to be for Halloween, Pyrian?
I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
If that's Gigi.
I don't know if it is. I can't tell.
I thought Gigi was black.
Gigi has rounded ears, I believe.
Which one's Satanic? I feel like he's the player that we.
I feel like the second one's most likely Satanic.
Yeah, or the first, one of those two.
Neon anime.
He seems like he's in his phase of like, neon anime, kind of emo looking. I'm down for the cute cat to be Miposhka.
Sad cat.
I would have picked a default picture
No,
for Laura.
No, the sad cat.
The other
sorry.
one. The other one. Neil. Yeah.
Oh my God, Neil.
Shit.
He had to redo the whole thing.
Yeah.
There's no delete last.
It's fine. I remember.
And then Laurel is the regular cat. No, the other the cat,
purple cat.
And the lady on the end there is Rue. This is a mess. There's no way graphics has done this. They like patterns and order.
I feel like we're only gonna get one here, which
I
is
think we're
probably
on a 1.
statistically your average.
But YOLO we must. Roll it.
Roll it!
Oh my
Oh shit, boy! Fucking crush that shit!
What? I'm shocked.
Oh my gosh.
I am shocked right now.
Damn! What a get!
I feel like we all equally contributed to that too.
Every time that
That's
we
good.
finish it, I'm like, yes, that made sense, and it feels like right now, like, oh yes, we did it right, but it was wrong so many times before this that I know my personal belief is
And we
wrong.
had nothing to go on either. This is pure guesswork.
even
The only
the
thing was
reverse-
Purge saying he likes rap. That was like all we had for
It was
Malik.
the reverse metagame too. It's all disjointed, arrows all over the place.
Wow.
Wow.
That was a rush.
I'm happy. I'm proud of us, guys. Great job.
It's all about how you end the game.
Now the real question is, do you think these guys can beat BetBoom team, my friends?
Nope.
You don't think the sad cat is going to be able to bring them to success?
Has absolutely nothing to do with these guys. Bedboom team is on fire.
Well, I guess we have to find out in the game, my friends, because we've got our upper bracket match coming up next. It's BetBoom team versus Team Spirit after the break. You agree with that? Oh, you strongly agree. Oh, gosh.
Strong agree.
Well, Mira, I hate to be this guy, but I strongly disagree.
Welcome everybody to a game of Commend or Report, where Ted and I are going to hear some statements, maybe controversial, maybe not, and we're gonna see how much we agree with each other.
Either strongly disagree or strongly agree, or anything in between.
Anything in between.
Indeed. All right.
It's a spectrum. It's beautiful.
Dota has too much power creep.
Well, I'm going to go as so far towards strongly agree that the cup is in danger of tipping off the table.
Too much power creep. So there has been a lot of power creep. I think often people will not adjust quickly enough with how the game goes and then blame it on power creep. You know, I see that happen a lot in the Dota community.
You're
where
saying
people,
it's my fault.
No, not you. But some people, they will, like, instead of going with the flow, they will just complain about the state of things. But there definitely has been. So I'll put it on agree. This is agree, right? Agree, but like, it's not painful.
Agree, but with caveats. You're like, no, I
It's
agree,
like,
but...
yeah, but it's fine. To me, it's fine. I think Dota's in a good place right now, and I think that if you want to adjust, you can.
You would rather be too hot than too cold.
I would not rather be, because if you're too hot, you can't take your skin off. If you're too cold, you can put on layers. I prefer hot weather to cold weather, but too hot versus too cold, I would not want that, so I'm going to disagree.
You're going to disagree. You know what, I agree. I like being in warm. I like the heat, but when it's too hot, you can't sleep, you can't do anything. It's insufferable. You can't go outside, you're sweating. Ugh. So I'm going to go, I would rather not be too cold.
Let's see eye to eye here.
Yeah.
Saberlight suits Liquid more than 33.
See, that one's interesting, because before Liquid won TI with 33, and Saberlight stood in at the start of last competitive year, he looked really good with them. And everyone was like, wow, he suits the team so well. They play so well around him. But then it's because when you have to stand in for 3-3. But when 3-3 came in, there was a rough patch. They gelled together and then they looked incredible. So I wouldn't say he suits them more, but he does suit them.
Okay.
Do you follow?
Well, I want to see how Saberlight does with them before I make a complete, not just as a stand-in, because you sometimes get that stand-in bounce, where a stand-in comes in, everyone goes, woo, and you have a great series, but then how do they go over the months and everything? So I'm going to say completely on the fence, I neither agree nor disagree, I need more data.
So I'm gonna go like slightly, can I go on the line of disagree? Where
Absolutely.
I'm like hovering a little bit towards agree. I do want to emphasize that last year, Saberlight, when he stood in at the start of the year, he looked really good with Liquid.
Looking forward to seeing more of it. So,
Do you think music should be listened to in albums rather than individual songs?
You agree with that? Oh, you strongly agree. Oh,
Strong agree.
Well, Mira, I hate to be this guy, but I strongly disagree.
Wait, you don't think music should be listened in full albums?
No.
I respect that. To me, when I say strongly agree, I think music is best enjoyed on a full album, but that doesn't mean you can't listen to an individual track and enjoy that separately.
Of course.
But I think with the kind of music that I really love, for example, my favorite band is Tool, and I'm obsessed with them for
I would not have had you pegged as a Tool fan.
I mean, it's all over my really. I think I've talked to you about it multiple times.
When people start talking to me about Tool, I tend to glaze over.
I see. So
that's just Tool fans. They start talking, well, have you ever heard of Tool? And I'm just like, yeah, let's just move on.
So I strongly agree, but you know what? I'll push it a little bit.
Sorry, there you go.
Push it a little bit, towards the line.
Okay.
Because I think you can enjoy music regardless.
So I agree absolutely with that. But I'm talking about albums in 2024.
Okay.
And albums in 2024 are not like that. And if you look at albums from the past, you would get the LP and it would be like the double sleeve and it had all the artwork and stuff. And that was meant to be, you put it on and the whole album plays and it's a story and a lot of the songs bleed straight into the next. So it is much more of a journey. And because of the nature of music now is pumping out albums every year, there's only really ever 2 or 3 decent tracks on a lot of albums these days. So you know what, I'm going to move from strongly disagree to disagree because I think it's era dependent. That's how I feel about it.
But you make a great point, actually. And because of that, I think I'm staying on the strongly agree, but you are right. That
Okay. Would you move like a millimeter back towards?
I would still want to be on the line of strongly
Of course,
agree.
but like that
Yeah,
much?
yeah.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Productive.
The majority of your gaming time right now is spent on Dota.
No, no, it's not at the moment. I will happily admit I've been playing a lot of other games. I have not been playing a huge amount, but I do still play, I'd say, at least every other day.
If you had asked me this at any point in the last 15 years of my life, I would have strongly agreed because all I've ever played was Dota. Don't hate me for this, but I'm obsessed with Deadlock.
She's a deadlock.
Ever since TI, I've just been playing Deadlock. Every time I go to play Dota, I'm just like, but I want to play Ivy. So then I log into Deadlock. This feels really wrong. This feels like I'm doing something. This is wrong, but I'm so sorry, Dota. Just Deadlock has my heart right now.
We all need breaks. I think people expect us to just play Dota or out of their minds.
But the thing is, I've never not played Dota. Like,
Yeah.
I've never been interested in any other game.
I mean, I have been interested in other games, but Dota has been the main thing. Well, Mira, thank you for playing Commend or Report with me. I had a great time. It was a good discussion.
It was
Did you
wonderful
enjoy
time.
it?
Wonderful
it was really
time.
good. We hope you guys enjoyed it too. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. At the bar, too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before tonight swallows the sun. And I'm done.
Here's the deal. I've given you a taste and now you know it's real. Ain't got no time to waste, so tell me how you feel. Just let me be your bad girl. Take the reins, 'cause I know that you want me, boy, it's in your veins. Don't tease me, babe, you know it's driving me insane. Just let me be your bad girl. Come on now, baby, do it.
Dream League Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, very good evening to everyone tuning in. It is finals weekend here for Dream League Season 24, and we're already one series in. And that means we eliminated someone, and that happened, and that was okay. It's okay sometimes. We're also going to see one of the teams move directly into the grand finals, and that will be a blast. And that's all coming up this evening, so let's get started with the second half of the day. Right, we have fantastic PogChamp pandas in the house, and we want to take a little bit of time to highlight them a little bit more. But let me check in with the people here first. Hey, Jenkins, how are you doing?
Hello. What are we highlighting about the PogChamp pandas? I'm excited for that now.
You
got me excited about the PogChamp pandas.
That means you didn't read the brief. That's fine. Hey, Fog, how are you doing?
Good morning.
There was a brief?
Doing good. Yes, you didn't get the memo?
You didn't get any memo.
I got the memo.
I know, because I know where you were last night.
Oh.
He was in my room.
How are you doing, Owen?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Looking forward to what's going to be a pretty exciting continuation of the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that the series we have this evening is going to be a little less one-sided than the one we just had.
Yes.
And I think we'll get that. I think we're going to have some good Dota ahead of us today.
I think so too. And of course, Owen, you know exactly what I'm talking about because you were literally present this summer with the PogChamp pandas in their studio.
I was.
Okay.
I was.
I thought maybe more.
What, you want me to say? What we got?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Well, I want you to talk about it, ideally.
You were in the studio at the
What
PogChamp
did you do?
Studio,
What
yeah.
did you do?
I went to the studio. I was in the studio and I left the studio.
Okay.
No, it was really good. It was
What a
really
fantastic
we had
battle
a
I had
great
this morning,
time.
afternoon.
Basically, we went there and the lads they laid down some of the tracks that they were actually probably that you probably heard, lads and ladies, at home during this Dream League that they were preparing and messing around with some ideas. And they took some of the best ones. Well, they were all the best ones, but the best of the best ones, and they got them laid down. I believe they mixed and mastered everything, so that you, ladies and gentlemen, at home can enjoy them anytime
We have
and
an album.
anywhere.
There is an
We have an
album,
album.
and it
Look
is
at that.
live on Spotify
Wow.
right now. And you can check out esl.gg/PogChampPandas for all the information. There are 4 tracks right now, right? 4 tracks?
4 tracks?
Yeah, there are 4 tracks right now.
How did you guys decide on the album art?
Well, look at our ambassador right over there. That's
the mascot.
It's the
mascot.
panther. Is that that's a leopard?
Leopard? The leopard.
The leopard.
Yeah. What's a leopard?
Leopard. What's that animal?
Isn't it a cheetah?
Was it cheetah?
I thought that was
I think it's a cheetah.
That's
cheetah.
a cheetah. I don't know my cats. It's a cheetah. There you go. It's a cheetah.
But what about all the blood?
He's ferocious.
It's not a very ferocious sort of cheetah.
That's actually the part of the map behind us.
Oh.
Because you know,
of it.
cheetahs have actually never killed a human in recorded history. Google that.
I hear this every
Not
event.
a single time.
Well,
has
that's what
cheetah-
the cheetahs will tell you.
Big Cheetah is out here lying to you.
Big cheetah.
They're secretly murdering.
Right, they're just killing everyone.
Countless humans.
Look
yeah.
at that guy.
But
Definitely
it
needs to
is
kill
very
him.
Hey, look at him. He's like, yeah, I didn't murder anyone.
Yeah.
But there were PogChamp pandas obviously recorded it with the 4 pandas actually. Sorry, Tom, you weren't present, but Thijs was there and Bob was there, and of course Thomas and Jens. Also, a lot of the music was inspired by Twitch chat.
By Twitch chat.
They asked for a vibe.
But it is good because when you describe it like that,
was
it's
like,
going to
oh,
sound
no.
terrible. It's like, inspired.
No.
But
They
it's
basically
good.
they
Probably couldn't
mentioned,
even play
they
it on
mentioned the
Spotify.
vibe. They mentioned some core instruments if they really wanted to, and they also came up with a lot of the song names. There was a bunch, but the best were chosen. But live on Spotify right now.
Yes,
Congratulations, guys.
Go on Spotify.
You
search
deserve
PogChamp
all the success. You're so talented.
Yeah, incredibly talented. A team that is also very talented, but did not make it through the top 3. We can talk a little bit about that because we just saw Paravision eliminated, and because they're eliminated, we want to highlight a little bit of what they took home. So there are 300 points that they got, Fog, because they came top of their group.
Yep. They played really well throughout the majority of this tournament. I think in the beginning, they definitely showed that they were probably one of the best, if not the best at the start. But then quickly, I think teams started to understand how to play versus them. And I think no one in particular had a couple of these games where he popped off super early and then a couple little slip-ups that were pretty costly, because that's what happens once you get to these later stages of tournaments. Small mistakes compound. So
You're playing against better players, better teams. They're going to take advantage of your mistakes. And I do think that they also got a little bit figured out in the draft. Everybody has now seen and understood the potency of no one's Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
Now everybody's picking, everybody's banning it, and it's just kind of become the meta. And then at that point, you have to adapt. I mean, they did well to come top 4 in such an early stage for their team.
Yeah.
Like, this is
Instantly qualified to Thailand as well.
It's very impressive. It's very impressive from them.
Yeah, because the Thailand qualifiers are looking pretty spicy, so Paravision making it through and having that guaranteed slot is incredibly important for them. 1,900 points, by the way, total.
That's a lot.
What they have. That is
Good
a
start.
lot.
Yeah.
Really
That's,
start.
You know what I mean?
Fantastic,
Coming in
treat
at the
for
start of
them.
the season, that's a lot.
Succulent.
Yeah.
It is a succulent treat. Jeez.
Jenkins.
Thank you, Jenkins. I hope that we can bring up the prize pool for a little bit, because of course we have
There we
3
go.
teams left in the competition here, and we know that Team Spirit is the only team of the 3 teams remaining, with Bedboom and Falcons being the other 2. Bedboom and Falcons did get top of their group. Bedboom in group stage 2. Unfortunately for them, they came 4th in group stage 1, so they didn't get points from that. And Falcons got 1st in group stage 1. So they get 300 extra points themselves, and Spirit did not get 1st or 2nd or 3rd in any of the group stage, or nothing group stage. Well, they don't get 80 points out of group stage, let's say it like that. And they get a guaranteed of 2,000 points. So I will say Paravision, with those extra 300 points, and they come very close to being close to Spirit.
They do. They do, no, absolutely. And I think it's something you just got to remember, and teams obviously were aware of it coming into this tournament, but for the viewers as well, because I still see a little bit of confusion online when it comes to the format of, some of the games don't matter during the last sort of stages, the group stage. But they really do. They really do. There are points for the position on the group stage. Sure, it might not matter for seeding or moving into some upper or lower, where you're going to go into from group stage 1 to group stage 2. But there are points. So yeah, if anyone sees that online, make sure to correct each other and be like, well, actually. Yeah, those games do matter because of the points. There's points on the line in the groups.
And so, as you can see also, our upcoming series matters a lot for points as well, because you can go from guaranteed 2,000 points to 2,500 points, a lot of points in our upcoming series. If you want to secure yourself top 2, we are going to head over to Bedbone versus Spirit. So, gentlemen, thank you for joining us this evening. Jenkins, are you ready for this one?
Hell.
I'm so ready for this one.
All right, well, let's get started. Bedbone versus Team Spirit. And there we go. We got a great best of 3 coming your way. We're upper bracket finals right here. And for that, we got a top tier couple of people to talk about this series. Effie, how are you doing?
Great. I'm great. I'm just excited for a 3-game series, I hope, because that's what I wanted out of the previous one. But yeah, I have my fingers crossed. I think Spirit have been improving.
They have been improving. Lacoste, how are you doing?
Doing good. I was usually morning shift, ready to go to bed right now. But I think this Dota will wake me up, because Bedboom, they look like the best team of the tournament.
They have been looking incredibly strong, and I think, Keza, you're going to tell us more about how strong they are.
Yeah, like I think Bedboom, we've all seen in this tournament, like how good they are. I don't have gameplay stuff for them, because that will be for Spirit, but for Bedboom, I want to showcase some of their drafting. So if we can pull up the little graphic that we have prepared, because both Pure and Kiyotaka have been playing a lot of different heroes, and I think that those 2 in particular are making like the drafting really, really hard for the enemy team. So you can even only look at the Liquid series where they did this, where they very early pick heroes that if you flex them, which they do with the Monkey King in the lower graphic and the SF in the upper graphic, it actually makes it a lot harder to pick a lot of mid heroes against them. So in the lower one, Team Liquid end up picking an Earth Spirit mid, which is like an insane meta pick right now. Lots of teams are gonna go for this. So what can you do now? Just put the Monkey King mid. in the upper half. They're the only team that ran SF in the mid lane. In this specific draft, they didn't do it, but this is still something you have to account for in the draft.
They ran Morph mid instead.
Instead they ran Morph mid after seeing the Tiny, and honestly, those 2 games were massive outdrafts, and obviously this is not the only thing that they do well, because their gameplay is phenomenal. But these are things that if you're not ready as Team Spirit, this is going to cost you a lot in a game.
Yeah, I think at the start when Falcons came onto the scene as a new team last year, we had a team that was very difficult to draft against because of their high flexibility. And I feel like Lacoste, we have Bedboom that has now created the same problem for other people to solve.
Pretty much, this team has looked the best from any teams that we've seen. And I really like the fact that this team is improving. They needed a fresh start, something that they've been lacking with the previous roster. You could tell when you see them on camera in interviews, because they've been winning a lot, that they are feeling good about the roster. They also feel good about playing with each other, and that's
They're having
what Dota.
fun.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, pretty much.
Yeah, they have said that they no longer feel like, or at least Miro said that in an interview, they don't feel like they're in a box anymore, and the atmosphere is just overall better.
Let's just
than
lay the cards on the
previous
table. They had a
Bedroom.
dog shit atmosphere before,
Yeah.
and now they're actually having fun. They have some spice to the team, and it looks amazing. Like, if you look at their ranks too, this is a lower skill team than the previous team. In terms of MMR, it's lower skill. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter in Dota. Friendship matters. PMA matters. The willingness to adapt and to change and to try things, that matters a lot at this high level.
I think also like the trust towards each other. Like the fact that, you know, your mid laner busts out some mid morphling. In some other teams, you know, maybe you can do it. Maybe in the old roster, maybe they couldn't do that as well, depending on players or how people see heroes. So, you know, I agree with
They're
Mr.
afraid.
Jenkins.
They don't want to
but now-
disappoint each other.
Exactly.
Because the toxic relationships going on potentially.
Sure, and their play is definitely showing that as well, right, Effie?
For sure, but I do wonder how. So it's really easy to have a very positive atmosphere when you're winning.
Yeah.
So can they keep that atmosphere
That's a good
if
point.
later on in a few months they start to lose? Because Bedboom has been notorious for like having a tilted kind of environment that goes on sometimes, and you know, a couple of the players are still on that roster, and maybe it could be easy to return to that, because it's very hard to judge a team when they're in a honeymoon period, everything clicks and they're winning.
Who's the culprit?
Time will tell. Time will tell.
If they go toxic, who's the culprit?
Certainly not Miro.
Just say it.
Not Miro.
Not Miro.
I know who you're thinking about. Just say it.
I won't say he's the best. Miro, you know what? I believe in Miro's ability to make every team he's in like more positive and more enthusiastic. So I'll say that.
Yeah, no,
He's a good guy.
He is definitely a good
He's
guy. I will say, in terms of play, we've been highlighting Pure a lot in terms of his gameplay. Is one of the best carries out there. A lot of would say the best, apart from Jenkins.
And
who
apart
does
from
not.
Nightfall, who's prime
And
carry.
that is great, but there comes a lot of confidence comes with that. And we had an interview with Pure just a couple of days ago, and he was very confident in his ability, and maybe not as confident in Team Spirit's ability.
I think Spirit are not ready yet.
They're not ready yet.
This is amazing.
Pure Dota 187.
Add him right now.
That's how much he weighs. Kilograms.
Yeah.
It might be the height.
I mean, I think he has a point in that, like, so he said in that interview, I believe, like, he prefaced that he's been watching the replays,
Yes.
which means, like, Bedboom are doing a lot of studying, and he thinks that a lot of, like, he thinks they have potential, and that's the most important thing, because that's what they've shown us this entire tournament. They did prove him wrong, though, because they beat Falcons 2-1 when he said that's what they weren't ready for. So maybe they heard that, and they've got a bone to pick with him today.
But he also is up to something, considering that they beat them at BB Dacha 2-0. They beat them in the second group stage of Dream League, so he knows them pretty well. I'm sure that they also have a pretty good record when it comes down to playing Scrim, so that's why he was so confident to say that. Because Pure looked amazing. Like, this guy, one thing I like about him is that he's not afraid. These are the best type of carries right now, I would say. We've seen that at Wallachia Season 2 with Parker, who's not afraid to experiment with his item build, playing different carries, and also he's not afraid to pick up Rapier when he feels like, oh, it's going to be like 4th item Rapier, but we need it to win the game. I'll pick it up.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not going to be afraid to face Team Spirit here also in a best of 3 because, well, first of all, they have beaten them before, but maybe there should be some things that they should be worrying about. What is your story on Team Spirit?
So Team Spirit, I think they've won over a lot of people. We all have loved Spirit before, and I do now again with this roster. Of course, they've lost Viatoro and Collapse, and also their coach, Silent and Mira. But this roster, honestly, they're owning and they play really well. What I want to highlight is how they enable Satanic and how they play the map. I think this is what they do best. So what we can see here is that they go top, they take this tier 1. He's going to fall backwards and farm his triangle, where they stack for him. So now he gets to farm stacks, but what's most important is what they do to where their heroes are after they take the top tier 1. Satanic gets to farm the triangle. Instead, Miposhka, he is top, and he's like taking attention on himself, and your Dawnbreaker plays bottom. So now you just keep the DK like very nicely in this triangle, and because of how Spirit are playing, it's not that easy for Paravision to make a move. They feel like overconfident in mid, and this move is only with like 3 heroes. Puck Coil, Dawn Ult, into Bad Rider. So they get this nice and quick kill mid. In the meantime, Satanic still farming the triangle, your Dawn goes back bottom. Because of the info that he got, he can go push out another wave top because people just died, they're gonna respawn. And this is like the most important thing that this guy does that some other carries don't. You need to have a read of what is actually going on on the game. Right now, bottom lane is all the way pushed out, no one is there. Many other carries, right at this instance, they would go to the right and farm the triangle. But because of how they're playing on the map, because of what they see, not only do they dodge this move, but they understand how to take it back. You don't move in your DK first, you move in one of your subs. Let them take the first contact of like attack here. Rue on the upper hand, he's gonna deward the ward. And now instead of their DK like freely dying, which would happen in many other games, they trade their support for an enemy core and they get to hold the map. If we look now at the follow-up, top lane is all the way pushed in, so DK again gets to farm. Mid lane is also free to farm. Bottom lane is all the way pushed into Paravision, and this is like a huge thing. So this is what they do really well in the mid and early game. And this is another clip. They're down 11k gold in this game against Paravision, but they're the aggressors. They look for a movement. They have their own vision. So they go here, and maybe, you know, sure, you can say Paravision mess up here, but you can only capitalize on mistakes if you're actually there to do it. So Team Spirit, they go mid, they're looking for something. Pari mess up, they hold the lasso, they pull the guy back in, and this is literally one move in this game, and they're back. So these guys, if you underestimate them, they're gonna punch back and they're gonna own the game.
Yeah, especially we saw yesterday and the day before as well, when it goes late, they are so scary. Now there's one thing, because they don't do as well as other teams. If we can take a look at our US Air Force Wisdom Rune for this series, there is definitely a glaring difference between the two teams.
Yeah, their average Roshans per game are very low, even below like whole group stage average, which is a bit surprising considering that they've been winning a lot. And you also see BetBoom, who are very high up there. They're prioritizing other stuff. This is also a team that plays from behind a lot of the times. I think that's why Roshans, because a lot of times you would see them lose a lot of the fights, and they also push it to the distance. This is the team that had 5 60-plus minute games, and they won 4 out of 5. We talk about clutchness when it comes down to Team Spirit, especially the old roster. I think we're having the same vibes again. They know how to play around Satanic in the late game.
Yeah, clutchness is definitely something that is talked about with this team. And speaking of talking about, I wonder what they're talking about when they're talking about each other.
So good at taking these targets. Never Burrow stroke on the one pure, but he's having to get the BKB off. They can't keep the chain done. The Boundless stroke comes out on the turn. Deadline has gone into Rampage. It's game over.
Hey, they're so good at everything.
I think Team Spirit is a good team, but they need experience, more experience to show the better results. I think we'll see.
Disruption set up on Skater. Skater is going to lose his Aegis here without the Dragonite being involved. And now Stormshire is going to try and grab him. They do manage to get the stun. Satanic's following up. He's dead. Divine Reaper's on the ground. Falcons, oh, what?
We've been playing good. We're preparing for every enemies and we grow up.
Before this tournament, we was playing Bad Moon Tacha, and we also watched a lot of replays, and I think now we are ready.
If we win, it's good. I'm already happy because we're showing good games against tier 1 teams and we're learning. We see how we can grow up.
It's all about playing our own game, being in a good mood, in the good atmosphere. Just believe in yourself, so that's the way.
As soon as that glyph expires, they're trying to finish off Malik. Does Long try and finish the job? He's got Satanic in, bots 2 in. Satanic refreshes, pops the BKB, and he finishes off the throne. Falcons can do nothing to stop him now.
Walking in the light, you win this game.
There's a lot of clutch games that have been played over the last 2 weeks, and I hope that this one will be another one as we're in the draft for game number 1 of this best of 3 upper bracket finals FE. We got the openings already on the board. We got a Tusk coming out from BetBoom on the Radiant side, and Spirit will get themselves the Batrider on the Dire side. Is this something that you're happy with when you're seeing the opening of these two teams?
Yeah, I think this is pretty standard. The Batrider itself has become more popular the last few days, but I think Spirit have looked really good at it. They flex it between 4 and 5, which they actually also do with their Hoodwink. And it just gives them, very early on, BKB Piercing Disable, which Tusk also gives you. The one issue with Batriders is very farm intensive, Kazu.
Yeah, so I do think as you said, they use Bat really well, and also what we can tell from their games and what we've talked about, they just need one little play. And if that's all you need, Batrider's like a really good hero for that. They also lane it very well. As you said, they flex it. So overall, I think Spirit will be very happy with this. BetBoom obviously know that this can come out, so this must be what they think is the best answer for them.
Yeah, I agree with the Bat. I feel like it plays into the clutch factor really well. And I also agree with the point that he needs a lot of farm. Like, in my opinion, this is the best support in the entire game. If he can get to the Blink Dagger, that's when you're gonna lose the game, is the early game. But as we saw in the pre-draft, the way Spirit plays the map really lends itself to Miposhka or whoever's playing this actually getting a good amount of farm. Even if it means he's dying, he's making space for Satanic and he's getting to his Blink Dagger, and then the hero really comes online.
Oh, I like the support duo for BetBoom. You have double saving potential with the Snowball, BKB piercing ability, a lot of team fight. A team fight in terms of like where you can prolong a team fight rather than having some Giga spells. And you also have a save against the Snowball, of course. But to me, this whole thing is going to be, this whole series is going to be about the carries. Like which carries they're going to get. I see a lot of carries being banned by BetBoom. In the first phase, Satanic, his hero pool is not that big.
He's been practicing though. I checked his pub profile. He's been trying to add Razor into his hero pool.
And Kez.
Yeah, which is he's been playing a lot of that.
Very important. Very important.
I do like that he is going for heroes that don't fit the bill of I'm just going to farm the entire game and trying to play for more early aggression, because that's something Laurel said in an interview that they were working on, that they're trying to improve their early game.
I mean, I guess after so many comeback games, 70-minute games, they're just tired of it.
Yeah.
They're like, please, let's just win normally for once.
Okay, so this is gonna be the one core for them. Of course, Malik has looked very, very good on Primal Beast, like overall in these games. Because you need these type of heroes that threaten. Like you can't just let Pugna have like a free lane and a free game. There needs to be threat on this hero. And it can lane pretty well with like a bat. He can push the guy back into your trample. You can also be left alone pretty easily if you wanna cut. So let's see what the other support is gonna be.
I think versus Pugna, you always look at Enchantress, who is typically banned, because you get the Enchant Dispel on Decrypify.
Yeah, BetBoom does not have any bans left for support heroes because it is their mission to make Satanic's life as difficult as possible. So that is their main focus in their bans.
Miposhka has been exclusively playing the Batrider, so they might be looking for a position 4 instead. Something for Rue. He's undefeated on like Dark Willow.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe just Willow.
Dark Willow or Hoodwink, maybe prep for... I mean, you already have a break mechanic coming out from this Primal Beast, but yeah, this is gonna be the first Enchantress game that they are gonna play so far. No, never mind. My bad. Miposhka played it 2 times.
Well, first time Rue will be on Batrider.
Yeah, he has been pubbing it. And I mean, Miposhka enters like some of the most legendary stuff you're gonna see. And this makes a lot of sense. You have Primal, you can collapse on his lane with the Ench, you have the Bat. Looks good to me.
No, he plays Bat for sure. It's something he played in the last tournament too. It's just been very easy to like throw Miposhka on position 5 flexes. That's actually something Team Spirit have been doing very well. But it looks like a strong lane. You have the Flame Break knockback into the trample damage.
I mean, BetBoom will have to show quite a bit here, and I think there's a couple heroes that sometimes they go for that maybe here don't look as good. Like a lot of teams would favor some maybe Pangolier here. I don't think you really want to do that into some Primal. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing them pick up Pure's hero here. Like, if you can find Pure and maybe a hero that can flex between 2 and 3, that would be your most ideal scenario.
Yeah, it's not the easiest pick for Pure though, because if you look at Team Spirit's first 2 heroes, they give you like a lot of single target lockdown through BKBs, which makes the carry's job a lot harder, like with the lasso, with the pulverize. Maybe a carry that isn't BKB dependent, something that can play without it.
Sand King and Gyrocopter will be the two cores they go for.
But I like Gyro a lot versus Enchantress. He scales very well, number one, obviously farms quickly, but he provides you mixed damage. So while you do know you're going to have the right-click potential of Gyro later on in the game, you're also going to have his Rocket Barrage, you're going to have his Call Down, you're going to have a means to take down Ench.
Yeah, I was about to say, this Enchantress, it looks so stupid in most of these games. You're unable to kill position 5 hero who just runs in and provides you with vision and soaks up most of the damage first point of contact. That's why I think any kind of magic damage is going to be good to kill this Enchantress.
Yeah, he'll die in this game. If you're Miposhka, you're definitely trying to play around the early game creeps and pressure, and you're not really trying to win based on running in and tanking. He won't be able to do that. For Spirit, for Satanic, I agreed with Mira's point that like Bet Boom kind of has like a lot of magic damage, so I think Spirit getting another BKB carry would be really solid. I mean, that's pretty much all of them. Luna looks pretty... Is Luna banned?
No, not yet.
Good.
There's also...
they do have a pick into ban, and then they pick again, so... Depends on what they think they have 3 picks for. So they go for the Earth Spirit. The Blade Mail is really good in this game.
Yeah.
Double Blade Mail.
Yeah, they already have double. I mean, you can also like get a pipe on your Primal if you want to later. I mean, they have to protect their Earth Spirit now, because, I mean, Sand King could go mid, but he can also go offlane, so maybe cover that a bit. But I think if you're looking at Spirit's carries, you already mentioned Luna, I think there's like Alchemist, there's Razor that Mira mentioned that he's also picked up pretty new, which looks pretty nice. If you feel like you can ban for either of those, like why not?
Razor's looked very good against Sand King in the lane and in the game. The Bloodstone heals just not enough to deal with the Razor linking you.
I agree. I would love for him to play the Razor that he's been practicing in pubs. I think it makes it so that Gyro's game is harder too. I guess the one thing is like Bet Boom do have overall last pick, so if they see this Razor, they can just throw the Sand King versus Earth Spirit. That's a great lane for him anyway.
Yeah, and then hard counter in lane. Yeah, I agree. They banned the Razor anyway, just because like in the game it would be very solid. Alk was still in the pool this entire time. I mean, I guess Doom is as well, so that makes the drafting a little funky. You pick Alk, you get doomed. You know, it feels really bad.
So what's left in the pool for Satanic other than the Luna that we might want to see?
How do you guys feel about the Faceless Void? I mean, it's a little... Okay, maybe not with Earth Spirit Primal. These heroes got to get in there. You're going to chrono them. Like, that feels like shit.
Yeah.
But it looks good against Bet Boom's draft.
I think you'll lack damage too at some point in the game, like in the early stages.
I think you want a carry that just deal... Like right now when people get lasso, there's not a lot of threat. Like they do well in long fights, but I would like a carry that also helps you to like snap a guy like out of the fight. Like
so
TA maybe?
Luna.
Sure, I think Luna can work. I'm not sure like which of these other carries that are left that he prefers. Could see Luna, I could see TA.
He does
ban a puck, and there's the Luna.
It does make a little too much sense. It's the vanilla pick, but it's good.
Okay, final pick for Bet Boom coming out.
So now they can do what Mira was suggesting, which is put the Sand King mid, and then maybe get something that's good against like the Luna Enchant lane.
Dawnbreaker looks...
Dawn is still, Dawn is still available.
Yeah.
And that's very good against the lasso, like instant burst that we were talking about.
Great save as well.
Yeah, I see nothing wrong with the Dawnbreaker. Mira was also one of the first ones who actually busted out in the beginning.
Unless Kiyotaka is calling for a mid pick that he really wants to play, like an Earthshaker or something versus Earth Spirit.
Sure. Yeah.
Or Timber.
I could see it. There's also the potential for... Am I crazy?
You're praying.
Is
Beastmaster?
Please don't
Beastmaster still in the pool. I mean, I could see
Kiyotaka, please don't do it.
No, Beastmaster is indeed in the pool.
Yeah,
still,
I mean, I could see just the BKB piercing disable for the Satanic Luna, like going late game if they can just roar him. Game is easy. I think any BKB piercing disable is really good against Spirit just as a concept because they play all 4 Protect 1 around Satanic.
So many options still left. It's the Queen of Pain in the end.
Well, that should shit on Earth Spirit mid, hypothetically.
So I have seen this matchup and I'm not fully convinced with the Scream of Pain into like where you max Scream. It's kind of what everyone does into Earth Spirit. I feel like if you max Dagger, you do actually shit on him.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen that yet, so we'll
at
have
least
to see.
at least 2 points would be nice.
Yeah. The third one is a bit of a...
Laning stage is over by the time you have the third point.
Especially with Earth Spirit. This guy, if he doesn't have a lane, he's going to be roaming around and you're not going to be even shadow striking anything. But Looking at both of these drafts, I do like what BetBoom drafted for themselves. I feel like this draft has some like really explosive damage, has a really good timing as well. And also Pure is on Gyrocopter. This guy will join early on, so expect some really rotations coming up from him.
Heavy rotations, love to see it. What are we thinking, Effie?
I think that's the great pick. I think probably what Lacoste said about wanting to burst targets really quickly because of how tanky they are in that early stage, like Earth Spirit and Primal Beast and Enchantress. You do want to burst them quickly, but Spirit do have a means to chase down this Quap and kill her. And if you go for the Dagger build, you don't have the rotation power. If you go for Dagger build to beat Earth Spirit, you don't rotate as much as you would want to do.
You can't match him.
So I think both teams got what they wanted here.
I agree. I like both drafts. I mean, we're at top 3, so of course, both teams are excellent at drafting. I think both teams have quite a lot of damage, good disable, good scaling, decent laning. I do think both drafts have an overwhelming amount of damage. So if we see one team take a lead, it could snowball. But I don't know which team that's going to be.
What are we thinking, Kazu?
Honestly, I think it's hard to tell. I think maybe a slight edge to me for BetBoom, but like Jenkins mentioned, you were in like the last games of the tournament. You know, the gameplay will do the main part of the talking, and I think Spirit have impressed all of us. So I slightly to BetBoom, but in for an exciting game.
I feel like because we're watching Team Spirit, there's one question I have to ask. If this game goes minute 70, which Spirit has been able to push to minute 70.
They take it. I think they actually take it. I think they take it.
I actually think people are underestimating like Queen of Fiend's late game scaling.
Okay.
I actually think Spirit want to win like pre-ultra late game for sure.
Let's see if they can do it this time, or if BetBoom would take game 1 of this best of 3 as we're heading over to OD Pixel and Fogged via the PogChamp Pandas.
Straight to the grand finals here between BetBoom and Team Spirit. I'm OD Pixel with Fog. Fog, we just had the drafts. Exciting stuff going on in there, of course. We have BetBoom pretty much banning out all the carries.
Every single one.
On Spirit, he ends up with the Luna.
Yeah.
It's not an unpopular carry, but out of the carries in this patch and in this tournament, it is one of the ones that hasn't been winning as much.
Yeah, it's definitely been struggling, and in particular versus burst damage in some of these games where the hero just dies before you're able to actually use it, and holy moly, there's a lot of burst on the side of BetBoom. But I think both teams got what they wanted, so I think we're in for an absolute treat. You know, Save, I actually haven't gotten to see him play his Pugna as much this tournament because he's been getting some of his other heroes, his Muerta in particular, so I'm looking forward to that one. But I'm also looking forward to this Primal Beast, Earth Spirit frontline Blade Mail carriers, because there's a lot of uncontrollable damage that can come out from BetBoom. So yeah, we'll see how these lanes go down. BetBoom has been, of course, spectacular in a lot of these lanes, the way they can kind of get ahead and stay ahead. But Spirit, they've been very good at comebacks. So yeah, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, and well, this mid lane in particular, we had Kiyotaka coming in with the last pick, getting the Queen of Pain this time round. Is this already a matchup where you could see Lyle potentially being in for a tough time in the laning phase, or how do you imagine he's going to do here?
I've seen them do pretty okay, actually. It's supposed to be that lane dominator, but a lot of the players are just going for screams so you can actually play the game, so I've seen their spirits do better than expected. Kiyotaka should win the lane, but Laurel, don't think he'll be completely shut down unless we do see 2 points in Dagger after the early level point of Scream, but I don't think Kiyotaka will do that, so we shall see. Bottom, early aggression immediately is going to come out. The Tusk in particular. The 2 supports, I would say, on the side of BetBoom have been the 2 scariest ones for me in terms of laning pressure. Tusk just seems to win almost all his lanes, Pugna as well. I would say Spirits, they take a little bit more time, a bit more gold in particular, give it more levels. Mostly for the Batrider. Ench does secure most lanes pretty much as you hit that level 3 when you have level 2 enchant. But yeah, just been a treat to watch these Pugnas and Tusks inside that laning phase.
Absolutely. I mean, this top lane, it's saving the Poshka.
Duking it out.
Seeing who sort of backs down first.
And so far, Laurel yet to miss a CS. So he was able to get 8 and 1. So he is securing every single one with his boulder smashes in the mid lane for the first 2 waves.
So would you consider this top lane a tough one for Satanic on the Luna, or is kind of the presence of the Enchantress enough to give him the space against these two with the aggressive burst early on, the Sanking and the Pugna?
The double ranged has had pretty good success versus the Sanking in particular. I'm just wondering if the Pugna is going to be one to turn it around, but we shall see. Because you also can get... You can suffer a little bit as these Gyros and Lunas that I've seen. You're not like this Shadow Fiend where you play even further in the lane. You can get caught by a stun into a Caustic under the creep wave into all that damage, so we'll see how Satanic plays it with the backup of Miposhka.
Yeah, early days, but looking at the state of the two carries, we're going to find a similar amount of farm from these first few waves. Thanks to this bottom lane, and as you mentioned, of course, there's great aggressive potential. Tusk backing up the Gyro, but while having that battle on the other team you were saying to me earlier, well, this is a pretty good support for sort of breaking down, breaking apart what a Tusk plus a carry is going to be running at you with in a lane.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about backstage a bit there, is the every time that the tag team gets popped, that's the nice thing about having Bat. You flame break, push them away so they can't just use it at the maximum. Gyro, of course, ranged, can to an extent, but at least a way to protect Malik. And we are seeing them, they're taking quite a bit of a beating up here. He got a good stun under the creep wave onto Satanic there. He took a ton of damage.
And they landed it pretty nicely. I mean, Miposhka also falling
very low
before he got that heal off.
Save got
Lotus.
Lotus.
Yeah, he's going to get it.
Miposhka should be fine, but already seeing the lane separation. BetBoom, as we said, most of the games they've been very dominant coming out of the lanes. Right now it is looking at least a bit similar in terms of pressure.
It is showing a little bit, yeah.
These denies in particular, right? They've got
adds up.
They've already got 16 denies across the board to what, 5? Not even including the supports. Those things absolutely do matter. Gyro, I think in particular, has been one. It's just a lane dominator. It's a lane winner in most situations. Miro, he's got a healing Lotus. He's all right. And now starting to see the 2 points in Shadow Strike, the effect that it's having in the mid lane too. Kiyotaka did go down that route, so we are going to see him start to apply that pressure onto Laurel.
And overall, if Spirit do have kind of a tough time getting out of the laning stage, how much of sort of bad news is that for their draft this game, would you say?
Earth Spirit and Primal can fight pretty good early on without having too many of these items. As top save.
Oh.
He gets caught out from the creep.
Now we get that first blood. Nicely done there by Spirit. They're able to push forward and get him. At the same time, down bottom, BetBoom will strike back and take out Malik. But yeah, the Team Spirit there with a quicker move top secures themselves the first blood.
Miposhka getting the 3. As soon as that creep comes out, the Ench Classic able to find that setup onto save. Played a little too over-aggressive there. Yeah, though Spirit, I think both sides just have explosive damage and a good chunk of team fight in particular from Spirit. So even if they do fall behind in laning phase, I would say they can fight.
Sure,
because the power of Earth Spirit, the power of Primal Beast, they do damage even if they don't have that many items in the early game, as long as they have levels. But there is, of course, going to be the double save as well, that BetBoom can set up in some situations with the Pugna, with the Tusk. Malik really getting slowed down. I did not think that he was going to have that hard of a time, even though it's Gyro Tusk, probably 2 of the strongest laners. He slowed down a significant amount here, after dying too, so 17-4 and that 1 death.
Yeah, it seems like Kataomi has been able to do a pretty good job at just running Brew out the lane.
Yep.
You know, a lot of the time we're seeing him sort of chase the bat away and just get that chance for Pure to CS solo against Malik. And so far with the play, Pure just giving a bit of a masterclass really on the last hit against this Gyro, against this Primal. 36 and 9 against the 18 and 5. He's got double the last hits already 5 minutes in.
Yeah, he's having a fantastic start. And the other thing to point out too is that Rue, I think most of these games, right, it's been Miposhka playing the Batrider. So maybe a bit of a difference there where he's not as comfortable as well, because we're seeing him back up, he's going for stacks, and every time he backs up to go for that stack, that's when they go straight at, like, super aggressive onto Malik down here. Yeah, so we'll see what happens with that, because Miposhka, of course, wants to play his edge, but we'll see if that ends up causing any
top lane. They try and make a go for Miro.
He's got a Lotus.
Yeah, he's going to be okay. The Pinecone not able to finish off the job.
But that the Enchantress level 3 is starting to really secure that farm for Satanic. He is almost matching the Gyro in terms of the CS now because of that level 3, because of the creep. Power Rune, who's going to get it? Laurel, with the quick swing over, will be able to snag that one away and get his bounty rune. Good roll. Did see the double rotation from the supports on the side of BetBoom, and he's still able to grab that rune. He's 6 now. Very good timing for him. Kiyotaka's put the 3rd point in the dagger too, so really wanting to bully him out of the lane. As they've said on panel, and I think we've always talked about ad nauseum about the co-op that does hurt your rotations a little bit. We'll see how he wants to skill up afterwards if he does get that point in the Sonic Wave, because he's holding a skill point for the moment if he feels like he needs to go for that for rotation.
Yeah,
Or just a pressure for lane for the Scream.
I mean, I guess the thing is at the moment, right, he feels that the side lanes, they're not really in any sort of
not yet
panic or sort of need for him to come and rotate that soon, right? He can continue to just sit mid
Katomi.
and make sure that the Spirit isn't getting free farm.
Nice shards.
Still going to be able to charge on forward. He'll dodge it with the snowball.
He should be fine. They
And
use
indeed,
majority.
yeah, very nice moves with the shard and the snowballs to get away from the efforts of the both of them. Won't be able to steal their Wisdom Rune. Of course, Spirit, they have that secured.
Yeah, he's been masterclassing it really on this Tusk in so many of these games. That little play, I thought maybe he just dies because of that, if they were able to stick on top of him, but he played it actually perfectly with the shards and snowball.
Dire are scanning.
Slight advantage at the moment for the side of Bat Boom, and Pure with that slight advantage, looks like he is starting to make an aggressive move in the scan.
Just in the mid.
Kiyotaka.
They're going for him.
He's in trouble.
Indeed, with the wraparound coming in from both supports. Kiyotaka, blink on cooldown, nowhere to jump, nowhere to go. They push him for the kill. They'll be able to get some pressure onto the tier 1 mid. So.
The Miposhka Classic, just making that early rotation.
And that's the smart thing as well there from Spirit, that when that play was going on, it's not like they're leaving someone up top to get caught out by this pure rotation coming from the Twin Gate, right? Satanic, he's backed off completely from the tower, so BetBoom, they don't really have a clear way to punish the fact that Spirit put both of their supports towards the mid lane.
They threw the scan out. I think it actually did end up clipping them when they were going through the portal there. I didn't catch the end of it, but I know that they scanned around the portal area. So yes, Satanic, he played around it beautifully, able to dodge that gank out, and a significant amount of damage onto that mid tower. It's almost dead, 400 HP.
That was a good little move there from Spirit.
And Laurel now, with that type of advantage, he's looking for Pure himself. The grab gets cancelled instantly.
And he immediately decides against that.
Snowball is there.
And they've got Satanic coming in as well with the Eclipse, so this should work out. Rue, he's falling low. Katomi's trying to chase him. Malik, he'll run down Pure, kill off the gyro. Rue will survive. They get the two of them. I mean, again, Spirit
Heads up
might
moves.
have fallen behind a little bit in the CS in the lanes, but when it comes to these early game moves, they're a step ahead. They avoid BetBoom's attempt to bring the carry Pure to the top, and then they hit them back. With a very successful play, they get the 2 kills.
Get the tower.
Again, this tower 9 minutes in. Smart stuff from Spirit.
Very nice for Laurel in particular, right? He's playing versus the quote-unquote counter matchup of the Queen of Pain, and he's the one killing the Quap and making the more advantageous move bottom. Really good play. Great kick at the end there. I thought Pure was maybe going to make his play out of it, but that kick comes through, catches him, and they'll be able to have that burst. Now a 1-2
And it works out even with sort of the incredibly quick pulverizers.
It was. He canceled it instantly, but it didn't matter because they brought the extra number. Yeah, really nice moves here, Spirit. And Magnetize, it's available again. Can't quite go for Kiyotaka just yet, but could perhaps get this tower.
It's super low.
They've got this. Look at this creep. Look at it go. The Enchantress.
Nice
Be able to tank
boy.
it up.
No, they'll get the fortification out of them. It's pretty big. And at the same time, Satanic, he's on his own top. Are they able to punish this?
They've got Epi, they've got the life drain, and they've got the Tusk.
TP's coming in though. They're going to try and back him up. And they got the burst to take him out. Lyle rolls forward. Satanic.
They got
he's
Miero.
Perfectly fine. And now further backup comes in. Satanic will finally fall for the rotation of Pure joining the fight. Pure this time
Now
will
they
be able
bring
to
the numbers.
find that BetBoom get the cleanup. It gets a little messy there for Spirit. I mean, you could see that they were set up to try and bait with Satanic to an extent and bring him back up themselves. But BetBoom, they bring in the greater numbers. Pure's there for the sort of cleanup of the team fight, and well on the way to having that crit done and getting back on track to leveling the farm of Satanic.
They brought 5, Owen. They literally brought the entire squad to be sure that they could pressure this. A good roll from Laurel. It actually stops the Epi, so they get this kill on Miero. Otherwise, this fight would have probably been a bit of a disaster for them. They do at least get 2 kills, but BetBoom, this time they'll bring 5 to pressure Satanic and get that kill.
And with that, they do indeed get that top tier 1 tower.
This is really...
Same time, the mid tower did go down.
It did.
So that's gone now.
This is really, I mean, high-tier Dota as we're expecting.
It's good stuff.
Both teams kind of matching each other's movements. It's barely, I mean, it's pretty much no lead for anybody. It's very even across the board here with these type of moves. They just, at the moment, Spirit has the benefit of taking that mid tower a little bit earlier. But yeah, farm across the board. Very even. How are these blade mills looking? Almost both of them are going to be online. So Laurel, he almost has his done, and we're going to see Malik's, and as we said, a lot of damage that you can't control.
It really, just literally against all 3 of the cores.
Yeah.
They're all going to, somebody's going to be hitting a blade mill.
Oh,
somebody's going to be hurting themselves.
They'll probably be doing it. I mean, maybe they'll probably be taking the most damage from those blade mails in comparison to the spells in particular.
At this
they'll
stage of the
reflect.
game, highly likely, yeah, whilst
Yeah.
the abilities aren't maxed out in these early points. So, yeah, BetBoom have to be very careful at fighting into these blade mails to the point where you will see them turn up to fights, and at this early point, they might have to just back off and pull back from the fights completely as soon as the active of the blade mail is used.
Or kill them before pop them
It's
before
risky.
it gets off, right? If they can
They'd
kill
have
them
to-
in a
yeah.
blink stun, that's
Sure.
why I think we see Miero go down this route so we can have that initiation to pop heroes with the Sonic Wave. Laurel, so he said he's got the blade mail. But Miero at the ready. Laurel seems to know something's up.
He does, yeah. They were under the cover of the smoke. And Malik.
Move bottom.
They're bringing TPs in. I mean, if Malik can set up...
They know. They're bringing more. BetBoom, they expect this move. They saw him with the ward on the left side there for a quick second.
Yeah, Malik's not happy with this now. Doesn't want to try and stick around and set something up. Because Lalam and Poshka were coming in to help him. But, yeah, didn't quite start the move as quickly as I think he wanted to.
Yeah, they got literally just for a quick second there, and they're like, okay, he's trying to make a move on him. But yeah, double blade mails are done. So Spirit definitely can look to fight back versus any of the aggression that BetBoom probably wants to make happen first because they went for this blink build on Miero rather than the farming Bloodstone style that we've seen.
And Spirit might still find a chance here. Swinging around.
Right, both teams pretty much doing the same move. Rue in the mid lane versus save. Kiyotaka. He has only 1 point in Blink, so just want to continue pointing that out because he did point 3 points in the Shadow Strike. It means his Blink is going to be much lower level to be able to escape versus this Earth Spirit in particular.
Yeah, it can be risky.
It
But
can.
also the Primal, right? If you've still got the charge forward ready, you can easily cover the gap of 1 blink from a Queen of Pain.
He's got Shield and Dagon now, so quite a bit harder to actually go for the catch out to him. He might just survive. Both teams, I feel like we're having kind of mirror movements coming out here.
Yeah, it's a super close one. I say, well, if you look at the net worth, what kind of stands out the most, I guess, is the fact that overall Lal, he's slipped a little bit behind.
A bit.
And the fact that as the mid, he's kind of was going to look for the deny, not going to get it. Kiyotaka quick with the right click.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only one, right?
That's the only sort of the thing that really sticks out. You know, the carries are similar, and the off lane's in a very similar place. It's just sort of the two mids where there's a little bit of a gap.
But the important thing, though, is even though Laurel is struggling a little bit, his supports are actually having a great time. Rue, in particular, his Blink is the most important thing you want to have is this timing for Battered. He's only died once. His Blink's almost done. He's 400 away, so they're going to have that initiation tool from the 4 position in comparison to where BetBoom has the initiation that's just really coming from that offlaner at the moment. I think Spirit's, I mean, both teams probably pretty happy with the position, but I think Spirit, for Rue and Miposhkin in particular, they're probably like, oh, this is nice. Our two more greedy kind of style supports are getting good farm. Even though Inch is both, he's not really greedy, but he can scale. They're having good farm.
I think, and especially when you consider the fact that they're doing it against BetBoom, a team that has dismantled a lot of teams in the laning stage. Pretty much, pretty back to back in their run through this tournament so far. So a solid hold here from Spirit so far in this 14 minutes against what BetBoom have tried to catch them off guard with.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to smoke with this. They've got Malik with his Ogre Axe as well too, 2,000 HP. They're tanky. These frontliners for the side of Spirit can soak quite a bit here versus BetBoom. They're looking to make this move. Who are they going to find? They'll see Miero, but he's got the Blink.
Yeah, so I BetBoom know what's going on.
Yeah. Both teams doing kind of similar, again, just similar movements of avoiding each other. Blink done on Bat.
Probably look for a smoke up with the Bat now. They got one up the ready, they do. Rue's got one ready to roll with.
That's good timing. That is quite good timing for him. We've seen a lot of them get slowed down a significant amount in these games, but Rue, he's been able to sit back and finish that one up without hemorrhaging too many kills for the team. I mean, 5 to 6. Not too much action going on. Kiyotaka now, since not much action is going on too, he's starting to get more level, so now he has 3 points in the Blink, so has easier ways to get out of the fights as well.
I'm feeling the need to go straight for the BKB after the damage.
I don't blame him.
This game.
Yeah, I really don't blame him. They have an immense amount of damage on the side of Team Spirit, and he doesn't want to kill himself on the Blade.
It's very true. A blade mail it's in their heads.
Yeah, I can't blame him.
Rue?
That's
he
aggressive.
just offered up himself.
Oh, that is...
Just walked up and died.
Pretty big slip up when he's got the Blink Dagger.
I mean, that was the Blink Dagger reveal.
Why is he the one walking there, right?
That's not how you reveal a Blink Dagger.
No, that was a bit of a weird one there for sure for him. Gets punished, and now 20 seconds where BetBoom are going to look for potentially another kill because they have vision here. Malik.
Mirror's in.
None two.
He's having to get both of them in a deep. Great follow-up with the Sonic Wave. Backup's going to be coming in from Team Spirits. They'll try and turn the fight. They get the grab in on towards Mirror. They're taking him out as well as Katsuomi. Satanic ready to continue cleaning up more as they'll go straight towards save. Double kill for Satanic. They're rolling in onto Kiyotaka. They'll blink back up in a second. Any further way to chase
He's blinked into a stone.
Indeed, the stones keep the magnetize going. Malik, he's in there.
They got him.
Rue able to finish off the job. He may have died at the start of it, but he's there for the cleanup. And you know what?
They don't lose anyone.
They get 4 kills.
An aggressive move that BetBoom wanted to make, but Spirit, even though they don't have their bat, they bring the numbers, and those tanky bruisers that we were mentioning, even Enchantress, tankier than they maybe expected.
Absolutely.
They survived
Turning
first.
around completely. And Satanic bringing in that Eclipse damage, making short work of Katsuomi.
I mean, Spirit's just playing really fast. They're reacting to every single one of these moves that BetBoom is doing.
I mean, and it all worked out.
It worked out.
The walk-in from Rue, it gave BetBoom the false confidence to go charging at the rest of Spirit. It was all part of the plan, and Rue, you know, as I said, comes in for the lasso. He has it ready at the end because he walked in and died at the start. Big brain stuff here from the back.
And Pure, he's nowhere near that. He can't actually join that fight, so maybe BetBoom getting a little bit ahead of themselves to attempt for this move when they do have that one single kill. We'll strike back. They'll find Malik afterwards. So did get a kill to swing things back for them. And Pure, he is very strong. That is something important to point out. His farm that he's been able to go for, it's not the farming build, it's the fighting build. So BKB into crit, we've been seeing this built more and more on these gyros rather than prioritizing Ags. So he does want to get involved with Spirit. It's a very, very nice reaction.
BetBoom, they've got their eyes on mid. Miro wants to go for some sort of setup with the epicenter, but Spirit, they're playing careful.
Sonic Wave still on cooldown. It's only the level 1 Sonic as well, because maybe because it was on cooldown too, that he put the 4th point of the blink. And the BKB almost done for Laurel. BKB soon done for Malik, and BKB pretty close there for Satanic. So triple BKB timing from this side of Spirit is going to come out. And it's very good versus what they're playing against. A ton of magic damage that they're going to be able to play around. Could be a bit difficult for BetBoom to fight into those 3 BKBs once they get them online.
Yeah, it really feels that with the lineup the Spirit have, with, as you mentioned, the 2 blade mail cores, it's just something we don't see a lot when we get kind of these 2 beefy cores going both blade mail. But this game, it was just perfect for kind of causing this stage of the game where BetBoom, you know, you can feel they're very hesitant to try and make moves, and understandably so, because when they did, it's just completely kind of ruins what their draft wants to do in these first 20 minutes.
Yeah, because they're fragile. They'll just kill themselves before they kill the enemies, because it's just natural from the HP pools. You know, Gyro even now at this point getting a bit tankier, but early on, you can kill yourself on those blade mills very much so with your Barrage build. All 3 cores, right? All 3 cores absolutely could have found that moment where they were struggling, but...
And of course, it's not, you know, the end of the world for BetBoom, because their lineup is going to be stronger later in the game, but it's definitely caused sort of a period of the game in which BetBoom, against other lineups, other teams, that would have been when they start to really run you over. Spirit, they came prepared against BetBoom's style to get through that period of the game and say, hey, we're gonna get to play a real game here, no stomping, no kind of 25-30 minute beatdowns, and we're gonna get to go a little bit later, which is something that Spirit have been very good at, because Satanic, he is one of those carries that it does well under the late game pressure.
He does, which is, I mean, pretty spectacular to see for someone that young. Built around with, I mean, with Maposhka, right? TI winner, being able to mold him into this position. And there's the BKBs done. A BKB also finished on the Queen of Pain, so double BKB for them. But yeah, the triple BKB for Spirit is online, and they have the double initiation tools with the bat. Actually, triple initiation tools with the bat and the double cruisers joining in. So let's see how these next fights go down, because it could be pretty, I mean, it could be pretty solid for the side of Spirit if they do find a fight around those BKBs, but at the same time too, BetBoom might just farm and wait for Pure to be ready to fight as well.
I think both teams might just farm.
It feels like it's possible.
You know what I mean? I think BetBoom's kind of been slowed down from making plays because of the builds and the approach from Spirit this game, and they're fine with that. They're like, okay, that's fine, we'll farm. And then Spirit's like, oh, right, we got kind of through the part of the game that could have been pretty tough. Just keep farming. Let's make sure Satanic has a good game, and we're hopefully going to get to see some pretty exciting late game action between the classics of the Gyro and the Luna.
Spirit's going to get a Roche very likely because of this, because of those 3 BKBs. It's probably pretty difficult for BetBoom to fight down here, and they see the Tormentor kill, so they know they should get this one for free. So triple BKBs plus an Aegis, they can start getting aggressive themselves. But yeah, this is definitely culminating into a very interesting mid to late game potential, as both teams are getting what they want. They're TPing now, but it's
coming a bit late. Team Spirit, you know, it's not super quick, their Roche, but it should be just quick enough. As long as they commit to it, they're going to have it. And the question is, BetBoom, do they still want to walk into this? Because Roshan's gone, Satanic's got an Aegis. Pure is coming up around, they're going to jump. They want to try and take this fight, though. Immediately take down Ruba. Lyle rolls in and straight away towards Pure. The BKBs are off. Kazomi has to be careful. They burst through him the once. So they can go for Satanic a second time. Miro
Malik.
With the Burrow Strike Epi on towards Malik. Malik is trying to find somewhere to run, but he's caught in the sandstorm. He will fall. Satanic,
can he get out?
The TP out. Same to be said for Miposhka. So BetBoom, they forced the fight. They do get a couple of kills, and they are able to take the Aegis out the hands of Satanic. But the Spirit, with the three of them, Satanic on his second life, are able to get away.
A massive fight, though, for BetBoom. That's into the triple BKBs, and they don't even care. They see Roche die, and they just get the flank. They kill the Bat Rider pretty much at the start of it. Malik gets his BKB forced early, but they're already almost all dead. Even Satanic almost just died. Like, he dies almost instantly, but without getting anything off.
Yeah, they had an
really
excellent
cool
sort of angle for Pure to wrap around from on that high ground position. Rue. He's gone in very aggressively, see if he can find some sort of lasso opportunity. They're going to turn towards with the life drain. The damage, the crits coming out from Pure, just tear him apart. As Rue tried to desperately set something up for Spirit around this, but loses his life. Satanic looking for key attacker, but the blinks back up, and now they're able to make a jump over to him.
Big charge.
He gets the BKB off. They look towards Pure. Big damage coming out for Satanic because he's actually able to finish off the gyro. Malik's got the grab on to save. Spirit, they'll persevere, push on, and push back BetBoom.
This is such high skill Dota. Pure just goes a little bit too far. Malik gets the charge on top of him, and quickly they delete 3. They thought they could actually set up for Satanic, but
yeah, I mean, he had the
move.
BKB still ready to pop. So he was ready for that fight around that point. And yeah, Spirit, the others, it could have got scary because both Lyle and Malik still had their BKBs on cooldown, but they push forward to keep the Luna protected, and it works out. They get themselves back a hold of that little bit of a lead this game.
I feel like we're going to have this a lot in this game. We're just these back and
It's a
forth
back and
team
forth
fights.
one, it
just
is.
'cause of whoever gets these better initiations, better wraparounds, and that one, you know, BetBoom, when they got the wraparound around the Roche, they killed 1 or 2 targets before the fight starts. This one, now they get a bit over aggressive as Spirit's there to respond with 5. They all did come back, so it was a bit of an aggressive move that BetBoom went for when literally everybody was respawning. 10-13.
Yeah, we'll get a bit of calm again, I think, whilst both teams look towards their next items.
I feel like the graph is telling like kind of a perfect tell of this game where it's look how even it is. Yes, gold and experience shifting a little bit because of these wins or losses in the fights. But yeah, very even game state still at this point, with the Luna only having about 1,000 gold separation versus Pure still. Level 19 though after that fight. But Pure also keeping pace.
Yeah, right behind him.
How close to Conda? It's getting pretty close. So that big talent, you know, Conda plus 20 that we see just blow up a lot of games for the Luna. He's going to have it at a pretty fast timing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Satanic's going to have this big burst of damage that he's going to pop heroes with. And then on Pure side of things, he's going to have this big burst of sustain going for Satanic next. So just a question of whether Satanic's going to be able to burst Pure before Pure's able to clean up the, you know, the teammates around Satanic.
And if they can stop the saves in particular from Save and from Katomi, as they're going to smoke. They want to get an initiation with the Bat
Pretty good hit
Rider.
if they can find Pure, but Pure seems pretty prepared for this with the position he's in. He does have BKB ready to pop. Yeah, he's going to see them now. Rue's going to try with the jump. Get the BKB off first. They're dropping the Eclipse. Can they kill him off through the BKB? They have to pulverize. The Sonic Wave attempting to push them back. It will keep Pure safe. He's getting healed up by Save with the life drain.
Kiyotaka dies through BKB.
Underneath the tower. Yeah, Malik just tramples him down. They get the Burrow Strike from Mira to catch out the 2 of them. Malik's gone. Miposhka healing up and pushes himself to the side. Satanic, he's back in to help out Lal and take out Kataomi. So the fight will still be Spirits.
How did Kiyotaka died so fast in that fight? He got his spells off, and then I think he just literally died to all the magical damage through the BKB. Miro looking to try to get a catch. BKB down for Satanic.
This is pretty aggressive whilst he's got 2 of his teammates dead. I mean, Pure is here to try and help out. Save. Looking towards Lal, but the roll's there. Lal able to roll and TP away, so they kind of split them.
They get the catch on Laurel. Miro gets the stun. Can he roll himself out of this?
He's got another roll, but he's got no TP. He could try and juke this out, but Save's there waiting for him. They'll get Lal at the end of it all. The rest of Spirit get out, but Spirit getting caught kind of and dragged back into another bit of action. And that deep on the map doesn't spell any sort of favors for Lal.
Feels like a pretty kind of equal exchange again that we have coming out there. Laurel, though, dying at the end hurts quite a bit there. BetBoom, even though they lose their Queen of Pain, they show they can still fight with their other cores, especially because the BKB, pretty much all the defensive capabilities was used from Satanic. He had to ditch. He couldn't help his buddy out there. And pure sustain, we see the build that he's going for in that type of move absolutely works out.
Yeah, they can't kind of take him out easily unless they have at least 3 of the heroes to the mid cores.
And you have to find the Pugna. That's one thing we gotta
look at
say.
this find here from Miro, straight in over towards Rue. Will be able to force away. Malik considering going back in on this, but the snowballs at the ready to get the punch up. Malik, look at the BKB off. We'll be all right here. So they don't want to fight any further into the blade mail and the BKB.
Satanic.
He's chasing
the high
He's running
ground.
in the 5. The Maki attacker jumps in aggressively, throws out the dagger onto Maposhka. Illusions continue to push back the rest of BetBoom. Katomi and Save very low. Miro, he's got the Epi back up, so can consider making a jump back in onto Spirit. Spirit, no. Spirit, they won't chase any further into the darkness.
Both teams very keen to fight. I think that's the 3rd Ops Ward that I see dewarded that BetBoom was able to find in these last few moments. They took out 2 on the left from the earlier fight, and now that one. So a bit of limited vision that Spirit's going to have in these next few moments because of that. And we've seen how important the initiations can be. This right now is the only ward that Spirit has on the map. It's a good one, though. It's going to be giving a ton of information. But that is the Satanic done, and what item did he get as his neutral? We see Satanic, got the Vindicators, and which one does Pure get?
We don't know yet. He's having a consideration.
Probably means it's not the Paladin Sword. It's the Vindicator's Axe then.
That's not a bad one.
It's also a good one.
Right, if you're getting sort of jumped by these lassos or pulverizes, you've got that little bit of a chance to be able to survive and get the BKB and Satanic off after they've made that initial go on you.
Man, this game just continues to be neck and neck. 12 to 15.
It's one of the closer ones we've had.
Yeah. And it's the difference in between. I think Rue in particular still has been having a bit of struggle on this Bat Rider finding some of these lassos, but imagine they can actually get one of these lasso plays. This is an interesting pickup here from Save. Something I haven't seen too many Pugnas do, but you can blink while using your Dream. You know, you can do a lot of different cool things with this Blink Dagger in order to save your teammates, and I think that could be a bit of an X factor in some of these fights if they don't find this pesky Pugna. This hero has turned games when he's able to sustain some of his cores. So.
Yeah, and Save's positioning has been incredible.
Yeah, he always is.
Pretty much any of the heroes that he's been playing this tournament so far, so good luck finding him.
Yep. This is kicking off to, as we said, a very explosive mid toward late game. I feel like we're already approaching late game, and it's 28 minutes only, because the items that they've been able to pick up on these 2 carries in particular. The Konda's done, he's going for Scotty next on Satanic, and Pure, he's already got that Satanic finished up, so it's very fast timings that we see coming out here. Kiyotaka's level 18. Laurel also level 18. He's got an amp damage in the bottom. He's about to have his Shivas done, so...
Here we go.
Spirit wants to fight.
He's going to be able to find the Jar. They get him dragged straight back into the pulverize. The snowball comes into play, but they're not able to save him. Pure, he's gone. They'll get Katomi as well.
We were just talking about Rue, and he gets the grab with that one ward that they have. The only vision that they had.
You can't snowball someone when they're being pulverized?
Nope. Can't save him.
There we go then. Yeah, he tried, but... couldn't do it.
Tried to go for maybe could have just gone for a Blink Punch perhaps, but just too much burst that they get. And Pure actually uses BKB, uses Satanic, and still just gets destroyed through it. That literal one ward that they had on the map is what gets them that catch.
But you're right though, if he'd gone for the punch first, he would have maybe had a chance to save him.
Perhaps. It's, difficult to say in the terms of that.
It's one of those situations where he's gone in right, and he's already in the snowball, and at that point it's too late. Can't grab him.
He was trying, but unable to.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one there, and a well-played one by Team Spirit.
It's literally the only ward that they have, and it catches the most important target. So, and now they're actually picking up 2 big items versus that healing that we see that potentially can come out from the Satanic or from the Pugna. They've got the Scotty, and they've got the Shivas pretty much done. A perfect hit coming out from Spirit. I can't believe it didn't shift more, right? Like, it only went to 2K gold lead.
It's super close this game.
Yeah, it still just continues to be.
The difference now definitely being the fact that the gap between the carries is really starting to grow. Full Skadi.
It's 1 item ahead now.
Just moments, it feels like, after he finished off his Kanda. So just to show how far ahead Satanic really is in the progression.
And yeah, I was talking about Rue, how he had a bit of a quiet one. He finds probably the biggest catch that he could have. All you need is a couple of these as these Bat Riders.
That's the power of the Bat.
Another 5v5 fight. Looks like it's getting set up here.
BetBoom's setting up for this.
They've got the ward.
I don't know if BetBoom know what they're signing up for, though, because the entirety of Spirit is down here. Are BetBoom aware of this?
Let's see who gets that initiation.
I think BetBoom themselves are starting to question whether or not this is a fight that they want to be looking for.
Look at the lane positioning. The Luna has cut
Yeah,
both
they're
creep
pulling
waves.
away from this. They know that they're not going to find a hero alone. This is going to be the entirety of Spirit down here, and BetBoom, they don't want to fight into them head-on like this.
Macro movements from Spirit have been beautiful. And look at, I mean, the wave's getting pushed. There's a rally troll. It's taking the tower. They got to pop the glyph.
So there's a lot of pressure that probably is going to have to be answered. If they get this next creep wave shoved in. I mean, BetBoom's still hovering around on the map, but
Kiyotaka shows himself. They see the Lincolns. The troll, the troll just continues to push. They're gonna still look for the fight. They don't want to respond to top. They don't want to sack this Rosh.
Spirit know exactly where they are. BetBoom, I think the same to be said looking back from BetBoom to Spirit.
He saw them. He saw Laurel.
But do BetBoom want to make the jump on this? Pure.
Looks like they
They're
did.
in. Try and jump in the tree line, but Lar's ready. He gets the silence straight away. They're able to catch out Katomi, take him down. Pure pots the BKB. Rue will get the lasso on towards the Sand King, dragging him back. Rue will die, but the damage is coming in with the impetus is from the Poshka. Miro hiding into the tree lines. The Satanic looks to find him. Malik will get him with the pulverize. Satanic bringing in the damage, but the Burrow strikes back up. Miro gets out to the side.
Laurel.
Just the support for support so far here between the two of them, Katomi and Rue. Everybody else manages to survive.
How many was every BKB used? I think it was. All of them getting popped just for that go, except for Kiyotaka. He actually held on to his in this fight. Now BetBoom maybe have gotten that positioning advantage just from those moves because they force all these BKBs
Rosh
and all the ults.
I mean, I don't think BetBoom's going to get the freedom to take the Roshan.
It's going to be another fight.
Definitely going to be looking to fight once again. It's going to be a little easier for Katomi to join them with TP over towards that outpost at the bottom.
Oh, that's a sneaky ward that Spirit does have down right now. Not one you see too often. It's giving some good information.
I mean, if they can make some sort of jump onto Pure whilst his BKB's down, would be pretty huge.
Tough versus double save though, right? If you want to make that jump, you have to know where the Tusk is. You have to know where the Pug
They're
is.
going for the road. I mean, Lal isn't here. He's going to TP now over towards the tier 2, but it's going to take him some time to get down the lane.
BKB still 30 seconds for Satanic.
Yeah, the BKB cooldowns is going to be the big thing coming into this fight around Rosh.
BetBooms are up like a couple of seconds earlier, at least in terms of the carry. But yeah, literally only a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
this is such tense moments.
It's eyes on Rue really to see who gets the jump on.
Exactly. And look at the wraparound Spirit. They're trying to set up now here to get that jump, get the information.
This is quite the wraparound. Do BetBoom expect this? They'll look for Katomi first. Straight in with the pulverize. They'll look to take him out. They'll burst him immediately. Now they can turn towards more. Miro's got to be careful. But the Bloodstone trying to heal up. Had to Burrow strike away though. Play defensively. Kiyotaka dropping the Sonic Wave onto Malik. They'll
got
get
him.
the Primal.
Kiyotaka.
Spirits, they want to go in for more. Kiyotaka links out.
Buyback.
Rue still has the lasso at the ready.
Buyback on buyback.
You're stepping up. Miro is in with the Burrow strike straight away over towards the Enchantress, but now Rue's in, gets the lasso off on towards Miro. The Takara for
Pure.
the life
He's
drain.
dead.
They're keeping Miro alive. Miro survives, but Satanic, he's the one getting the cleanup as the Eclipse comes pounding out.
And they have to cancel TPs. Pure walked in, didn't have BKB or his Satanic available. Satanic, he did. He just walks up and blows him up.
Straight in they go into the pit. Unlikely to face any sort of interruptions. I mean, Kiyotaka, you have to get the kill here.
He's got BKB, he's got another blink up.
Should get out. Have they got anything to stop this before it comes to an end? No, they don't. So Kiyotaka comes back in for a poke. Will manage to get an extra kill, taking out Rue. Forces them away from the pit. And in fact, it's enough for Team Spirit. Okay, they'll look to just
top.
wait for it to come top. They know that BetBoom's not going to be able to bring anything down there in the next 10 seconds.
But look at the separation between the carries. Satanic
It's
is
growing.
11-1 this game. Pure, he's only 3-4. He's not able to get these type of successful fights. This Luna is playing them perfectly with these two bruisers that are starting the fights every time.
And so the ability to just get as far ahead as he is in each of these item pickups it's really hurting Pure in the matchup.
they start to
Satanic, next fight, he's so close to having whether he wants the Satanic or the Butterfly. That this is going to be very, very difficult for Pure to fight into this head-on unless they find some sort of chance to, at this point, honestly, kind of catch someone separate. I don't know if a 5-man team fight is going to do BetBoom any favors now. They need a pick-off.
They're going to look for it.
So
now
they
look
get Malik.
BKB's ready.
Use the punch here, but
Spirit's here.
Nothing else to really follow up on. And now Rue is in with the grab. They'll go for the quick and easy one, dragging back Katomi. He's actually able to walk this up, but the Flame Break will snipe him, take him down. Heals from Stave coming out. A lot of impetus is flying the way of Pure.
He's taking a ton of damage.
He's already down to about a third of his HP. As the Kiyotaka gets left behind. They're looking to chase. Pure can he lay his way out of this when he has got the BKB and the Satanic,
He's
but
got
he gets
him.
caught by the Pulverize.
Satanic
from Miro. Pure's trying to heal up. Can he survive this? The life drain as well. I mean, Save's protecting him, but still
Not
Satanic
enough.
pushes on. Pure will fall. They'll get Miro as well. It's all too much for BetBoom now. The team fights, they cannot turn up to them. They just get destroyed. The difference between Satanic and Pure at this point is too big.
And overall, Malik,
he's nearly 10k ahead.
Yeah, and Malik is just tanking the spells. He's like, okay, you guys want to initiate? You're initiating on a 3,000 HP Primal Beast that's just absorbing pretty much everything, and it puts him in an awkward spot where Pure, he actually takes an insane amount of damage just from Miposhka. The impetus is bringing him down to sub-half HP, and they can't fight after that.
And you've really got to remember that, you look at Spirit's lineup and Satanic, his performance on the Luna.
It's perfect.
They banned so many of his heroes. They literally tried to ban all of Satanic's carries. He gets the Luna, which a lot of teams have been losing on. The win rate's been pretty atrocious, even though it's been picked so much this tournament. But he's doing this well. You know what I mean? It kind of begs the question, if this continues and Satanic's able to close up the win here, Game 2 draft, are they going to be targeting his hero pool as much? Because apparently it doesn't do anything.
I think you still have to, though. This is an insane performance right now from him in particular.
I mean, maybe they banned like one hero that wasn't here, so what do you do next time? You ban all the carries again and the Luna? You just have to ban everything against Satanic? Because they tried to ban his heroes this time. It didn't matter. He's crushing the game.
The execution is just, it's beautiful inside of these team fights. The way it really is the team spirit kind of style, right? Where they're just enabling him at maximum. And we're just seeing that difference, between him and Pure. Pure is just having a lot of difficulties joining into these fights without just being almost dead before that fight starts.
And it's sort of the difference in how the lineups operate around the carries, right? BetBoom, their lineup, they've got a lot of ways to save their carry on paper, right? The snowballs, the decrepifiers, whereas Spirit, the way they protect the Luna is through aggression rather than defensive maneuvers, right?
And let's be honest,
it's working out.
I want to say that they found Katomi at the start of almost every single fight that they've had the advantage. This Tusk is dead. I think Katomi, we talk about his laning, we talk about some of his games. He's 9 deaths. They've been putting so much attention, so he's not able to do these type of saves, not able to punch these targets during the BKBs. It's a treat to see so far from Spirit. There's now 11k lead, an Aegis, a full butterfly, and as you said, a 9,000 gold advantage. Where do you go from here, BetBoom? They're going to start knocking on the front door, it feels like, pretty soon. And they have ways to grab people outside the base in 2 functions now. The Ags is done for the Earth Spirit, and they have the Bat Rider. So if they do see a target, they could just yank him out the base.
Yeah, I think Pure knows. I think it's got to be Rapier territory.
He's done it before, and I feel like I wouldn't blame him.
Never mind. He wants to get the Daedalus completed first. He did have the Relic queued up before, but opts to just try and get the Daedalus done, because he has to have something soon, because the pressure, it's up at the high ground. He's in again. I mean, gets the grab on towards Katomi. This time Katomi will be able to get the snowball off. They're trying to heal up here on the Sankey with the Bloodstone heal, but it's not enough to save Miro. Miro's gone. Katomi's dead. Neither of them with buyback. So Spirit, they can continue the push. As they, this has got to be the best performance. And we've seen some great performances from Spirit so far this tournament, but turning up today here in the upper bracket finals against BetBoom with this Game 1 showing is phenomenal.
They're going to get likely 2 sets here without these heroes having buyback. Pure, I think now he's queuing the Rapier, right? Oh no, he actually finishes up the Daedalus.
He's finishing the Daedalus first. I mean, at this point, he's probably not going to get the gold for the full Rapier, right? So he just wants to have like a completed item. Sonic Wave will push him back.
Kiyotaka
in with the roll. Gets the jump on a Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka pops the BKB. He'll just be able to blink away in time. The tier 3's gone. Team Spirit on towards the middle set of barracks. They'll get that second set. They will respect the fact that BetBoom are soon going to have the full lineup back in play. So
Pure did
holding back a little bit. I mean,
they're going to go in again. They got a last go.
They get the grab. That's going to be another one. A save's gone.
They're probably like, where's Pure? They know he's not coming back. Now they see him with the ward, and they're going to keep going.
He's going to have to come back soon. Because Spirit, they're not stopping this push by the looks of it. They've still got this Aegis on Satanic. He's got very little to fear. The fortification will come out. And Pure, he has now returned to join the rest of his teammates on the high ground.
But they lost so much there. Up to an 18k lead, a full set of items now for everybody on the side of Spirit after everything they've already just picked up. Continuing to grow, continuing to scale. Yeah, pretty much a full Ags if Satanic wants to buy it. 3k gold on Miposhka, 3,000 on Laurel. Every single person just got a huge injection after that moment. And we're seeing they can kill any target that they go on. Even if Miero shows, this Sanking, who in some situations used to be tanky enough to be able to sustain that, he just dies. They just full commit on him and he's dead. And there's no save that comes in. Spirit now cementing that lead. Just not even giving up any extra kills. And perhaps now looking for that final push. 1 minute left on Aegis.
Radiant are scanning.
It's going to have to be that rapier dream.
But he's got the Aviana's feather. He's got a butterfly. So he has tons of evasion as well, too, on Satanic, even when that does come out.
And the thing is, on top of it, he's going to have to be very careful how he uses BKB and Satanic, right? When he does fight, if he gets the chance to pick up the rapier because of the double blade mails.
Yes, absolutely is. Just dead. Save just dies to the glaives.
And these racks looking pretty dead as well. Satanic get pushed back for now by the Sonic Wave, but the racks, they're gone. The damage is done. And Satanic, he's not even going to lose the Aegis yet.
He's still alive. Is Pure going to do the disassemble play? I think he is,
I think he has to this game.
You got to disassemble your Daedalus, as people, you know, the Gyrocopter innate, we can talk about it, he probably will disassemble and buy that up.
He's got the option to.
He's got the option to.
Maybe he's able to farm up that second Demon Edge.
Perhaps. We'll see.
And good job he left when he did there. I mean, Team Spirit came looking for him.
Has been killed.
I'll get the courier, but it doesn't matter, and indeed he has disassembled
right?
the Daedalus. Yep. So now the Rapier is online.
But they've been megged, so...
Indeed, and as we say, it's not a clear-cut sort of comeback story with this Rapier because of the evasion in play and because of the multiple blade mails also that are ready to pop.
And the double BKB piercing disables that they do have also. They have the Lasso, they have the Primal Beast, who's also, what level is Malik? Okay, not quite level 25, of course, yet.
Look at this, and the fact that Satanic's got an amplified damage rune in the bottle, ready to take your base.
This next jump could be huge. And they actually still have a base ward, and it's not going to get taken away, Owen. So that's going to give them the option to just go for that immediate grab onto potentially that Gyrocopter if he's not careful.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We normally have the analysts at the end of the game pick up like the ward of the game or such. I feel this game from Spirit, they've had a lot of great wards, right?
I think that one around the Ancients in particular, when they caught Pure, was probably the biggest one, because that was literally the only vision that they had. But this one could also just seal the deal of the game if they get the jump.
See what we've got. Big pickup here for Kiyotaki. He's got the Refresh Orb.
Okay.
So we're going to have the double Sonic Waves, double Dagons, double BKBs. See what he can do with that in the fight.
Could be pretty explosive. They're going to go in. Amp damage.
They're just going to hit the tier 4s likely. I mean, they can. Satanic.
Glyph is not available. All down just to push them off. The jump from Kiyotaki is there.
That's the first Sonic Wave. Rue tries to jump in, but they're in with the counterplay to get the punch up there to take out two supports straight away, and now they can look for more. Bet Boom. They'll chase out the 3 cores. Lyle sliding him away. In fact, he goes back in. He's ready to try and fight this Satanic. He tries to back him up, post the BKB. The second Sonic Wave comes out.
Satanic's leaving.
He's bailing out. He's going for the BKB team. The BKB comes through, and the Burrow strikes there from Miro. Satanic, he's healing up though against the 3 of them. Satanic's trying his best to stand his ground. It's working.
He's doing
Satanic
it.
finally falls. He did a hell of a lot of damage. The Rapier hits the deck. Katomi should be able to recover it and keep it safe for Pure on the respawn. But Bet Boom, I mean, all in all, it is them holding. They're able to push back Spirit, get the 4 kills. Sure, Pure dies, but the Rapier doesn't slip into the enemy's hands.
He just stood his ground, 1v4.
It was very close to Satanic getting some crazy sort of cleanup against that sort of situation in which he's heavily outnumbered, but not quite. And honestly, one of the reasons why he wasn't able to was because there was that Rapier.
Absolutely.
And Pure was able to kind of deal enough damage before he died to ensure that they do kill off the Luna and keep this game going, Bet Boom.
The evasion almost played the big part there, right? Dodging those extra attacks, it was pretty close for him actually to be able to survive as well too. But they do salvage the Rapier. Pure. He doesn't have to buy back either. So they get another chance to be able to continue keeping this game going. A beautiful start to the fight, just instantly popping the 2 supports immediately from the jump there from Kiyotaka. They have to take these type of risky plays, making that type of initiation, but this time it holds off Spirit. And when you are this far behind in terms of levels, you get a ton of experience for this.
We'll see this again. Satanic's BKB just coming to an end. And look how low he is, but how long he survives.
Insane.
It's long enough for him to clean up save. Nearly get Mirror. I think it doesn't quite get Mirror at the end. Nearly got the 2 of them. But sure, getting Pure. But yeah, the fact that Pure did have that Rapier means that Satanic does go down as well. As if that Rapier fell into the hands of the Luna, the game would almost certainly be over, but it isn't. And Pure will respawn in 10 seconds to be able to reclaim that Rapier from his fountain.
Kiyotaka,
they're in the mid-wave.
Gets grabbed. Should have blink out.
Yeah, he should be fine. There's no further way to catch him.
He got a lot of gold from that fight too. Besides just the experience that they were able to claim in that last fight, Kiyotaka got... He upgraded his Dagon, I believe, to 3 from 1, and now he's got another 2,600 potentially. So he's going to have buyback. I mean, buyback's probably looking to be up across the board here for the cores. As I say that, I think Pure actually buys out, so he feels like, I mean, he has the rapier.
He's got the rapier,
so
right.
Screw it.
So
he goes for the Daedalus.
Just absolutely go all out on the damage.
And that, I mean, now with the Daedalus plus the rapier, that extra damage that comes in could be the X factor to
big.
pop the Luna.
And sure, you've got the evasion on the Luna, but the hits that do hit you,
They hurt.
they hit you.
Ooh, Kiyotaka playing very aggressively forward. He wants to keep taking care of these waves with this Sonic Wave. Doesn't get the entirety of the wave. The Catapult also still alive. He might just Dagon it when it comes in.
Yeah, very close to being enough damage. I mean, he's obviously got this incredible amount because of that 25 talent with the plus 250 Sonic Wave. It's a lot of damage.
It sure is, especially as you see on these, you know, somewhat fragile supports like Maposhka. We haven't talked about too much this game after the early game, but he is also getting that scaling. He's got Moonshard. So if he gets ignored in the fights, his damage is also going to be pretty crazy, but I think they are going to look to address him early and isolate the Luna. But we'll see how the approaches go inside these fights. It's a 17k lead, but with the Rapier, anything can happen. And now they've got an Ag's Tusk, too.
Oh, here we go.
Starting to get more and more of these elements.
They got the comeback tools. That's all you need. You need an Ag's Tusk and you need a Rapier Gyro. And then it doesn't matter if you fall like 20k behind. There is a little bit of hope. See if that's going to be enough for BetBoom here.
Spirit, very likely to be able to wait for that next Roche if they'd like to, since they have those waves constantly pushing it. It's going to be back up in about, what, 20 seconds. And Laurel has hit 25 also, so Magnetite's undispellable. Also absurd inside these fights. Very tense moments.
I think you imagine waiting for Roche is going to be the more appealing thing. Lal, he has found Key Attacker at the side. The lasso. KB was there in time though. Pulverize is there with the follow-up. Satanic's coming in. He's got enough damage to take Key Attacker down.
They get the punt on Satanic.
He indeed getting kicked back underneath Pure. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage.
Gets kicked out.
And he's going to be saved for now.
Nice play from
Safe
Laurel.
distance away from the rest of the fight. Key Attacker has to blink away as the Eclipse comes out from Satanic. He's considering going back in on this Key Attacker, but doesn't want to jump in. They'll turn with Mirror with the Burrow Strike down the mid. They'll clean up the others instead.
Maposhka?
Take out both Malik and Maposhka.
Oh man,
Getting the three of them like that. I mean, big moves had to be made there to get Satanic out of there. It did cost them quite a bit though with the lives they lost, Spirit.
Laurel had to give his life just to not lose the Luna.
Did.
He had to literally roll in, he ags him, he kicked him out of the fight, but at that point then he's stuck. He doesn't have the ags for himself. I mean, BetBoom, they're bringing this game back. They're showing this gold lead doesn't mean anything. They're showing the mega creeps. Yeah, the creeps might be coming in, but...
It's Rapier really, no Pure.
Yeah.
He's cleaning them up.
And he's close to having a refresher as well too for the double BKB Satanic. And yeah, Katomi. I mean, eyes on these kickbacks.
Because now definitely the
Roche.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be able to head into this. I mean, unless they want to use buybacks to try and contest it. Is it worth it to buy back to stop BetBoom getting the Roche?
Probably is. 30 seconds though, it's a tough call to make.
It is.
Gonna get the vision advantage here, BetBoom. Gonna start
It's a really tough call. Your cooldowns are very low on the death timers. Buying back,
you don't make
you know
it.
that they're in there now, so
you don't make it
you're
now.
just going to have to concede it. Let them get the Roche, get the Aegis.
Courier.
Who's taking the Ags?
Do you just refund, or do you pass it over?
I think Kiyotaka just take it.
Kiyotaka took it.
Yeah, he took it. Okay.
He is starting to be a pretty big problem, this Quap in the late game. He's literally just popping 2 heroes almost instantly.
And he's so tanky, it's very hard to jump him. It's got a lot of survivability, and this is now the point of the game where the saving factor from BetBoom is it's definitely causing issues for Team Spirit. Now, earlier they were able to make the quick jump, catch the Pugner or the Tusk, and sort of eliminate one of those ways of backing up BetBoom. But at this point, if they make that sort of jump,
Kiyotaka?
kill them so easily.
Quick blink from Rue.
He's got the
Can't get him. Nice try, Rue. That would have been a huge catch there. But a few of these times, they are getting the double grabs onto the Quap, but as you said, he's too tanky, and they've got the saves for him. So they have to be very careful how they approach the next fights on Spirit, as the whole game is, I mean, flipped. It's back to, it feels like almost even state, even though there's mega creeps. In terms of fighting capabilities, BetBoom show that they can still take those fights, and they're getting more and more items. In those last few fights, Miro has now hit 25. So increased damage from him has gone up massively. Also, he was 22 before the last fight. Getting bigger and bigger elements in terms of theirs. And Spirit Malik, he still doesn't have the 25 yet. I think once Malik gets 25, then they probably can burst one of those targets inside of the Pulverize plus Lasso, but things have slowed down massively. And looking at the buybacks, almost everybody's got them up.
And that's a big problem for Spirit in particular, right? Because when you're in this position and you want to try and use the mega creeps to end the game, you just can't go about it like this. A, because there's the Aegis, and B, because they're going to have that second life ready to come back and defend with.
Oh, oopsie. The push is dead.
Well, we'll see if they can do anything.
It could matter.
Seconds. Yeah, there's no Enchantress for 80. That's a huge part of their damage.
They can get these waves out a bit safer, too, because without that Ench being up, they're probably like, okay, we can actually shove everything without having to worry that Spirit's going to jump us now. So these waves will be addressed here from BetBoom. It looks like they are gathering for the smoke. Without that Enchantress, they might want to look for the fight because they've got the lanes in a good position. Top, Kiyotaka versus Laurel.
Had to put the BKB. So be careful there, but
got the grab.
Pulverize.
Do they have the burst?
Is there enough damage? There
do.
is. They lay down the Eclipse. They eliminate Kiyotaka. Big catch that will mean that BetBoom very unlikely to be able to do anything with the fact that there's no Enchantress for 40 seconds, with the fact that they've not got their Queen of Pain.
Yep, Malik hitting the level 25 right before the grab, so he's got that, I think it's 4 seconds about, or 3.8 something, I can't remember exactly. Long time that you get disabled, doubles it up, yeah, 3.84, so. That should be enough for them to go for the burst, and with that, they're going to smoke, even though Miposhka's dead, it's a big kill onto Kiyotaka that they can use to gain more momentum.
Get inside the base. And even if they just don't get a kill, if they can force out the buyback from Kiyotaka and back off with everyone alive, this is going to be a bit of a step forward for Spirit in this very trying time of the game.
This game is crazy. 52 minutes in. All 3 waves starting to shove in. 45 seconds, Kiyotaka wants to save the buyback. Pure's items look kind of funny. Because he's got boots
with
and
brown boots,
boots instead of the refresher.
Yeah, he's got a clean belt, so he's got that slot for the refresher.
Looks pretty funny.
It looks like I guess he wants to get the blink first for the slot and then kind of hide the refresher.
Pure.
They're going to get a jump on him. It's a deep kickback.
Kick first kick.
Let's see if they can take him out the first time. Get rid of that Aegis. Malik's got the control. Satanic, has he got enough? He has. That's going to be the gyro down the once.
He doesn't have his refresher on him yet.
Lars ended up pretty deep in the base. Kiyotaka's going to jump forward out, but they got
Pure.
control. They're able to
He's
take
gone.
Pure down. Now they can certainly look to clean up more. As BetBoom, they have no gyro for the next 90 seconds.
And look at Laurel go.
Gold short of the buyback. He may die, Lal.
But he disrupted the whole enemy team.
It did. It gave them more than enough space to focus down the gyro. Now, of course, the Satanic, the rapier has fallen into his hands.
Pure's got buyback in 700 gold, but yeah, with that rapier on this
They have
Luna,
no carry.
They have no carry.
70 seconds without the carry, without the gyro. Miposhka is going to get caught by the kickback. Try and burst for the Enchantress, but the heals are out from Miposhka as well as the BKB. He's going to be fine. Turns, takes out Katsuomi. Kiyotaka continue to do his best to just push back Team Spirit at all costs.
How close to the ice? It's so far away.
He's not going to have the money. He's going to have to indeed wait this full 50 seconds still.
It looks like they're being hesitant because they maybe expect him to have that buyback.
Maybe, but they
his
can go
inventory,
for this.
right? Like look at this inventory,
I guess
right?
The problem is they don't have the BKB backup on Satanic.
Not yet.
He's got the Satanic, and the threat of the buyback, not even just the gyro, right? The fact that this Tusk could buy back, kick you in the fountain.
Very true.
Is pretty spooky. So Team Spirit, even though they've got 4 up against the 3, they had to be careful.
They're being so patient, waiting for the 3 waves to come in.
They need a grab coming in from Root.
They've got the banner.
There's the buyback now from Katsuomi.
20 seconds on gyro.
So now the threat of the kick is real. So on Spirit, they'll pull back completely. Have to wait for the next opportunity to get in with the push.
But Pure's damage is pretty pathetic now at this point.
It is. No rapier. He's queued up the next one, but he's a long, long way away from it. Just 1,000 gold in the bank right now, Pure. It's going to take a hell of a lot of time to get there.
A massive strike there. Honestly, that was pretty crazy. The kickbacks, just beautiful play there coming from Laurel. And he literally withstanded 4 heroes. He was just tanking everybody, spreading the magnetize while that whole fight went down as they isolated Pure. It's beautiful. Power of these Earth Spirits as you get to the level 25, get to the late game. You do an immense amount of damage.
Yeah, it really is a game of just which carry is going to get kicked. And, I'm not talking about roster changes. It's between this Earth Spirit and Tusk to decide who's going to get pushed out of position.
Now Spirit in a very comfortable position with this rapier, with the buyback, with boots of travel. Satanic, he can die, buyback, bots 2 back in. He's got 8 slots. I mean, he's got every single item pretty much finished up now. He's maxed out.
Yeah,
Kiyotaka.
The numbers look crazy, obviously, with the fact the rapier's changing hands. He's basically he's double the net worth.
He is, literally.
It's
Ooh.
This is Satanic stepping it up when it counts the most.
And Malik now with that fight has a refresher, so he's got 8 seconds of being able to effectively lock someone down.
Yeah, we've got an AC picked up by Maposhka.
They've gotten a whole lot after that fight also. After things almost hit that even in terms of gold cure.
Oh, Katomi. You can see him eyeing up a potential kickback. Pure wants that rapier back. He wants that rapier back.
He needs that rapier back.
Spirit.
They're
in. Ooh, quick link back with their foot save. They get the kick back. They're going to try and burst through the Luna. Can they kill Satanic? They get the knock up as well.
They do.
They're taking him out. Satanic's got a buyback straight away.
Pure's got the rapier.
Indeed, Pure with the rapier and the BKB. It looks towards Lars. Satanic's back in the action though, so BetBoom had to get back to the fountain. Whilst his magnetized persist.
Satanic, he just bought back. Can he get out? He's 1,000 HP. They're pinging him.
They're healing up in the fountain, BetBoom, and they're ready to jump once more. They've got
He's
him.
dead.
Oh no, there's
2 minutes.
Luna for 2 minutes. Kiyotaka, he's died to Maposhka.
He
Why
blinks
didn't
out.
the blink off in time?
90 HP.
And Maposhka himself sticking down low this homing missile.
Oh my god, is he gonna die to it?
Gonna
He
get
is!
him.
He's dead for 100! He spent his gold!
Run it down mid!
Oh my goodness, have they done it? They've got so much time to just run it down. Can Spirit do something about this? The glyph is still available.
Getting Satanic the once, and then just the fact that BetBoom, they got so low to the magnetize, but they were able to get back in time, heal up under the fountain, and then that secondary catch on Satanic the second time round.
Dude, Ag's Tusk is so insane.
There's a little bit of a chance, I would say, for Spirit. They've still got 3 heroes alive. They still have all 3 tier 2 towers standing.
Very true.
So it's not an easy end down mid for BetBoom.
But that's a... I mean, oh my goodness. I can't believe we're witnessing this. Is absolutely insane. A kickback isolating the Luna. Back-to-back deaths. I mean, Satanic said, we said he had the gold to do the buyback, but maybe overestimating how strong he was afterwards. Kiyotaka looking for the grab. Malik, big burst.
Look at this damage here, Kiyotaka. Can he finish off the job?
Tries. Wind Waker able to protect Malik.
Yeah, they're going to live to see another day. And we are, you know, we won't even jinx it this time. We're going to get to see the 60-minute
Just don't say it.
There's ain't no way.
Don't say it.
This game ain't over in 2 minutes. No way.
There's so many buybacks they're used. They're going to be able to get a row shot for that as well. Oh my, these gold swings. Do we had 30k gold swings back to back? Now Roche. Yeah, they'll be able to get this one. They've got the lanes in great position too.
Does anyone, who else needs the Ag skill here?
I mean, save, but that's not really one of the best ones by any means on a Pugna.
Probably give it to Mira, give him the refund.
I think you just give it a... I don't know, actually. Is he actually giving it to save? They've dropped it on the floor. They're thinking about what to do with it. We'll see. Creeps coming in the base. Katomi, he's got to get back. I think Katomi is priority target #1 again. He was early game, but I think, again, you have to... You can't let him kick you. He's got a Lotus Orb now, though, so he's got extra protection for himself. But yeah, this kick...
It's the combination of the kicks and the punches, right? We saw that on that kickback there, where not only did you get him out of position, but just a little bit of a timing when he's up there flying in the air. He's not able to get the right clicks off himself and heal up with the Satanic. It puts this Luna in a very precarious position.
I didn't see what they did with the Ags, by the way. Did we see it on the obs? I'm stupid. Did they refund it? Okay, still got it.
Why is he holding on to it? I mean, I think he maybe was going to see if he could still take it himself, but he's already consumed his own
consumed it, so...
I'm pretty sure you can't get any sort of refund from it now. Yeah, he's going to drop it. Let someone else grab it.
Is it Katomi to
Hey, he
refund,
can get a
I guess?
refund, yeah. Just give him the refund.
The Pugna one is just worthless, so you don't want to give it to him, and yeah, he's got to consume now. He can sell his, and that does mean he's going to pretty much have buyback gold. Yeah, he'll have buyback gold. He still has the timer for 2 minutes, but does give him the availability for it.
He's probably going to get those 2 minutes as well. I don't see Spirit trying to end it in the next 2. They're going to look to get these tier 5 neutral items for the next push.
Oh, and they get amp damage on Tomorrow top.
I mean, the big ones, right? They need to get the Mirror Shield on the Luna.
Mirror Shield on either one of them, really. On either one of these 2 carries can be pretty crazy.
Oh, and Satanic didn't get it because he opts for the damage, which is not bad, but it's nothing to...
Whoa, careful, Ryu. The Mindbreaker hit almost tripped him up.
Immediately.
You got to be careful versus this Mindbreaker Ags on Gyro. You blink in and he just taps you and you don't actually get that, so real careful. Arcanist armor, too. I mean, Kiyotaka's tanking a ton, so I don't blame him for taking this choice. Not something you really see picked up too often in terms of tier 5s. Very interesting. All right, let's see what we get. If Katomi can get Seer Stone for those kickbacks as well, can be pretty insane.
Oh, there we go. Giant string on Malik.
Oh,
yeah, he's a big boy. Look at him. That's a right proper unit.
It doesn't even look that much bigger, to be completely honest with you, because Prime was just so massive anyway. Laurel, he'll be able to get his. Pure does get the mirror shield.
There we go.
So pretty massive versus the grab, versus the lasso.
It's very important. So yeah, Satanic not having that luxury, but just going all out on the damage with the Stygian picked up, which will give him a bit of a better chance of going toe-to-toe with a Jara that has a rapier.
Quite a bit of damage that he does have here. Katomi gets a pirate hat, so I'd imagine he didn't get the Seer Stone.
Yeah, and he mustn't have.
But also, I mean, they also could be discussing and being, you know, one person usually wants to have this pirate hat on your team just to be able to get that gold increase, so.
Yeah, how's the buyback money looking? So they go, yeah, money's fine, it's just time. They're coming in with the TPs here to look for Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka able to push them back with a Sonic Wave.
He's just tough to bring down.
It's very hard to kill.
He's got the refresher, he's got another BKB, another blink.
Eclipse on him, but he's still able to blink out. It's not easy to kill this Queen of Pain.
Oh, and that was a lot used from Laurel. That was both his BKBs and both of his magnetizers for 70 seconds.
The Bet Boom and Deep feel that they can do something with this because Pure's walking down the mid.
The magnetize is very important. You know, we've talked about the carry versus carry in particular, but Laurel has been doing quite a bit of work with that. 60 seconds, he won't have it at the ready.
And next time around, the cooldowns will be less of an issue. He's got the full Octarine coming out here for him on the Earth Spirit, but that does mean indeed spending up. It's fair enough. 2.5 minutes still is buyback on cooldown anyway.
Ooh, Rue does find himself a Seer Stone, so has the Aether Lens plus that, so grab distance is pretty crazy for him as well. The range that some people are going to get yanked out of position is absurd this game.
Yeah.
They literally have the three of the best tools for it, just the Magnus
I'll be interested. I imagine this is probably going to be a game that he will buy that Agnes immediately rather than trying to hold for buyback because the Ags Lasso is going to be so important.
Yeah, it does feel like it. Especially if they can get it to pierce one of these Lincolns in particular. If they can grab one of the first targets to pierce through with the secondary one, could be huge. Level 30 hit. So second level 30, as we've seen Kiyotaka, I feel like he's really earned that level 32. I feel like he's done so much work to keep this game stable. Oh, Laurel.
He's out just in time. TP's coming back in as well from Spirit.
Laurel, they know he doesn't have the BKB. He does get the kickoff.
Oh, they're going to get the grab.
Do they have enough to chain him, though?
Ah, they don't. Kiyotaka's able to blink out perfectly fine.
Pure.
Dive forward straight
That's
away.
one.
Pure's gotten the once.
And Katomi dies on the side.
See if they can set up a second time. Roll forward. Pure's going to get the blink off. Down to the low ground. He'll get away. Pots the BKB considering standing his ground. Moves back in over towards Lal. Lal rolls away in time. Kiyotaka able to put him up with the Sonic Wave. It's both so low. Lal and Satanic there to the damage from the Sonic Wave, but they will live.
Creep's starting to come in the base from the top lane on the side of Bet Boom. They're going to have to start to reset. Miro gets killed, and they have to use a buyback in Katomi. So number advantage for Spirit will be there likely for the next fight.
They've got to try and force out the Sand King buyback. Surely.
Surely.
I mean, this.
They got to try.
This is a bit of a window. Like you know, he's got the buyback. It's very likely going to have the money.
Satanic is getting a bit of an increase here too. He's about to have his refresher.
Yeah, and he's about to have his buyback online as well. Once again in 20 seconds. So this, if any, is definitely an opportunity for Spirit to try and, at the minimum, force out that buyback from Sand King from Miro.
And they got the amp damage too. The damage there from Satanic is going to be high. Also, I've seen a couple of these fights. Miposhka is dishing out an insane amount of damage. And Miposhka, he gets Book of the Dead.
Yeah, and he's hard to kill as well.
He is.
He's a real nuisance at this stage of the game, this Enchantress.
There's definitely capabilities of Spirit just looking to end with the amount of damage they can deal onto the throne.
Just hit the Ancient.
Yeah, if they can if they force a bad glyph, the game could just end abruptly. We've seen them do it before.
Yeah, they've just got to be so careful of the kickbacks.
They do.
You know what I mean? You're trying to get up close and personal with this throne, you could end up in the fountain.
10 states, Book of the Dead coming in.
Radiant's Ancient is under attack.
Quickly cleared out.
Let me see if we can get any sort of kickback. He's pretty prepared to get the jump in with the Hex. 30 seconds until Miro's back up. Spirit doesn't seem like they're actually able to bring together a push that will challenge the defense and cause the buyback. I see the refresher pop. He's in with the second Sonic Wave.
Look at him go.
That's so much damage. The BKBs have to come out. Lal's going to roll in aggressive towards Kiyotaka.
That's quite a bit used there from Kiyotaka. Sonic Wave has super low cooldown, but the BKBs in particular.
And the refresher. 165 seconds until that's back up.
Pure has gold for a secondary rapier, or for a backup one soon.
Sure. And he's going to have to save the money for the rapier on top of buyback.
Yeah.
And then leave it in the fountain, so indeed he can go for that sort of play on the defense.
This game is absolutely insane. 1,300 gold left for the buyback onto Laurel. Katomi does not have his. So if he does go down, as you said, probably one of the biggest priorities still for the side of Spirit if they can take out this Tusk.
Yeah.
So he won't have that buy for a very long time. It looks like both teams being very cautious.
And the fact we're, what, 65 minutes in, and the gold difference is less than 1k gold. This really has been an insane game.
From the start, it's been pretty much dead even. Then Spirit got up to a 30k gold lead. BetBoom got up to never really a gold lead at all, but keeping this game state still possible for themselves.
Now, pretty crazy though. Still giving 80% win probability to Spirit. I mean, sure, they're
Mega creeps.
up against the Mega Creeps, but one fight gone wrong for Spirit, they can still very quickly lose the game.
Absolutely.
It's not easy for them to shut it down, as we've been seeing with their attempts that they've come at BetBoom with.
It's a fragile state for both sides. One fight could just dictate anything here. As it could be a crazy one with all these buybacks coming into play. Kiyotaka just continuing to destroy these waves. Spirit.
He knows he can stand like this between the
BKB mirror shield.
Yeah.
Just keeps him protected.
And the Lotus is being thrown down on him.
Yeah.
It's very hard to catch this Gyra.
Another Lotus is going to be finished pretty soon too for save. So we're going to have an extra one to throw onto the cores. Who to travel 2 now on Miero.
Roshan, it's going to be back up once again. So a move towards the pit is... it's going to obviously be easier for Spirit with it being in their corner, but if BetBoom can make their way out to the Dire side, they'll clean it up very quickly with the Rapier damage on Pure.
Kiyotaka, can they get the full chain stun? They're going to try, but he's always ready. Will they get it this time?
He's in, he's able to pop the Lincolns. Now turn with the Sonic Wave, the Pulverize is there. What have they got after this? They follow up with the silence into the roll forward. They've chain controlled him, taken Kiyotaka out for 2 minutes.
And they still have a secondary grab. Malik pops the refresher instantly, looking for a secondary target. Won't be able to find it, but they find Kiyotaka.
They could push or take the easy Roshan.
Probably just take the Roshan. Good chain stun. Then we see the Seer Stone, of course, from Rue. Crazy way to be able to catch from a distance, and they get the chain lockdown with the Pulverize.
And this rush is going to be pretty big, right? Because this will be an Aghanim's that I imagine is just going to be given straight up to Rue, right? Give it at the bat.
I'd hope so.
Yeah.
They might even, I mean, they still might give it to Malik. It's not as valuable because he's not really breaking anything
Yeah,
in
that's
this game,
the thing. I feel like the double lassos.
I would value the double lasso a bit more, but
I'd like to see it go to Rue.
I see Malik opening up a slot, so
okay,
he's
he wants
taking
it. He makes the call. Fair enough. You know, he's the call.
Another Rapier.
Okay, and is this one going to be held in the base?
This one looks to backup.
Yeah. Get it in the fountain, have it ready for the buyback and the pickup, which indeed he has the money for both. Yeah. And it's called outside a little bit. Put the PK
Laro
straight into this.
Deleted.
It's immediate death.
Gotta be careful. Anybody will die if they get caught at this point, it feels like.
That was pretty wild. I mean, he didn't really even have that much backup that close by. I guess he
forced
didn't
the
expect them to
Kiyotaka
be this far outside of the base.
He did get a Kiyotaka buyback, though.
That is true. And if they can wait out the 100 seconds for himself to respawn, then that's worth it.
And they have they have ways to cut these waves constantly. I see already the Book of the Dead's being sent.
It's coming down the bottom.
Yeah, Maposhka's getting them prepared. Checking out for wards as well. It looks like they see them, so that book is likely to just get taken out. Are they not going to kill it? Maybe scared to walk up.
No, it's pretty scary.
It is pretty scary to walk up these
It's not the Book of the Living. The Book of the Dead.
Scary to walk up these high guards.
That.
Spirit looking to make a sneaky move. Since they don't have their Earth Spirit, they're going to try to catch BetBoom off guard. Lotus is on Pure.
Ooh, look what they've got on the side. They get the lasso. Into the Pulverize. They've caught him. Miro's out.
Pure. He's in.
Jump in.
Secondary Eclipse.
While the opening stun there reflected back towards him. Poshka just pulling Katomi. They'll jump back with the Decrepify there. They get back in with a Sonic Wave to finish off Rue. Punch up as well. They're going to turn their attention over towards the Enchantress. Buyback comes in from Miro. BetBoom, they want to put everything into this fight. They get the first jump on board Satanic.
Satanic.
Forward as well. Pure's in on top of him. Satanic trying to survive, but Pure heals up. Satanic's gone the once. The buyback's coming in en masse from Team Spirit. If they desperately try to get over to help Satanic, they get the BKB off. He's trying to heal. Malik's coming in as well. Charges forward. It's given the space for Satanic to survive a little longer. He's still alive throughout this all. Satanic survives as the Protector below comes in with a stone form. They'll take this fight as they push back against BetBoom. BetBoom, they're going to continue to commit in with the buybacks. Miro.
He actually gets out.
TP's out in time. But Spirit there making the call to come in with the buybacks. Fight back strong. They come out on top and now they are in a position where it's BetBoom that have a hero out without buyback.
And Satanic,
no Katomi.
He does have a Rapier now on himself, so his damage has gone up massively. Also swapping into Lincolns at some point here. I didn't see when he did that one, but also having this. But the Rapier, now his damage. I feel like he's not actually dealing the most damage in these fights because of his team, but actually was Eclipse, and he actually did end up doing the most damage, even though he was controlled during the majority of it.
It was just huge saves coming in.
It was.
So these buybacks, Malik able to just charge in, draw
Laurel.
the attention off him, and then Lyle coming in with a stone form at a point where, Satanic, he could have very easily been finished off, dropping very low, kind of sub 30% HP. They'll smoke up. They're ready to try and go for one more fight whilst they have the number advantage.
Piero on the side here. No BKB at the ready.
I think I was in time.
Another Rapier.
I mean, it's getting close to the point where Spirit could look to hit the Ancient. There's no kickback to worry about for 50 seconds.
Roll in, Laurel, kick out. Brew.
Can keep them. He's gonna get the lasso here on towards Miro. They've had to follow up Pulverize. That's Miro gone for 2 minutes.
Pure has put in the second Rapier. He's jumping in.
Let's see, it's big damage here from Pure. He's going to look towards Malik. Malik's going to buy some time at the Wind Waker. They have to get back whilst the flag persists from the Gyro.
That's Pure's BKB used.
Flag's back up in a second, though. Look at this damage, 2,200, 2,300 crits coming out from Pure.
No refresher, no BKB on him, though. 70 seconds.
3 versus 5. The Spirit still not confident to try and push into this. They respect the double, the dual-wielding Gyrocopter with his Rapiers. And the fact that Catome is going to be back in the game in 10 seconds.
Big kill, though. It's 90 seconds, no sanking. They're able to find him, so they're going to have that number advantage on top of those buybacks if they need to. And this Primal Beast has gold to be able to buy Boots of Travel 2 again as well, too, to join into the fight that secondary time.
I mean, what sort of preparations does Spirit need to be making when they're pushing in? Because of the fact that Pure, he's been very good at finding the prime place to blink in and just lay down the damage. You got to be ready for this Gyro to jump in straight into the middle of you.
I've seen Laurel has kind of been the X factor, I feel, with these Enchant Remnants. I think 2 or 3 times now he's saved Satanic in an incredibly dangerous position. Eyes on him for that. But if they can lock down Pure, as you said, the BKB, it's not up still for 20 seconds, same for refresher.
They really want to go once there's no sanking. Lali's in deep. He's going to be in very deep, getting booted back, but he's got the stone form. He's sliding in even deeper.
The throw, Owen.
He's just a distraction. They're trying to buy time for them to finish up the game. The fortification comes out. They've killed off Key Attacker. The fortification's about to wear off Satanic. He's got the beat.
They're going for it.
He closes up the game. Spirit, they'll get the game 1 victory.
Wow. I mean, that was...
Look at that. I mean, yeah, last night, boys, I'm just going to go deeper than you've ever seen anyone go before into this fountain and create all the space and distraction for Satanic to hit the throne and end the game. And it works out perfectly. They were going straight for it. They're like, well, guys, we've got the Earth Spirit. But last night, no, we got you.
Oh, and the damage numbers in this game are absolutely insane. Kiyotaka actually doing one of the highest in the game as this Queen of Pain, 105,000. Gyro, 95. Luna, 108. But Earth Spirit also 83,000. Wow. What a game from Spirit in particular. Majority of this game, if not almost all of it, they had an advantage. But BetBoom almost bringing it back with these Rapiers and kickbacks.
It was a great hold.
Satanic playing like an absolute monster this game, though. Trusting his teammates to back him up with the saves. He ends 22-4. Pure in 6-8. He had a bit of a tough time in this game.
What a game.
This is crazy.
Yeah, a crazy old game here to start off the series. An hour and 13 minutes this victory it took for Team Spirit, but what a victory indeed. And I can't wait to see already what happens in the draft of Game 2. As I said, they came into this game, BetBoom, and they banned out pretty much all the Satanic's carries. So he didn't have a lot of options. He ends up with the Luna, but that doesn't look like a last option in this game, right? 22-4 and 19. Satanic, he could not care less that they banned out all the carries outside of this hero because he just came in with one of, if not the best Luna performance of this tournament so far. As Team Spirit take Game 1.
Oh my gosh, what a treat this first game of this best of 3 was, and we're gonna look at the highlights of it again. It was Team Spirits at the end of the day, but this game had everything Lacoste, and I really hope we get 2 more games of this.
I hope so too. I mean, you are going late game against Team Spirit, who now did win 5 out of 6 games that did go post 60 minutes. This team is just too good when it comes down to decision making. I like in the end, because it's very hard to talk about 70+ minute games, like what actually happened. There were a couple of situations where they felt like they might have taken it, but the decision making in the end for Team Spirit was right there, because they did go for the throne. You saw the distraction, Laurel blinking in, rolling in into the fountain. I don't know where
taking himself into the ether. Like, I don't know. The edge of the universe. He just despawned.
Actually, that happens because when you enchant Remnant yourself, you can only kick yourself in the direction your hero is facing.
Oh my
that's how that,
God,
that's how that
awesome.
spell works. It's actually really annoying, but for the most part, you should be kicking other people in the enchant Remnants, which is exactly what Laurel did. I really want to commend him on his performance in this game. I think everybody on Team Spirit played exceptionally well, but Laurel, like I've been very critical of some of his performances this tournament, especially on Earth Spirit. He's had some lackluster ones, but this game he came to play. Like from his rotations to his late game decision making to his catches with the Enchant Remnant. Like he kicked Pure back with this first Rapier into like the entirety of Spirit. They were able to kill him that one time. He was saving people left and right, just doing it all.
Yeah, he really upped his game. I think he needed to be that guy that's just going in first and hopefully not dying. Like, hopefully he keeps himself alive, which he was doing because he was playing extremely well mechanically in the fights because he needed his Batrider to go in and get the jump. He needed his Primal to go in and get the jump. There's heroes with Mirror Shield. There's heroes with Lincoln Spheres. There's all these, like, single target abilities. There's heroes with Rapiers that need to go down. Like, the way you need to play the fights is so intricate. But all of that is coming off the back of Laurel initiating the proper fights.
Yeah, this game lasted a very long time. So not everything could have gone right for either of these teams, Lucas. How did it happen that it went so late? Like, what was the cause?
I think like there was a point in the game where they had 5 BKBs on side of Spirit, which was relatively early on. They had like 3 BKBs into Roche attempt. I thought, oh, all right, they're gonna go for the high ground push, maybe take it from there. And then there's a big turnaround point as well where they pick up the Rapier on side of Gyro. They pick up Aghanim Scepter on Tusk. This is always a thing. You could see them. They had Naked Throne for a really long time, and they were still afraid to go in and try to end the game because you're going to end up in the fountain no matter what. Like
that's the right move, actually, though.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the correct play. That's just a good read for a team that has played so many 70-minute games that they're like, listen, we're the experts at this, okay? You're not going to kick us into your fountain. We're gonna roll into your fountain and then kick ourselves even deeper. If we're going to the fountain, it's our choice.
Yeah, they definitely did the right thing here because they won in the end, but I could have easily seen some of their hesitation in like going for the kill and closing it, like be their bane. I mean, it's very good that they got Mega Creeps before they reached the point that Lacoste mentioned of Gyro Rapier and Tusk Aghanims, because the Mega Creeps made it so that the only hero on Betboom that could actually play the map was Kiyotaka. He was the only one that was able to push out waves like bravely and to be able to join back, because if you send your Gyro out, he's going to get picked off by all of these like BKB piercing stuns. So they only had one hero that could actually do map play while the rest had to sit in base. So that was to Team Spirit's benefit in the end.
Let's say they don't have Megas, they kill Satanic 2 times because he died. I really like the build on Queen of Pain with the refresher, cooldown talent on Sonic Wave. He joined the 100k club in terms of damage department, which is relatively, it doesn't happen too often because these are pretty high numbers. And he was out there, like what you just mentioned, that he needed to be out there somewhere. Sometimes he would die, but still rest of the team was able to get her around. And if they were not playing against Megas, I think they would just run it down the mid lane and try to close out the game. But the Megas slowed them down so much.
Mira did mention it during the draft that like the Queen of Pain late game scaling is just insane. And there's no percentage increase or anything per level. It's nothing like that. It's literally her talents are too good. The numbers are very high on her abilities. She does a lot of pure damage. You can get the refresher. You can get the Kaya, which is going to increase her damage. The Shivas, which is going to increase her damage. Like the build late game is just insane from her. And the cooldowns are super low. And I do think Kiyotaka did play this very well. I mean, everybody played the game very well.
It doesn't
some high
get
skill
to
Dota.
70 minutes without everybody playing well, right? At the end of the day, though, Team Spirit, they were ahead for the majority of the game, and they are able to close it out. So we'll see what Game 2 will bring us. I am also curious to hear what Kezu will bring us with his Kitty Award of the game.
Yeah, of course you're curious what I brought, Shiva. Let's have a look. 73-minute game. Is it a ward? Is it something else? Is it a Seer Stone? No, it's gonna be a ward, but the most important thing is your ward doesn't have to stay alive forever. This base ward that Betboom have, it doesn't stay alive for very long, but it shows them Satanic at the start of the fight. And with this kickback, you know, they pull him in, everything you guys touch on the panel, you know, it's super late game, everyone has everything. You kick in the Luna and Satanic actually buys back and comes back into this fight. And literally with the vision of the ward that was up for like, I don't know, 3 seconds, maybe 4, it's enough for them to nearly turned this game off of this one single play in their own base.
No, this play made the game at some point. We went back to a less than 1k gold difference again.
Yeah,
right?
maybe BetBoom were even up more than that.
I
don't
think
know.
so, because I think they got the Aegis after that again.
Yeah, because we were like ready to leave, ready not to leave, ready to leave, ready not to leave again. But yeah, there were a lot of things in this game. Even sometimes I was like, maybe I can use like Luna's vision with the Bad Rider. But overall, I think next game, Spirit looked phenomenal, as do BetBoom. But this Bad Rider Enchantress combo is really strong, and I don't know if the BetBoomers want to give that up again.
No, because I think it getting that late game, it was BetBoom that kind of messed up to have to rely on the gyrocopter potential with the Rapier to come
They
back,
had to like giga outplay to come back in this game. So I think next game, maybe you don't want to play hardcore mode, you just want to play normal mode.
Normal mode? Yeah. But that's not as fun for us.
I mean, that's true. Go give it again and pick. They should play some Meepo carry on pure.
Ooh.
It's coming.
It has happened before. Who knows? If you want to find out what happens in game number 2, you better stick around.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Booties on the dance floor. Yeah. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. You ain't got time for excuses. You got to use it and lose it. Ooh. straight to that knee. Get up and live your life right now. 'Cause you can't win the game if you ain't in it. You ain't got time for excuses no more, no more. You got to use it, lose it. Ooh. Do it now, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh baby, tell me why you ain't living your life. No, no. So get up and just do it. 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 Just live your life. Come on. What you waiting for? Quit wasting time. It's all in your mind. Get up and go. Just live your life.
We're jamming with the hottest disc jockey.
Just wanna get away with you. Nobody gonna be breaking up with you. Could come between a love so true. We could write our story, baby. We got proof. Talk about fun, we're talking about us. Talk about fate, getting right that does. I'm living each day, and it's thanks to you.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Hello, we are in the middle of the upper bracket finals, and it is quite electric here as we have got Spirit taking first game past minute 70, game 1, no biggie. Sets high hopes though for game number 2. And joining me here are Kezu, Lacoste, Effie, and Jenkins, and we're going to talk about and see how BetBoom is going to try to strike back, because they are probably not happy with the way game 1 was played out. Jenkins, where would you go from there? Because this first game, they banned every single hero and Naga Siren for Satanic that they could think of, and still he gets a Luna and runs away with it.
Yeah, that's a GG go next there, Shiver. I think when a game goes to 75 minutes, you kind of just blame. You say if you're European, you say unlucky. You blame Lady Luck for that one. I wouldn't mind seeing some sort of BKB piercing disable for Satanic. We have seen other teams try it, and it's looked decent. But something to focus him down in the fights, like BetBoom themselves could get the Batrider, for example, and I think that would be good.
Yeah, they were playing into 2 BKB piercing tools for Pure, which is quite difficult. You're playing into Lasso. I mean, they had punch, they had the kick later on, but in some of these mid team fights, you would see that something was lacking because he was unable to run in and get the damage out because he was getting controlled. And they also had Shiva's guard. They also had early Scotty on Luna, so he's not going to be lifestealing much of that Satanic item.
Have to specify.
Yeah. Have to specify. We got Tusk coming out there for the first pick here. Effie, what do you make of that?
I think
Happy
they're
with the change?
they're happy with it. Like the Tusk for Betboom, they wanted it in the first place. I think a lot of teams have really liked the Muerta versus the Tusk as a like secondary counter, but Spirit banned that out themselves in that phase. But I think that the issue for Betboom in that last game was like the first 2 picks of Spirit in the Batrider and the Primal. Like it just made it so that Pure could never play his game, and that's where the difference is going to be here.
And you can also tell how much Spirit like respect this hero, because when they're now not first pick, they actually take it out. So Betboom do get a better Tusk because it won't play into the bat again, but they'll take one of the next counters in line with the Dark Willow for Spirit, which Rue has looked pretty damn good on. Can't really complain.
Something that they discussed about in an interview was, you know, just a casual safe lane when they queue up a couple of pubs inside of Pure, Shadow Fiend plus Tusk in the lane where they completely dominated. It was 7-0 in 7 minutes when they played against Team Liquid. So I don't know if they want to ban that one.
But Willow operates like very similarly to Muerta in the sense that she denies the ground from Tusk, which makes it a lot harder for him to do his snowball saves and to just like throw himself into a fight. It also opens up for potential picks, like we talked about, that Pierce BKB, like your Beastmaster that you could be looking at, your Enigma that you could be looking at, your Primal Beast.
Yeah, I would love to see the Beastmaster. I'm a little shocked to see that it's not getting picked up in some of these series, but I suppose against Tusk, it's a bit of a deny pick in a way, because the snowball save is actually good against that BKB piercing disable.
I mean, I wonder what Spirit want to open up out of phase here. It's nice if you can pick a core here that's like multi-flex and whatnot, but the cores that they generally would use in that slot are like kind of taken out with the Pango, the SK, so maybe it's just easier for them if they open up with like a Meposhka hero out of phase.
Why is this no longer a good Primal Beast game?
I think it is. I could see either team taking it, honestly. Like if I'm Betboom, I'm considering taking the Primal just to deny it from Spirit right now.
Okay, I mean, they'll just go with the Hoodwink. They're one of the only teams, maybe the only team that makes Hoodwink 5 like...
Looks really good.
Looks really good.
He just plays 4. He goes Gleipnir and farms, or Atos into Gleipnir.
So let's see. I mean, if you're Betboom, you are gonna have to show 1 core.
Their first pick, like surely it's the Primal, right? They are gonna run the SF Tusk. Extremely strong lane. Now Spirit is definitely looking for the BKB piercing disable. Anytime you have one of these like turret cores with the buff of Tusk, and I assume more buff heroes are gonna come out from Betboom. Usually when people run SF, they pick all these buffs with it. You want to disable this hero.
I wonder if this SF just feels a bit too early. Maybe they wanted to take it away before Spirit could set up for one of their own, because like when I look at Willow and Hoodwink, I don't feel like these supports are punished by SF particularly. Like
they're definitely not.
They can stand and face their ground against one lane. Like Willow can Shadow Realm herself. Hoodwink has a lot of range, a lot of move speed.
They are the team that does flex Shadow Fiend, so they have that option available. So that's really good. They even played Morphling mid, as we said the other day. I think it was Shadow. Was it Shadow Fiend?
It was SF Morph, yeah, and they were gonna flex it based on the last pick.
What a way to flex the heroes in 2024.
Yeah.
Morphling and SF.
Honestly, it's Morph, I feel like, is good against both of these heroes.
Shadow Demon made it through, so we got the double save coming out for Betboom. This is a combination that we've seen many a times, very successful. Good against a lot of different cores as well.
I mean, let's see how Spirit want to go about this. I think you could look at heroes like Dawn and Beast. I feel like if I'm playing Beast and they flex this SF away, I'm still Beastmaster. Like, then I'm still good if he goes mid. Like, I don't really, like, mid SF is not gonna gank a Beastmaster. It's not gonna really slow my game down. Maybe you're too scared with the Dawn if they go for a different counter matchup, but these would be some of the offlaners I'm kind of looking at. Because you could, if you want, you could double pick. Like, you can pick now a mid and an offlane, which are both good against SF. So because then you kind of ruin their flex of wherever he goes. And then you get the last pick, Satanic's hero. But I don't know with which two you want to do that with.
I will say, in a vacuum, I do like SD conceptually against how Spirit likes to play. You press R on Satanic, and all of the buffs, everything that you want to throw on him to save him, all of these things are going to be dispelled by the SD ult. So this just generally is a good hero against this team. Usually when you pick the SD, I would expect some sort of stack farmer to come out next.
Yeah.
Like Bristle in the off lane maybe, but it's just not that good against Hoodwink.
Ooh, the Mars.
I think this Mars was a deny pick by Team Spirit that they were thinking
Potentially,
about.
yeah.
Because that definitely had to be something that BetBoom were looking at, is the hero that can anchor or lock people down like Jenkinson and turrets need people to hold them down so that they can right-click them. And then you also need to take advantage of this 4 Shadow Demon, which doesn't give you a lot by way of damage, but gives you a lot by way of setup by a hero that needs the disruption to set up like, a Centaur or a Mars. And it just looked too good for BetBoom. Spirit take it away. They can play it themselves. I really like this approach because it does synergize with Spirit supports.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it would be a really good pickup, killing Squirrel, killing Dark Willow, and you also have Requiem plus Arena combo. I've seen that so many times where I feel like it's a good Mars game, but a lot of the time people just don't take it because 2 supports, they don't provide you with much damage. But on the side of Team Spirit, they're definitely not going to lack damage once they go in with the Arena. Both supports have relatively long-range spells that they can throw in.
Finally.
And there's the Beastmaster.
Oh, and another thing about the Mars is that I don't remember, but one team ran it against Team Spirit when they were playing Medusa. They started to pull out the Mars because the idea was that you want to use the Bloodsport facet on Mars where you just deny vision of the primary target and you want to make it so that his save supports don't see him. So like in theory, like you blink on this SF with Mars, he can't get disrupted, he can't get snowballed. Like later on, yeah, Tusk can blink in, but it's a really cool idea here.
I completely agree with that. Like, it used to function the other way around, where SD was the Mars counter. Yeah. Now it's Mars is the SD counter. I will say, though, one of the most annoying heroes to play against in terms of save supports is definitely the Tusk, because he does always get such an early blink, and blink in and Snowball will save the spear target. I love the Beast here. Like, this is a hero that not only farms stacks, which SD is going to be doing a lot of stacking. It's an aura bot for the SF, so it's going to buff him up, and then it's lockdown for the SF, just like the Mars was going to be, and then also whatever Satanic is going to pick to try to, win the late game against the SF, it's a Roar BKB Piercing Disable for Satanic. So this is like the perfect pick, and Miro is the best Beastmaster right now.
But there is the threat of getting morphlinged by a Satanic, because then you think about a carry who needs to buy a Linken's that benefits from a Linken's, is also good on lane versus the Beastmaster, and you don't have enough stun
They
for all your
have no
other
silences,
heroes.
they have no real stun.
Yeah, the
you gotta
morph
ban
pick
the
is
morph.
scary.
You gotta ban the morph. I completely agree with that. I'm certain that the next ban's gotta be a morphling.
And there's also the Luna that you have to consider banning to protect your Beastmaster too.
Yeah, I think you're definitely more okay with the Luna because the SD, you can take the Luna illusions. I do feel like the Roar is a lot better against the Luna. If they leave morph, it's gonna be.
They do
It's
have
gonna be
first
rough.
pick on
They do
BetBoom,
have first
so
pick, so
maybe
maybe-
they have something against the morph. Oh,
Maybe
and actually,
maybe they take the
maybe
morph and then they
take
put it
because
mid.
they can flex it. Yeah.
I honestly think that's about to happen. I genuinely think they're about to do that.
Ban Terrorblade. Pick
They're
morph.
actually doing it. That is so cool. The fact that they can do this makes them so hard to draft against. Spirit wanted that morph. And still, we don't know if it's Kiyotaka on SF or morph. It depends on what the last pick is from Spirit.
Yeah, and he talked when they won against Team Liquid how good of a game for Morphling, mid-Morphling that was. I mean, he was playing into Tiny, so it was a slightly bit different because he's playing with the facet that does lower your cooldown. And there are some really good spells that you could use in this game with lower cooldown.
Yeah, you can turn into Earth Spirit, you can turn into Mars and take the Spirit, you can turn into Willow and take the Brambles and then deny the ground from Team Spirit themselves.
What is it? It's hard. Maybe TA, Alchemist. Do they want a Luna again? I don't know.
I don't mind the Alch. Okay. Yeah. I really like that. I think that it ups the tempo and punishes the fact that you're picking 2 carries, The Kiyotaka is playing Morph. Even if you play a mid-Morph, it's still a carry hero, You still need items. I like the Alch against Beast as well. That's a solid lane.
This is a bit on the slower side from BetBoom team from what we've seen. Sure, they exploded that lane when they played against Liquid, but this is Beastmaster. Both supports are not very aggressive. It's going to be more about stacking. You have mid-Morphling who can join. This is a different type of a Morphling than what you see from the safe lane. He's not buying into Vlad's. He's buying some Phylactery. He's pretty much playing for himself, but let's say they don't get ran over in the lanes. I think Bibbidi Bobbidi team that they got this one again.
Again,
I thought they were gonna have the
Oh,
first game as well.
I was like, I hate to break it to you, like, I'll say that.
He's like the last 2 minutes.
favored BetBoom's draft last game. I think this time I'm with Spirit. I like the SF and the Morphlex a lot. I think it's very strong, but I like this mid-game timing from Spirit where they can like play ahead. I think if Miro or Kiyotaka pop off, BetBoom are fine, but I think Spirit got this one.
What do you reckon, Effie?
For me, this really depends on Kiyotaka because it is such an X factor, like mid-hero. But when I look at it, like mid or spirits, they'd never go Geogrip versus Morphling, and I feel like Morphlings often go unpunished versus mid or spirits. And if Kiyotaka can just have a good game and get a couple of kills early on, I think he can pull this one in for his team.
I have the same opinion that I had in the last game, which is I think both drafts, they got a lot of what they wanted. I would lean towards Spirit in terms of they have a much more normal and easy to execute draft. I agree with Effie that they have a lot of damage. I think you said that. A lot of damage on the supports, and then with the Mars and the Bloodsport, it's hard to save with the heroes that BetBoom has. But I love the draft that they can do this morph SF thing. It's so interesting. It's very hard to deal with. We haven't seen it much, and that might be the X factor.
Well, let's see if it's going to be successful in game number 2. They will need it to be successful if they want to force out a third game. Let's see what's going to happen together with ODPixel and Fog.
Once again from BetBoom, their ability to switch things up, right? They get that Morph last, it's going to be taken to the mid by Kiyotaka, as we've seen them do before this tournament. And Team Spirit, they get a bit more luxury this time around when it comes to carry selection because less of the bands being focused towards Satanic. He gets to go with this Alchemist, which should lead Spirit towards having the chance to play a little faster with the draft this time.
Absolutely, but they don't have Miposhka on the Enchantress overall, right? I feel like every time I see most of these players play this Ench, some of them are just master classes of being able to take early dominance. And I feel like that's what Miposhka did a lot in that early game, is get them to that tempo where they had this lead and kept building up on it. But yeah, Laurel also, I don't blame them for picking his Earth Spirit again. He was incredible this last game. Honestly, saving Satanic in some crazy scenarios, fighting 1 versus 5. Beautiful game. But yeah, this should be another treat as BetBoom. We've seen almost an exact draft, if not almost identical to this, I think it was. The Morph, the SF, the SD, and the Tusk at least were the 4 that they had versus Liquid. So a very comfortable draft for them. And that could also be the reason that they want Kiyotaka to play this Morph, as we'll talk about that in a second. Is can he juke the Brambles? He can. He actually lives because of it. So they have the double save function, which for Kiyotaka a lot of times, he's a bit of a crazy guy. You know, he does some reckless moves. That last time when he played the Morph, save bailed him out out of so many situations with disruptions. A similar approach this time.
Yeah, how does this sort of change it? Because last time when he ran it mid, it was against Nietzsche's Tiny. This time against Lyle's Earth Spirit, do you still sort of have the favorable kind of free farm as a Morph in this matchup? Is it easier? Is it harder?
I would imagine it's pretty much the same in that type of front. Maybe a little bit harder because Laurel can maybe catch him with like some Geo Grip, but we just don't see people do that. Like Effie was talking about, they all just go 4-4-0 because you don't want to mess with your laning and with your overall game state. But yeah, I'm curious to see how much he's going to be able to do because it's pretty... Okay, he has a similar lineup with him, and he's also versus kind of similar archetype heroes where, sure, it's not Avatos, but you have 3 different spells that you can use from the Earth Spirit. And as they mentioned also, it's versus the Willow again, which he was also against versus Team Liquid. So yeah, really interested to see how this is going to end up playing out after these lanes. And have to talk about bottom, the lane, the SF Tusk. Pure had mentioned it a couple times. This is like this is their specialty when they play in pubs in particular as well.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we saw this. It was these two as a duo get those 7 kills in 7 minutes.
That won't happen.
Oh yeah,
that should never happen.
That was wild. We saw them do that the other day. Who was that against?
It was against El Saberlito.
Oh yeah, poor
it
old.
was the same game.
That was the same game. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was a bit of a miserable one for Liquid.
And it's I can't remember what off. They had Dawnbreaker, I believe it was.
They did. It was Dawn and
Dawn and Willow.
Dawn and Willow.
I think it was, yeah. Because Willow overall, whenever people pick the early Willow, that's also why they want the SF, is for the floor damage, which can constantly threaten inside of the laning.
So all in all, pretty similar circumstances.
That's what I was
They got the same,
similar archetype.
Mars, Willow, absolutely.
Oh,
kind
bottom.
of Dawn Willow. They get the roll forward on towards Rue, but he has the Shadow Realm. Good spear push back there. Of course, Katomi to take at least one of the tower hits.
He'll be okay. I feel like they should have a better, of course they'll have a better time in terms of those, not depths in the lane,
depths,
but it's still going to be a difficult lane, I would imagine, for this Mars and Willow combo. Looking toward top, this is Miero's best hero. So even though he is into this Alchemist pick, which they wanted to play versus this is a strong lane that Boom has also gotten.
And as you mentioned, obviously, Miposhka not on his Enchantress again, but on the Hoodwink, still pretty strong?
Yeah, I think they were mentioning it also on panel. He's the only one that's making this 5-position Hoodwink look good.
Yeah.
So it's not his Ench, though, and his Ench is literally his best to be able to dictate early game.
Oh, might be able to try for something here. They get the pushback into the Acid Spray and the Concoction. Save, he's already used the Disruption. He's got nowhere to run. They'll get first blood for Satanic.
In the same way they got it last time. Last time it was when the Enchantress hit 3, but this one they see the Disruption get put out and they just instantly go aggro. Nice move there. Going again also onto Miero, just a casual stun though.
We'll have to keep an eye out as well, because Betboom, when they've had Miro as this Beastmaster, sometimes they've had an insane amount of stacks right in the triangle very early on for him.
They have Shadow Demon too, so you're going to see those stacks absolutely be made for him. Definite ways that Spirit can contest, since they have this mid-Earth Spirit who can look to roam very, very early on.
And for Betboom's side of things, is there any concern, because they have kind of this double carry thing going on with the SF and Morph, in terms of like how much these heroes can offer up in the earlier stages?
The Morph mid is not a carry, right? He's a spellcaster in particular. You're just constantly playing around other heroes' abilities, so I think it's fine to be able to fight back.
But you could see this Morph being as active and as responsive as the Earth Spirit is in the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially Kiyotaka, right? Like, he's just crazy. He tends to... I think every time I've seen him, this last game in particular, he had a bit more difficulties because he got sandwiched on first in the mid lane with the Enchantress rotations. But this one, I could see him do the similar thing that we saw him do on the Monkey King versus the Earth Spirit, where Earth Spirit moves, he follows. And he's just going to constantly turn into him and be able to use his spells against him. And right now, inside the laning phase, he's having a very good matchup versus Long.
Yeah, as the last hits go, once again, as was the case in Game 1, Betboom having that bit of a better time. On all three of their positions.
But no kills being hemorrhaged in bottom in particular. While Malik is being slowed down a significant amount now at this point, they aren't dying down here yet.
I mean, it's easy to say it's because he has to be so careful.
He does. It's such a strong lane. Now that they're level 3 on the Tusk also, you have the Snowball, you have the Shard, and the tag team. So if there's a Shadow Realm used at the wrong position or Malik steps up too far, definitely kill threat. Betboom, I would imagine after that last game, they want to play faster. That's why they've gone for this Beastmaster SF lineup. They want to be able to match that early aggression that Spirit was able to get the lead with very early on last game. Pull in, they'll catch, save.
He's going to be able to get the disruption off in time to dodge the concoction, but surrounded by the three of them, save will still fall. They'll get the kill here off the back of Lyle's rotation.
I like it. Very natural move. He's losing in the mid lane, so just makes a quick early move toward the top lane while grabbing the bounty rune. Yeah, again, CS though. Definitely looking to be that lead for the side of Betboom. But yeah, just like last time. So right now, Spirit, 2-kill advantage. Do have a slight gold lead from it.
And obviously last game we saw both of the team's carries try for some very early plays around the Twin Gates. This game with the Alchemist and the SF, do you see one of them being better at sort of turning one of these side lanes into a 3-man?
The SF overall can just make the moves a little bit earlier. Also top, we see Katomi coming in. He's got Snowball, but the stun catches.
Indeed, a great pushback there into the 2-man concoction means the Katomi, he's going to be the one to go down. Team Spirit able to push back Betboom.
Oh, that means supports are not going to be there to contest these. To contest the runes. There's another poison on a stack Satanic. We've seen him die to the 5th stack once before in this tournament.
Yeah, he's learned from that.
Oh, did he?
Oh.
He's got the 5th one. I don't think it's enough.
Surely not. Yeah, it can't be.
It's
It
very
would be close. Yeah,
it was
he
very
can
close.
go in up.
He's okay.
How much is about 300?
It's like 400.
About 400, yeah.
It's like 450 or so
Yep.
after reductions.
Bottom
Malik,
lane.
though, now he's alone.
This is the problem, right? As soon as you leave the Mars separate against these two, they'll run him down and kill him very easy. Top!
He caught him.
Oh.
They got him with an X and another poison. Wasn't careful enough. The burst is too much, and now Laurel can't get
Disruption
aggressive
was at the
either.
ready. Stops Lau from being able to get in on top of them.
Oh, he died again. He still dies to the catch.
Something about these Shadow Demons, you know, they've very much been the strength against Satanic in these lanes.
And Malik, he is having an incredibly slow start, and they're even bringing Kiyotaka. Rotations have to come from Laurel. He is going to make the move down.
They can't allow Malik to go down a second time.
No, and Kiyotaka, he's going to contest for the rune. Laurel has magnetized. Who's going to get it? He's looking to turn into him.
He's in with the roll forward, Lau. He's going to get pushed back by the Requiem. Indeed, they make sure that they secure the Wisdom Rune for themselves, BetBoom. They're going to try and fight Lau. Lau will get the magnetize upper. He's gone. The waveform comes in. Kiyotaka gets the kill. I mean, Team Spirit, they're trying to desperately push back against BetBoom. Pure, he'll get chased down into the tree line. Katomi's salving up, a turn with another raise, gets a couple more of them off Pure, and finally falls. But this is
Kiyotaka's cleaning up.
They clean up big time. He'll turn in the Earth Spirit. They get the snow football forward on towards Malik.
Does he roll in?
He's tempted.
It's Kiyotaka, so
Yeah,
he's
he
always
was tempted,
tempted.
but
I
he
think
won't.
the morph wore off, or he was going to go in, I think.
That's true, actually. He wanted to go in, no doubt about it. I mean, he's going to be happy with that nonetheless, picking up a triple kill.
That was huge. And they get the double wisdoms as well. The Requiem coming in from Pure pushes away Laurel.
Top lane Satanic's got to be careful again. This poisons are starting to really stack up on him.
Saves looking for the angle. Now it's level 3 poison too, so it hurts quite a bit more if he does get the extra stacks.
Stacks will wear off.
He's got double wards to watch the Alchemist. So Satanic, he is going to do what we see a lot on these Alcs, is get these stacks going in your small camps, but there's ways for BetBoom to contest them as well. Miro has 6. He's got the Roar at the ready.
Already feeling like that this game is going to be a harder one for Spirit.
Yeah, much better this time around. The early game from BetBoom. Laurel has been slowed down. Both the mid and the offlane are massively slowed down. Satanic, the Roar comes out.
TP's going to come in straight away and respond.
He's stunning himself, and here comes Pure.
Yeah, he's come out across with the raise. He's ready to try and chase down Satanic, but Satanic just far enough away to keep safe as BetBoom don't have any further control.
Katomi's porting in as well. Satanic has to be careful how far he steps up.
The grab with the shards. And look who's swinging in for the side, Kiyotaka.
Can he play around them?
Well, the Bramble will be dodged by Satanic. They're still in on him. They're pushed right onto the 3 of them, holds them back, and gives Satanic the space to escape.
BetBoom is playing so much faster this game, though, just really looking to dictate the pace and shut down this Alchemist. And so far, they've been able to bring down at least once, and now they push him away also during Chemical Rage. Might just be able to find this tower, too. But Laurel,
he's heading up.
He wants to stop this.
Miro's pretty low. See what they can find here. This can's been hit, so BetBoom know that Laurel's making this rotation top.
All the way to the north side. Is Save even going to TP out? Miro definitely will to go back to his Ancients, but Save looking to stick around just to steal some of these camps. I think they saw him for a second,
It's going to take a bit of time, yeah, now a lot for the TP out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good TP there. And Pure, even though he has died the once, he is having it. He's only slightly behind this Alchemist in terms of farm. Very good aggression coming out from them, and yeah, so far, the Kiyotaka Morphling, it is one of those X factors with the moves. He's going to kill the same build that we saw last time with that Phylactery. And Satanic in a bit of a weird spot here in the mid. He's trapped.
He's going to have to take the long walk out to the side. I mean, Pure's coming in as well. Throw the concoction out towards the SF, but they've got the 4 heroes here, somehow still able to live. I mean, that looked...
Pure.
He looked pretty dead, but...
I mean, Pure gave him the option to go for the stun. I think he had no other target. If Pure didn't step up there, he would have stunned himself. A little bit of a slip up there coming out from BetBoom.
Yeah, it gets away from a dangerous spot in the map.
The most dangerous spot in the map. Playing in the... How many times do we talk about that water spot? If you get caught in beautiful shards, but he ends up being able to walk away. Pretty huge survival.
Now, bottom lane, Spirit, they're finding the space to put the pressure onto this tier 1. Here with Lyle turning up to help back up the push with Ruin Malik. Looks like this tower will be let to fall.
And Malik has found a bit of time to recover as well. His net worth is pretty good when he is playing versus that extremely hard matchup. He's same as the Beastmaster, and now with 6, they're going to look for a move.
They're still heavily focused around this mid lane, BetBoom. They're trying to get the setup onto Lyle.
Neposhka jukes it. They're rotating over.
Save.
Malik's here.
Going to try and go for the setup. They'll use the disruption to surround him. And look for Lyle, but he's able to roll away back to the rest of this team that's coming with the backup. Malik does have the arena, but they don't want to fight into this for now. Kiyotaka's going to try and chase them away. He's not. They don't find sort of the angle to get in as they hoped for.
Yeah, and Kiyotaka knows how much he can push the limits, because even versus the Mars, they're still not level 6 on the supports. So a bit of limited control versus this Morphling. He can just waveform out of the arena. If they had 6 on Rue, perhaps that fight could have actually been successful for Spirit to look for something, but they don't have the combo yet. Once they've got the combo of that arena plus the fear, they can look to take the fights a bit more head-on. But BetBoom, with a gold advantage and an XP advantage after taking the runes, and now getting 2 very early towers.
Yeah, everything's going to plan for them so far. The fact that Pure's still keeping up with the farm that Satanic's getting as an alchemist on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's not that free farm out by any means. He will still probably get the Radiance at that usual 12 to 13 minute mark that we've seen, since he's got these camps to go back to. Yeah, his mid and his off laner have been slowed down a good amount here. Even though Malik, we were talking about him recovering, can't find an angle to get a good arena off just yet.
Yeah, he's going to be going straight for the Blink Dagger this game.
Don't blame him.
To try for the plays.
Laurel goes standard, Blade Mail afterwards. Kiyotaka has a haste rune, very close to having his phylactery done.
Just so hard, as you say, to kill this morph.
It is.
He's had such a good start, Kiyotaka, and he's so slippery, and he's got...
And he's got saves.
The both of them, right? The Shadow Demon and the Tusk. Pretty much the Dream supports in this patch that are very relevant when it comes to offering reliable saves.
Yep. He's got a haste rune right now. He's going to go on to Rue. Poking and prodding.
Malik heading over to try and help push him out of the area. Unless he's trying to take some of their stacks, but he's just getting any sort of catch on this morph. It's almost impossible.
He's just kind of toying with them.
He knows they can't go on him.
Yeah, I mean, Malik's trying to find an angle to catch him, but it's just difficult. I mean, Kiyotaka's literally, he knows what he's doing. He's being very pesky. Okay, the Radiance is actually going to get slowed down a little bit here. So not 13 minutes, it'll probably come 13:30 or so. Pure is level 10. His timings are very fast. Yasha Dragonlance, and he's going to go the BKB after since he's playing versus the Mars or Spirit Willow combo.
Radiant are scanning.
It's early days, but it's feeling quite good for BetBoom with the way that they've been able to play these lanes and get away with Miro, now pretty much finishing his Ags. These stacks are not contested. And a lot of that is because of the annoyance of Kiyotaka just dancing in their faces, forcing 3 heroes. That's pretty much the Ags done. So they could look to, we were talking about acceleration of the games. Usually this is one of the big ones we talk about, is the Ags Beast, is being able to just sneak a Roche in particular, which their lineup most definitely can do. Rue will find the Wisdom, so now has level 6, the 2 supports on the side of Spirit, so they do have combos if they can get the Blink on Malik, which he is very close to. This game could explode pretty quickly, though, it feels like. If Spirit loses an upcoming fight, it could be pretty devastating for them.
I really just feel like Kiyotaka can farm wherever he wants,
Really can.
even on Spirit's side of the map.
He even has this illusion rune, so if there is the 1 point in Geo Grip, which Laurel did do this game, he is 4-2-1, which you don't see too often. He's got a way to play around it with the Ilu or the bailout of his teammates. That's why he's playing so aggressively forward.
Yeah, being positioned as he is in this mid lane, Kiyotaka, it just means there's very little ways of Spirit finding their way around to punish either Pure or Miro.
Now with the Blink on Malik, that could be the option if they can get the angle. Still quite difficult to be able to find this more.
Yeah, it's not easy. They're going to try for sure with this Blink pickup. Can they actually catch Kiyotaka by surprise?
Hey, the Roche is going to get started, so they have to make a decision of where they want to go. They might be expecting this Roche because, you know, we see it like every single time in these type of games, and they had the ward prepped.
This could be pretty big if they can find these 2 around the pit with the Blink, but already BetBoom know they're not doing this quick enough, and there's too many heroes off the map from Spirit's side of things. So
they're bringing the squad, Owen. Pure.
And the squad is pretty strong.
Yep. Pure is a bit vulnerable if they catch him in the front line, but if he's able to sit in the back line with his bruisers in the front, he's going to do a ton of damage in this upcoming fight. Let's see if they can get the angle on Spirit. Can they get the Wombo combo? Because they do have good team fight if they can get the catch.
They do.
It's just the if.
A lot of damage between the Arena, the Fear, and the Magnetize.
And Rue
control
might just get caught first.
Be able to get into the Shadow Realm in time. Katsum, he's got his eyes on Maposhka. Spirit, they have to back away. Rue, the Shadow Realm comes to end, and he is out.
Kiyotaka just, he's too aggressive. They can't handle it. They're scared to make the move because if they miss the initiation on this Morphling, things just get disastrous for them very quickly. And now they're going to probably be able to get that Roche Spirit. Still inching over to try to contest.
So hard though without the full lineup.
Yeah.
And even when they have the full lineup, it's just not been happening.
It's going to die pretty fast too now.
Maybe Lyle tries for a steal.
See if they can get the angle.
They could try.
Katomi's giving vision.
Can
Malik.
he time it? It's falling low. They'll set up with the pushback, but it's already gone. They jump in with the arena. They'll control the
Big combo.
Max decides to follow. They get the concoction out, but saves him with the disruption. Keeping Pure safe. Pure can't get the Requiem off in time. The fear comes in from Rue, puts the stop to it. They'll be able to take down the Tusk on top of this all.
Miro respawns. He looks a bit afraid to contest forward there, Miro. Didn't want to push forward even though he's the one respawning. Satanic lives.
I mean, not a bad effort there from Spirit. They do lose pretty good cores.
Yeah.
But they're able to get some kills for themselves.
Satanic might find another. Kiyotaka gets the shift.
Kokchi's pretty low here, but the disruption comes into play. Stops the bushwhack from connecting. It will actually turn aggressively with the waveform, go straight over towards Satanic. They're looking to kill off this Alchemist, and they'll get him.
Oh, they thought they could get him, but Kiyotaka's too quick.
He is, and he had just enough HP to play with.
And save. This is why they have the SD with the Morph. He gets the save off onto him. Super clutch. They tried to push the limits there because they had vision. They had that ward right on top of him, but very quick bailout, gets the shift off and gets the saved. The save from save.
Yeah, it really nearly did work out there for Spirit.
Almost.
But BetBoom just that little bit ahead. These sort of moves and these heroes in particular. Kiyotaka, they just don't quite seem to have an answer for him. 4-0-3. He can do whatever he wants on the map.
He really is such a problem. It's pretty crazy. As now top also Miro.
They get the setup on Malik. And now with Katomi coming in from the side, they can get the catch on him at Poshka. They catch him with the snowball and the punch. Pure's in with the damage. Satanic, he's jumped in with the concoction. I think he's got to be a bit careful himself.
They don't have any extra catch. Snowball, everything on cooldown. So
he'll back away after that one. The pressure's coming in. Pure's pretty much going to have the goal for the BKB. The items continue to fly out for BetBoom as they creep further and further ahead of Spirit.
And the BKB's pretty huge for Pure, as we saw in the last fight. Yeah, he's very vulnerable for now, but once he's got BKB, he'll be able to get that Requiem off in almost every single one of the occasions because there is no BKB piercing lockdown for him. And a lot of these games I've seen from BetBoom, it's like, yes, Pure is playing his SF, right? He's the hard carry, but it's actually Miro as his Beastmaster in a lot of these situations, whereas he's like this carry Beastmaster. The amount of damage he ends up kicking off inside the fights is pretty crazy, as we saw there versus Satanic.
What is the game plan for Spirit? Yeah, at this point, they're going to feel that they're really rapidly losing control of any sort of chance to turn fights against BetBoom. What are you looking towards next?
You have to somehow find the backline heroes in particular, right? Find save on the SD before you can get these saves onto the Morphlings, but it is difficult to see because Kiyotaka, he's just starting the fights, right? He's just waveforming in, and then it kind of causes panic from Spirit that they don't want to go on this Morphling. So it's difficult to see how Spirit wants to approach those upcoming fights versus the super annoying Morph that gets all the information for his team. And the Beastmaster now at this point has Blink. So when he gets all this information given from the Morph, he can pick and choose the targets that he wants to go for with that Roar. And the disparity of net worth is really starting to reflect. These other two cores just not really able to dish off as much as they'd like to. Laurel having a much harder game this time around as this Earth Spirit than he did last time. And he almost has Octarine on.
Yeah, it's going to be some very, very good timings from Kiyotaka once again on this mid-morph.
And look at how aggressive he plays forward. He's not afraid of the catch. And in the meanwhile, BetBoom making the move, looking for Satanic.
Is under attack.
Is he gonna expect this?
This is a pretty
I
good
don't think he's going to be
wraparound.
expecting this sort of smoke play. The blink off. And the snowball will chase him down. There's no saving him.
That was a crazy wraparound there from BetBoom. And Kiyotaka, they tip him because he's bottom.
He's showing there.
Forcing 4 heroes to kind of make moves and like kind of poke at him, and then they just know that they can isolate the Alchemist. Yeah, this guy, I mean, sometimes when he plays these specific heroes, he just really knows how to push the limit on them and almost lose their Willow. We'll be able to get the Tormentor. But yeah, Kiyotaka.
Yeah, the mid-morph.
It's so much pressure. He's applying so many reactions that it's just allowing his team to shut down the Alchemist. And now they'll get a tier 2 as well.
And we're sort of how good it's been. I mean, obviously they've got so many other heroes that they've been smashing games with, but I'd say it's a little bit of a surprise that we didn't see him do this more in this tournament with how good his mid-morph play has been.
It's the way that they set up for the draft. in particular, right? Because the panel was saying too, oh my goodness, this could be a great game for Spirit to get this Morphling, but the fact that they can do this type of flex play and take it, it is very clever. And now at this point, he's got an Octarine too, so these upcoming fights, he's probably going to be pretty unkillable. And he can just jump in, even can be permanently Shadow Realmed or throw these constant kicks and roll arounds, plus waveforms. Getting harder and harder, it feels like, for Spirit. A 7,000 gold lead now, and they're the team with the Alchemist.
I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, the whole sort of momentum and game plan, it never really came together for Spirit here in this game too, so far it feels. And for BetBoom to let this one slip away, it feels like it's going to have to take a pretty big throw.
It is. And they've already claimed 2 of the towers. Kiyotaka, he might get caught. I mean, he's just trying to push the limits so much here.
Even if they grab him there with the spear, he's not dying. Well, far too much HP to get through.
He is
and
so
again,
annoying.
the distraction. Space is there for the bottom lane to be pushed in. BetBoom, they'll be able to claim the final tier 2 tower that Spirit had standing. It's just 22 minutes in.
He really is just giving. It's just insane how much information he's been able to give to allow Pure to just play as aggressive as he really wants. Yet all 3 tier 2s already taken out. They've only lost to 1 tower on the side of BetBoom so far.
And I imagine this is the hard thing as well for Spirit or any other team that's playing against BetBoom when they run the game like this, in this style. It's just a sort of a scenario that you probably don't find yourself in that often. You know, how many games are you getting kind of completely crushed by a mid-morph? It doesn't happen a lot.
But it does truly feel like it's the whole combo of it all. It's not just this morph. Of course, it's fantastic versus these strength mid laners that he can use and versus Willow, but it's having the save behind him and having Miro on his literal best hero, right? Getting to play this Beastmaster, they're able to absorb the space that he's been able to give. And
gonna try.
He's got BKB. It's hard to go for Pure.
Well, they know that the Spirit's here as well, so no further chance of catching them by surprise with this play.
Because even if you get the catch onto the SF, he's got the Tusk, he's got the Shadow Demon behind him to save.
Not gonna happen here, Spirit. They've got to fall back.
Miposhka is getting, I mean, as he does as this, in his 5 position, but as his Hoodwink, he has Atos. So he is starting to get a bit more control in particular, but still, as we're seeing, they're just falling further and further behind. They can't find any catches or any team fights that they can execute their combo.
Yeah, it's just that the kind of the matchup of the net worths just looks pretty.
It looks great.
Pretty rough for Spirit. You know, they have Satanic on his Alchemist, but on BetBoom's side, they have 3 cores that are right behind him. 23 minutes in, you know, there's not that increase, that lead that the Alk really needs to be playing with. And his other 2 cores, they're falling far behind here on the Mars and the Earth Spirit.
And there's, again, I'll say that there's no BKB piercing disables, which is massive. Well, on the side of BetBoom, they have Roar. They have the Demonic Purge. They have the Punch. So overall for the Alchemist, hard for him to approach the fights unless they get a perfect angle, because he'll just get purged. That's the main target they just need to go for. Damage now starting to rack up after having double defensive kind of items there for Pure. He's got a crit, and they're smoked looking for a catch. BKB also finished on Miro. They have the answers versus the big team fight that Spirit has. They've got the BKBs to counter it. This next fight could be very problematic for Spirit. Looks like they are just trying to farm up. Everybody split up. On the side of Spirit and Satanic, he's gonna get caught.
They got him.
It's a tough game. Tough game for Spirit.
This is a very hard one.
BetBoom made the adjustments in this early game. Rue will be able to survive, but you can see the map. Look at how they're playing on Spirit. They want nothing to do with the fight. Everybody's just farming, hitting creeps. And the question really comes is like, what's the next item that they feel they're gonna be able to actually fight into this BB draft? See it again. Yeah, he knows that game stage is just incredibly difficult for him to find any farm.
Not a lot to be done, it feels, at this stage of the game. Just still very early, 25 minutes in, but that's the real problem, right? It's 25 minutes in, they're 10k behind with an Alchemist lineup. These are not good numbers here, and look unfortunately for Spirit.
And look at the positioning here too from Kiyotaka, just continue to play incredibly aggressive. Sees Miposhka. Can they set up on him? They're swinging 5 heroes.
He can just show himself on any lane wherever he wants. Chances of them killing him are very, very low.
And Roche, it's going to be the next ticker. They already have a ward set up on the side of BetBoom. Save's got it prepared. He's going to have Blink after that Aether Lens to get the save if the combo even comes out from Spirit. This has to be crazy execution from Spirit in this next fight. It could just Could just be the last fight for them. All of BetBoom swinging up. Pure level 19. The ward will get taken away. Spirit. Will get scouted. Roche is up in 5 seconds.
Oh, Miro.
He's in.
He's
the roar.
BKB will be off in time. A lot of damage still coming through it. Satanic can be able to turn and get the concoction out.
That is an awkward start. No BKB for your Alchemist. Kiyotaka's in.
They have to retreat. Surely Spirit Lal poking around with Kiyotaka, but no interest of heading into the middle of the fight.
Split up. It can't contest the Roche now. No BKB Alk. Pretty much impossible for him to join in. You have to sack it. So BetBoom, just with that type of poke from Miro, they'll be able to secure themselves this Roche very likely.
Still hovering outside of the base, Spirit. But do they really have any intention of closing in on this Roche? If they did, it's going to be too late. The Roche is gone.
They got the disables.
So if they can take him out quickly, it's going to be protected by the snowball. Still though, caught in the arena, never mind, waveform's up. He's able to jump out to the side.
He's
Get him with the
He's disabled.
The bushwhack, they get him. They're able to burst him with the sharpshooter. Lal, they put the BKB try and run here, escape from Miro.
Can Satanic get himself away?
If they can get out of this, they'll take that fight. Team Spirit, they get the 2 kills, one of them being the big one, finally taking out Kiyotaka, and they don't lose any of themselves for it.
Best fight they could have asked for.
It is something in a whole world of nothing so far this game for them.
Kiyotaka, he pushed his limits this time around a little bit too much, as he does sometimes. Gets killed, gets caught too far away from that secondary bailout from the Shadow Demon. That was honestly pretty huge when they didn't have BKB Alchemist, right? The fact that they can at least get some kills. Yes, there's still an Aegis that gets grabbed from the Shadow Fiend, but silver lining.
Who got the money for the kill on Kiyotaka? It was Wilma Poshka, so it's going to continue to be a very rich hoodwink.
He kind of needs to be. It feels like, since his two cores are falling behind massively.
Sure.
He probably needs to get this type of scaling.
Yeah, just get that Gleipnir done next.
Sure. Yeah, I don't blame him. He bought he received the shard earlier too, so a little bit of extra damage that he's able to get. Not bad, but still difficult.
They need a lot more of that.
Pure with the data list now. He's about to hit 20 for that increased damage on his talent. But not bad.
Gonna have to deal with this 3 minutes of Aegis. BetBoom are likely to be interested in pushing the high ground.
If they can get a catch, yeah. Still, as you said, massive amount of team fight that Spirit has if they can get the connection on the heroes and if they see the 2 saving supports. Roar is at the ready, BKB is at the ready. Pure, he's in deep. Roar's dropping fast.
Just gonna start things. So this Aegis, BKB Manta, Shadow Fiend.
And he's hit 20, so extra damage.
Not an easy one to get off your barracks.
Can't just let him keep poking it. Scared to jump.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, uh-oh. That was Laurel. Uh-oh.
Well, at least they didn't see it, right?
I don't think they did, but they lose the racks for free, and now without BKB on him, he is
super difficult for him to go in.
Yeah, he's very, very vulnerable if he does jump in.
Whether they know or not, they may just still go for another high ground push down the mid with how easy that one was down bottom.
They still have the banner down here too. Save is pinging, potentially to look for a jump.
Yeah, they wondered if there's any sort of setup behind it. Pure. He's going to come back to finish off the job down here.
Does work of that racks onto mid. Kiyotaka.
Oh, he's in.
Gets the BKB.
The BKB straight before the spear comes in from Malik. Malik himself has to put the BKB jump forward for Satanic. They're trying to burst through him.
He's roared.
But indeed he's caught by the stun. They're in on top of him. Satanic's gone for 50 seconds. Pure BKBs turns over towards Lal. Lal's out of the game as well. No buyback on the 2 cores.
That's likely it. Can they hold with 3? Pure, he's still got Aegis.
I mean, Kiyotaka's just messing with them underneath the tier 4s as he keeps morphing into the Dark Willow.
Look at these brambles. Look at the control.
Brambles upon cursed crowns upon cursed crowns.
And he's in again.
Just bullying back the 3 of them.
Another bramble
on him. It's pretty low, but there's going to be the disruption to keep him safe and a waveform at the ready.
He's just making the space. Pure's taking the buildings.
And up towards the top.
Rue.
Glimmer will protect him for now. Malik, good spear out onto the 2 of them, but Marion straight away on top of him in response as Malik's gone as well. Also out without buyback. They'll have Satanic up in a second.
Looks like BetBoom will back away with those respawns, but massive damage done. And you said Kiyotaka, he's just messing with them, Owen. Just dropping the brambles and the roar. He's Satanic. Even if he gets the BKB off, he's just dead.
And Lal trying to get in on the fight, but of course with that BKB pressed early, I believe what's still didn't have it back up. Gets caught by the bushwhack. They kill him very easy after he goes straight into the middle of it.
So hard to play the Earth Spirit versus a Morphling dropping brambles everywhere when you don't have that BKB. They still have Aegis for 30 seconds. They're going to look to go again. Satanic, it's just it's impossible for him to fight just versus so many different disables. Versus so much
they've got all the
distraction.
answers now.
It really does feel like they've got everything. Even another full item coming out, I believe. Was that the those Shivas? Is that the full one? Okay, not just yet. Close. Actually, I think he does have it. All right. Even more items coming out for this Beastmaster. They're matching the farm on the Beastmaster versus an Alchemist. I mean, Miero, he's done this a lot on his Beast. Final set, Spirit. Have to try to hold on to it. Tommy, considering a jump.
I mean, they can just jump them, and Miro's going to try it.
Gets
the
the
roar
BKB
off, the
off.
BKB was there in time. Still a lot of heavy physical coming in. They get the punch up. The arena's going to get dropped down low. He'll still tick out underneath
Satanic.
the tier 4. Satanic getting destroyed here by the damage coming out from Pure. He's out. No buyback still on him. Malik to fall as well, slowly but surely, as he'll push them back. But the raises from Pure finish him off. As this game, they'll have one more buyback to play with, but yeah, the course don't have it. GG is called. We're going to a game 3 as BetBoom in this game 2. There ain't no messing around from them.
No.
This is a walk in the park for them, this one, Fog.
Yeah, I think it's just the combo of everything that they got this game. We can talk about Kiyotaka's Morphling so much because he played it incredible, but it was really the whole draft around it. They got their SF Tusk lane, which they've looked incredible on. They literally devastated El Saberlighto the other day on it. And then they get Miero on his Beastmaster. Save gets to play, hit one of his best heroes as well. They just executed this beautiful, and overall, it was a hard game, in particular for Laurel and Malik, as they could never really get back into this game after those lanes. They got a little bit of gold, but as soon as that Roche comes out, everything just accelerates too fast there from BetBoom.
Absolutely. The sort of change up in draft, as you mentioned, coming into this game too, feeling very apparent. And less focus really on Satanic's hero pool and more on just ensuring that they get a solid lineup.
Yes.
And yeah, just not necessarily the play, but the flexibility of being able to steal that morph away as the last pick, something that maybe Team Spirit really were looking towards getting in as their final piece of the puzzle for their lineup. It wasn't allowed. BetBoom, they come in with the smarter moves from the draft to the play. Team Spirit, they suffer quite a bit in this game too. Game 1 was pretty crazy. This one in a very different fashion with BetBoom coming in complete domination. We're getting a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Can't wait to see it. It's 1-1 right now between BetBoom and Team Spirit.
You love to see it. The game number 3 between these two teams is a treat in my book. This game, though, was a lot different compared to that game number 1 we saw. It was BetBoom that was in the driver's seat, Effie, I feel like, for the majority of the game.
They really were. This highlight that we saw here from you was like the big, not necessarily turning point, but the big part where Kiyotaka started to come into play. They brought so many heroes to fight for this Wisdom Rune. And while, yeah, they're losing a couple of heroes on BetBoom, Kiyotaka gets 3 kills there, which is really what you need out of your mid-Morphling. You need the early Soul Ring plus Phylactery for him to have impact on the map. So that worked out very beautifully for them. And we saw the chaos that Kiyotaka was able to make.
Yeah, it's insane. Them having this strategy that they pulled off against Team Liquid as well, where they have first pick, which means they don't have the overall last pick. So they are flexing between Shadow Fiend and Morphling, and also having double save, which makes it a lot easier for them to play. They just had to slow down the game a little bit, farm. Kiyotaka was so annoying. He has 3-second cooldown on his waveform, so he can go in and out. He goes for Phylactery, he goes for Soul Ring, Power Treads as well, makes him super tanky. They just don't have enough damage. Like, there was nothing that the supports inside of Team Spirit could do to get the kill.
Yeah, this was a succulent treat for us to devour. What a great treat. Kiyotaka, mid-Morphling, ruining pubs everywhere. I like the build a lot. I feel like you really need the attack speed when you're playing Strength Morph, so the Treads feels really good for that, but then also You want to have a higher percentage agi, so that way you're getting the lower cooldowns. Treads, you can tread swap and get that little bit of HP, so people can't just like insta-burst you because you're low HP. So amazing play from him. But also Miro, I know he played the more normal guy that game, so it's like less interesting to talk about him. But holy shit, this guy is so good at Beastmaster. It's shocking to me that it went all the way until 4th pick. He is consistently super farmed and making all of the plays every game he gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think their idea was that they knew the Beastmaster might come, and then they were like, okay, we're in a position where when they ban out the carries, they can't take them all out, right? Because like they're like, we have our Morphling that we could pick versus Beast, we had our Dara, we had our Luna. They had 3 of those available to them that they probably were comfortable running into the Beastmaster. But that's where like the crazy flex that they do, where they just throw Morphling mid comes in. Betboom were one step ahead in terms of they knew what Spirit was thinking. And yeah, I also think Save played a great game on the Shadow Demon. We haven't mentioned him yet, but his disruption saves really came in clutch, especially that first Roshan fight.
Yeah, Shadow Demon saves, something they did against Liquid. We're going back to that game because, hey, they had pretty much 4 of the same heroes. You start shifting on Morphling, then he disrupts you. Suddenly, almost 3 seconds after, you shifted another 1500 HP, which means that you're not going to die. But I think the big part of this game was them having BKB piercing tools. They had 3 of them. They had Shadow Demon Purge, they had the Roar, they have the Punch as well. And I did some numbers to check how much farm they take on side of Spirit, because we talk a lot about, 4 Protect 1 strategy, and they take 32% of the whole team's net worth. Is taken by Satanic, 30% by Pure, and then we had other 2 carries today, which take 26%, Skeeter and Crystallis. So if you can counter one guy, if you're picking 4 Protect 1 strategy, that also means that you should pick something to take him out, because most of the farm is on him anyway.
Yeah, and this time around on the side of Team Spirit, it just didn't work out the way they wanted to. But, again, we get a treat. Game 3 coming your way very soon. Before we do that, though, we're going to check in with our tech analyst, Kezu, who's going to talk to us about the Acer Predator head-to-head.
That is exactly what I'm doing, and we need to look at Mr. Kyodaddy. This Morphling, holy damn, this is some nice thing to see. You don't see it too often. In fact, he's the only one that has shown it to us so far in this tournament. 7-1-7 on the KDA versus Larl on the 1-4-4. Sometimes it happens. You have a shit game. But damn, Kiyotaka on his Morphling. Let's play a couple of these clips, because when you play against a hero that you cannot touch, like this Morphling, when he goes mid lane with 1500 HP and waveform, you can't touch him. Minute 12, he goes into like the enemy triangle, and literally this guy can go wherever he wants. He waveforms in, turns into Willow, 5-second cooldown waveform. He can Shadow Realm, he can do it again. We fast forward the clip. My bro's still here. In the meantime, look at his entire team. They're farming top, they're farming bottom. They're helping him. It's like, oh, maybe we can fight, maybe not. Like, he just keeps them here forever. And in the highlights, we saw the 7-minute Wisdom Rune invasion, where that also happened. Now, this is so cool. This is later in the game. He's alone. He's fully alone, running into the enemy triangle at minute 20. This Mars, who's like farming the tier 2, has to blink out because he's showing himself and waving in. But it's not only this. This is paired up with his team actually smoking at the same time. Because if you're Satanic, are you expecting this pathetic Morphling at the bottom tier 2 alone, like doing some 1v5 play? Probably not. But then his team shows up, boom, now you're dead. Congrats.
Congrats, and congrats to Betboom, of course, for taking the game. It feels like this game in particular, Betboom got so ahead so early on from the lanes that Spirit, I don't feel like we saw them execute their plan. Is that fair to say? Because I don't really feel like we got to see their win condition.
No, I think that's fair to say, but Jenkins was also mentioning something else like Miro. He actually dodged a lot of moves that Spirit tried to do. Like, he dodged like 3 smokes, and when they went to Roche, they like backed off and stopped hitting Roche to bait them to come to then actually take the fight they want. And something else, not to like harp on Satanic, but I think he looks better on range carries that just get to sit back and then come in later to like carry the game. Because Alchemist is the type of hero, use your net worth, fight, fall back, farm, fight, and keep doing it. Didn't look the same to me this game.
No, and it's also, if you look at all the 10 heroes in the game, if you're going to pick one to win overall late game, it's never going to be the Alchemist.
Yeah, it's not going to be him, that's for sure.
And normally he wants to be that hero, right?
Yeah, and maybe this is where, all these bans with the flex and them doing the morph, because this is the 2nd time they've done it. You can't let them do it a 3rd time.
You cannot let them do that a 3rd time. Well, or rather the 2nd time, because the 1st time worked out.
It wasn't against them, but like this 23 Morphling with the SF.
No, you can't let them do that.
No more.
No more. We're going to find out. Game number 3 of this upper bracket finals coming your way very soon.
You are jamming with the hottest disc jockey. Disc jockey.
Nothing can hold us down. My heart is beating, waiting for the weekend. Nothing can hold us down. I can feel the rush, here it comes. There's fire in your heart, yeah. Ready, set, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I just can't get enough. I can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I can't get enough.
Brand new banger.
I can feel the rush, here it comes. There's fire in your heart, yeah. Ready, set, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I just can't get enough. I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
Hello! Only one team will make it to the grand finals via direct route, and that is winning here today. We got Bedboom and Spirit, and it's 1-1 right now. Winning team will secure that grand final spot. Loser will have to try the hard way around, going through Falcons tomorrow morning. And so far, two games that we've witnessed are very different. We had one 70-minute gorgeous back and forth Jenkins, and then this game too, which was Bedboom all the way.
You know, both of these games truly have been marvels of Dota. The first game, we got a classic, age-old 60-minute game. We all love those. Tier 5 neutral items. And then the next game, we got a clinic of Morphling mid. The Beastmaster, if you're a Dota 2 high skill player, you can enjoy that replay and see all the high skill plays. If you want to just see some crazy shit happening, look at Kiyotaka's perspective. So beautiful Dota, and I just hope that we get a game 3 that's a similar vibe.
I hope so too. We're moments away from getting the draft on your screen, and that gives us time to talk about what we want to see here, Effie, because we've had, again, two very different games. So two very different ideas about how to win a game of Dota 2. How do you think Spirit will go about this? Considering I'm assuming that the pick order might be changed around, where they might have first pick again.
I think Spirit are just gonna keep in mind for some of Bedboom's wild flexes, because I don't think that they had that Morphling steal in the back of their heads.
They didn't.
They did do it once this tournament, so I'm sure teams had it on their radar, but within that drafting stage, I just don't think that they saw that coming and they weren't equipped to handle it. But in game 1, I thought their idea was solid. And in game 2, their idea would have been solid too. So I don't think they'll change much, but they're gonna be more cautious of the Dawn flexes, the SF flexes, the Morph flexes, the things that they've been doing this tournament on Bedboom.
I will also say, like, for me, it's also more about just them being aware. Like, I think in the last draft, Bedboom in the first phase, they took out the SK and the Pango, which made like the middling like type of the draft for Spirit very hard. They had to lock in Mars or Spirit. These are usually not heroes that they take at this stage. They will have like one core that's locked in and the other one is open. In the last draft, they didn't have that. On top of that, you had the more flex. I think stuff like this in this third game, they're not allowed to have that happen. It needs to be better.
I also checked the stacks, because this is how you come back into the game. Team Spirit, they're bottom 3. Like, usually the way they come back into the game is by superior team fighting. And this time around, Earthspread, he got shut down. This is not a hero that plays well when the map is small. So he wants to fight, and he can't fight any fights. He's not going to be farming the jungle. Same goes for Mars. You have probably 2 of the worst heroes from the mid and off lane to make a comeback in the game if the team is dodging you, which they did really well with Kiyotaka's Morphling just being in front of their faces all the time.
Spirit now have the option to steal the Tusk, which is what Bedboom opened with 2 games in a row. Like that's the take that they could do in this game. They can also try something entirely new, like the Pugna.
There it is, steal.
And they just straight up banned the Morph in the first phase. So they don't want to be dealing with that hero. Which, honestly, you think if I'm them, yeah, sure, you do it after the last game because you know they use it very well, but you also have one of the best Morphling players in the world as your own carry, so having to ban it doesn't feel great, but I understand it.
Yeah, the flex just makes it extra hard mode to deal with just on from a draft perspective.
Bedboom have other annoying flexes though. Like they showed us this one, but they have their Dawn flex, they have their Magnus flex, they have their TA flex between mid and safe lane, and this could be the game where Bedboom are looking to bust out a TA because Piers looked incredible on that hero.
Yeah, we've actually not seen the Magnus at all during the previous 2 games, right? Not banned, not picked.
That's true. I mean, that's something else that Bedboom also have up their sleeve, of course. So, yeah, there are a ton of options. Spirit need to kind of cover themselves pretty nicely when it comes to going up against these picks, but it is on Bedboom first to pick out of phase here.
And they got a trade, like they got this Tusk for Shadow Demon. I want to see if there's going to be some potential Dragonite later down the line, but you also are playing at the Shadow Demon. The way they play with DK on side of Spirit is they throw all the buffs on top of him. Like, he's very strong in joining some early fights with Armut and Mask of Madness if he finds a good opportunity to do so. But the timing is pretty much once you get your BKB, once you have Solar Crest, maybe some extra, Vlad's carrier, whatever is needed just to buff up the damage, and then that's the time where you join a fight. And we've seen a lot of Dragonites against Shadowfiend. The problem is a lot of these buffs can be demonic purged.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, SF is a natural Silver Edge builder too, so he tends to like playing into the DK. I like the SF pick here. This is, like, Sand King is still open. This is the hero that I'm looking at in Bedboom. They are kind of denying, like, they make the Sand King pick feel bad by picking the SF, because SF can follow Sand King mid or to the safe lane and do well. So now Bedboom wants to get the SK. It's all theirs.
And not just that, the DK that Lacoste was talking about, I think SF is an early solution for it too, because we've often seen like SF paired with something like a Primal Beast, and they're able to just lock down the DK, and SF just shreds into him very easily.
Magic damage does a lot of work in the early game against that hero.
If you're Bedboom here, it's nice if you have like a BKB piercing solution for the Pango, because your SF will 3-shot this guy. If he gets to clap him, he will die. And I'm looking for cores that are open for you. You could be looking at a Magnus +1.
Primal?
I think or Primal. I would actually like both of those. Like, they can go mid, they can go off lane. If Magnus goes mid against Pango, I'm pretty sure you out-CS him.
If Primal presses Trample, you can't bushwhack him to a tree, right? Because when he's moving towards the tree, he kills the tree. Like, I feel like you probably should just go Primal.
Maybe if you're frame perfect, maybe you still can, because I guess he has to, like, trample to kill the tree.
If he gets stunned into bushwhack, then it's fine, right? Or still doesn't work.
No, I think you trample even if you're stunned. It's just if you move.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Have we seen Mr. Kiyodaddy play Primal? I mean, from what I can see, I feel like this guy can play anything.
Didn't play it yet.
Okay.
They'll go back for Clockwork.
Yeah, they snag the clock as SF's lane partner. I think by picking this clock here, though, you put Spirit in a position where they can just go for Dawnbreaker, play Dawn plus Tusk, and just completely, like, bully the SF on lane.
That sounds like a great lane.
You can flex Pango to mid, and then clock. If you put him on position 5, he doesn't protect SF versus that combo the way Shadow Demon would.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Look at the mag out.
Yeah. Keeping the flex. This time around, they do have overall last pick, so they can play Shadow Flame from 2 different roles, and they could also play Mag from 3 different roles, which they did so far in the tournament. Again, slightly limited on the lockdown, but a lot of team fight. Yeah. This is relatively easy to execute. If they land 2-man combo with like some RP into Requiem, these heroes are just gonna die.
I think you have to pick your carry here. Like, sure, like if you commit your offlane now, they will just flex the SF, then they get more bans. So I feel like this is probably one of the better picks that Spirit could have gone for. He's tanky enough. He doesn't really get kicked out by some Magnus rotation. He gives you a lot of kill threat in the game. I don't know if there was anything better left, but I like it.
I think there are tools, though, to deal with this DK. Like, there's going to be this RP at later stages of the game once he gets very strong. You have to also factor in the refresher, and of course, the SF is going to build that Silver Edge. But conceptually, DK works here because when Magnus skewers back your carry and it's a Medusa or a Luna, it dies very quickly. But if it's a DK being skewered back, he lives for just long enough that the rest of his team can connect to him and potentially turn the fight.
Isn't SD considered to be like a hard counter to DK? Weren't teams banning the SD to DK?
Yeah,
Not
kind
anymore.
of annoying.
Not anymore, because before the DK illusions used to cleave with the Fire Dragon facet, but they don't do that anymore. So like you would disrupt the DK, and then the DK illusions would just kill his team, but they just don't cleave anymore.
But still, I feel like conceptually, the way you play around DK is you build a bunch of buff items for him. Solar, Drums, Tusk, with his Icy Hands buff, and you just purge all of that, and he's really reliant on BKB and doesn't like to get kited. And then eventually you do get a break.
Yeah, like it does matter, and it's a bit annoying. The only thing that Spirit have for them, which is good, is that at least they have multiple ways of like engaging and kind of choosing their fight, right? Like Pango roll should or can help him out with who you want to fight, where you want to fight, and same with himself. And I feel like especially with all the heroes banned, it's just kind of the go-to pick. But now for Spirit, they need to decide what they lock in. Like your Pango, you're gonna have to lock him into a lane now.
It's some sort of Storm, Puck, Quap type hero. I agree with these bans from Petboom. There's so little lockdown on their side that they could be very easily abused.
I think Invoker could be an option for Team Spirit. You'd also just
Throw
have
more buffs.
an added means
it's
to
banned.
buff the DK.
Hey, it's first
Oh,
ban.
first
Never
ban.
mind.
You could also just throw Pango mid. Like, you put Pango mid and you pick this Dawn. I still really like the idea of Dawn. I like it more knowing that there's an RP on the side of Petboom, but
Yeah,
maybe
Dawn,
just
Dawn is still good.
Yeah.
Team Spirit's turn.
They'll ban out the Timbersaw.
Oh, or Spirit again.
Yeah.
I have a hard time calling this pick. I'm really not sure.
I am concerned if they do pick the Earth Spirit. I feel like Mag versus CS should be very easy for Magnus. He destroys any melee, and then you have an offlane Pango, which is, well, what are they picking here? They need to pick an offlane.
Yeah, and they really, on the side of Team Spirit, don't have a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah.
It will be the Tiny coming out.
Huh.
Tiny mid. I mean, I'm down for some Earthshaker mid if they feel like they need slightly more lockdown. For Kiyotaka, like, you are gonna farm in this matchup more than Tiny.
Let's see. I mean, they have a lot of time to try and decide.
Yeah. Yeah, full minute in their bonus.
I mean, it's kind of up to them if they feel like they want to counter the DK or the Tiny. Because I think your Mag could go top and you're fine against it. You can also go mid and you're fine against the Tiny.
I'm also fine with some Keeper of the Light.
I was gonna say, this is a nasty Caudle game, actually.
It is good. If you hit super early timing with Spirit Vessel against DK Tiny, they're having way too much fun.
Yeah,
He
this
almost
is
knocked
gonna
off
be
the camera.
something. Okay.
Oh, that's not
not
really
very
really
funny.
not that interesting.
That's not making me laugh. I don't know.
No.
Are the,
Someone must have just have a great joke.
Okay, well, it is... I mean, it's a fine Ember game. I mean, Mag, with a
good
lot
with
of these
Mag,
like melee
yeah.
cores, is like really cool. It helps you scale a lot. And he doesn't really get bursted later by some Tiny, because you have some Mage Slayer, maybe you have your Flame Guard running.
I think they just wanted to like guarantee that they have one melee core to just play on Empower to make the Magnus pick more valuable, and I think they think that this will easily match the pace of Tiny. It'll be able to rotate to side lanes, but I agree with you guys that it's like a fine Ember game. It doesn't, pack a punch the way that Morphling did in terms of a last pick. So these are looking like pretty balanced drafts from both teams, unlike last game.
The only thing that could have stopped the BetBoom team from winning this series and winning the whole tournament is gameplay patch, which did not happen. This team is just way too good at executing. We saw it in the previous game. I think they also have this one. They have these nice flexes. To me, Ember Spirit is just like a casual Ember, nothing too crazy, but I feel like he's going to do a good job in this game.
I don't know about that, Lacoste. I think there's some classic picks coming out of Team Spirit. Laurel Tiny, he's played this. It's an age-old Laurel pick. Satanic has looked amazing on the DK. I actually do believe in his ability to do better in the SF matchup just because he's that good at DK and he's that used to playing it. And then Malik on Pango. This is, in my opinion, his best hero.
Yeah,
at least in this tournament. This looks like his best hero. So I do have a lot of faith in Team Spirit's draft just in terms of comfort.
I'm actually with Jenkins on that one. Like, I think that you shouldn't underestimate Team Spirit here because they didn't get gotcha'd by anything, and we didn't even talk about the Tiny factor of, like, they picked this hero because they want to toss back the SF far, far away from his Shadow Demon,
Yeah.
So if they execute well, they have just as many tools as BetBoom do.
And damage on side of BetBoom is mostly physical. They have Tiny and DK who have bazillion armor, so that's going to help out a lot.
Well,
I think Pure was right, Cheever.
Okay, do you think Spirit wasn't ready?
Spirit are not ready. They'll meet them in the finals.
Okay. Well, game 3, deciding game. Which team will make it to the grand finals? We're finding out with Odie Pixel and Fog via that PogChamp Panda. It's now on Spotify.
Straight away here with the setup with the shards on a key attacker. The whole of Team Spirit here coming in to try and take down this Ember. They've got the Dragon with the disruptions there. They'll be able to keep him safe for now. Turn towards Satanic. In fact, it will be BetBoom who claim first blood.
How many times, even in the start of a game, will Save be able to save his teammates as Shadow Demon? I feel like I say this too much. Saving people time and time again.
Yes.
And overall, too, we got to look at these things with the Magnus. BetBoom has yet to lose with this hero in this tournament. So one thing I did want to point out.
In multiple roles.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
All three cores played it. So Spirit, they've gone for I think this lineup overall wants to fight more early. I think that's what was their concern last time, just trying to have this Pango and Tiny so they can fight versus the BetBoom's constant way of setting paces. Did he just steal it? He did.
Yes, he did. And that means they get all 4. So BetBoom, they get first blood, they get 4 bounty runes. And can Team Spirit at least kill Key Attacker here? They cannot. Backup comes in. They can't even get the kill here. So unfortunately for Spirit, they're having to start this game against the team that got first blood and got all 4 bounty runes.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, BetBoom, they've just been specialists at working these type of games. So good at the early game. Kiyotaka is starting low, but he's bringing a salve immediately to pump himself back up. But yeah, look how these side lanes are going to go. They end up putting the Pango in the off lane versus Clockwork. One of his harder matchups in terms of the lane in particular there for Malik. But probably afraid to put it in mid because I've seen a couple times in this tournament where these mid Pangos go versus the Magnus and then gets destroyed the entire game from it. So that's probably why they wanted to have Malik have this Pango in the off lane to sack him a little bit.
Yeah, and why do you think they went for the Tiny in particular this game?
Laurel comfort, but I think also what they were talking about is the armor that you can get at least from Grow versus this heavy burst damage, and they want a repositioning tool versus the Shadow Fiend. So you can stop the save in particular from the Shadow Demon, but Tiny overall has been a bit of a mixed hero across the board. It hasn't been the most popular in most instances, and even when we do see it picked, it's been underwhelming in some of these games, so we'll see how it ends up working out for him.
They want to try for the setup bit.
They're level 2 already.
Got the disruption.
Big stun.
Very quick Dragon Tail indeed, making sure the mirror can't get the skewer back.
Malik will be able to juke out those cogs. He's cutting all the trees. And yeah, well, in particular, I'm wondering how Malik's going to do down here because it just feels difficult for him. And top, Satanic is getting pressured as well, at least in these first few waves. Getting 4 bounty runes, getting first blood.
It's pretty crazy.
They have these level 2s just that much earlier to be able to make these aggressive moves
at
the 1 minute mark.
Because what this bottom lane, it is once again what the kind of the SF plus a very strong support that we've seen them do absolute wonders with BetBoom. And you don't really see this duo off lane of Team Spirit causing many issues for them.
No, not for Pure in particular. He should be just fine. And it's very difficult as a Pango to play versus Clockwork. Just if he gets you inside of the cogs, the battery assault is very annoying in the laning phase, but also in the mid game, it can be very pesky. Laurel doing good in the mid lane though. He is having an advantage, 10-5 versus 6-2 at Kiyotaka.
Yeah, some good last hitting hit. Yep. Solid denies, has that extra heavy hit.
So that's probably another reason why he wanted to play it, since he does feel like he'll have a good matchup in particular. Although with the Ember picked afterwards, but Laurel just being confident.
And bottom. Very hard for them to put pressure on towards Pure.
He'll free farm. Does feel like it. But they do have the matchup, you know, Satanic, he has been very good on his DK, and it will have that plus armor that's always going to be nice versus the SF presence. Here. That was a interesting shot there from Rue. No trees even next to him, so it doesn't even get the bounce back. A weird one. Level 3's been hit. Level 2 raise is online.
Nice job for them to step up anywhere near this SF already.
Yeah, and he's already got, what, 11 wand charges. They'd be able to secure that Lotus. So, yeah, this bottom lane, it's going to be absolute free farm for Pure. Top lane, we are seeing Satanic getting a bit of a better start here versus the Magnus, since he always has the way to play versus the Skewer. But this Magnus is also going to free farm because he just throws the Empower onto himself, and he has that great base damage, and he's always got save behind him. So 3 lanes, or 2 lanes in particular, that look very good for the side of BetBoom. That mid lane,
yeah, it's good stuff.
Laurel's going to have to do a lot, it feels like. Yeah, right now having a good start. Kiyotaka early, though, I feel like the reason he wanted to play this, too, is just he's going to do the Kiyotaka thing, right? Where he's just playing in their faces and being a total nuisance. There's a lot of disables for him, but Flame Guard is going to be very nice versus the potential burst that Spirit has. Good toss back.
Yeah, good toss back. They're getting quite a few hits here onto Kiyotaka.
That was a really nice one.
Water Rune is up. Let's get the refuel.
And prevent the refill there on Laurel. Making an aggressive move. Miposhka trying to get the angle for the shards. He'll get the snowball.
He's going to have Flame Guard and Sleight of Fist back up in a second.
He's tanking it. Did enough to tank the tag team, though.
Avalanche up. They're going to have him, surely. Kiyotaka.
They should have.
He's got 1 bottle charge, but the shards are up. They'll trap him in and make sure Laurel gets the kill.
Nice play from Miposhka. Hits the level 3 off the creep wave in the mid lane, and he just gets that extra level to be able to find him and run him down. Yeah, playing around Laurel, that's definitely going to be a key to success for them, it feels like.
Absolutely. I think the sort of side lane situation is very hard for them to rectify early on, so just all in on the tiny basket. Make sure that he gets that faster first time timing.
Top again. Gets the stun. And Satanic probably also being like, man, how come I keep playing versus Shadow Demon? I think that's the one that I think I've seen him have the most difficulty versus in terms of laning phase, just the Shadow Poison and just obnoxious capability of the hero to prevent him from getting CS. So we're seeing the difference really start to build up between him and Miro. 28-7 to the 19-2. That is an interesting approach there from Katomi too, as again, they're going aggro on Satanic.
They're getting quite a bit of poison stacked up on him.
That's 3. Does miss the next one. The 4th one will probably kill him.
Yeah, they've got him.
They're just very good at using these two. I mean, the Shadow Demon in particular save at both functions of aggression and defensive capabilities early on. And yeah, interesting thing to point out, I was looking at Katomi's build, I don't see many people do this, but he got a buckler in the lane. So he's playing with an SF who can be a little vulnerable sometimes, but having, I mean, extra armor, I don't know. SF has like 9, so it's interesting to point out, but I just haven't seen anyone do that. And Laurel does get forced back to base. They're going to be able to get the rune, it looks like, too. The double support's setting up. Laurel isn't going to be able to get the fill up. And Save is getting stacks going. A 2k lead already from these bounties, from the CS advantage.
And that mid lane, even though they had the setup to get the kill against Kiyotaka, he's caught back up in last hits.
Yeah, he's doing just fine. Oh, he actually snipes the catapult too, and I think he's going to hit 6. Yeah, he's going to hit 6 first in comparison to Laurel. At first blood, the whole situation that happened definitely having an effect there. So 6 is out. He should be more than safe to play in here, and he's got the shield rune too to be able to potentially actually bully here, because he's got the catapult wave. He was able to clear it out. So can actually start to poke this tower here too.
Dire are scanning.
Laurel will stop the push immediately though. Toss. Wisdom runes. Who's gonna get him? They were able to take both last time on the side of Bet Boom. Looks like this one should just be an equivalent exchange. But this Pango is really suffering. It's a choice that they made, though, right? They have to have
Someone had to go down it.
Yeah, they have to expect that he was going to have a struggle as he's caught inside the cogs. He's going to lose quite a bit of mana there versus Katomi. Skewer. And Miro.
Good, and they're bringing in a TP as well. They want to try and make something happen with this. Shockwave dragged back onto the both of them. There's the disruption. Buys time for Katomi to get in on top. Cause Baposhka to, despite his best efforts there with the shards, very unlikely to escape. Snowball buys him a bit of time, but the poison once again from Save finishes off the kill.
Great TP from Katomi. He's already secured his bottom lane. Can they take advantage of the fact that the Clockwork left? Pure has already hit 6. So he's got the Requiem if they do try to make an aggressive move. And with these two, they can't. They need a third hero to try to go for it. It's early days, but already Bet Boom setting the tempo in this game.
Yeah, they really are. They've got their eyes on mid. At least just trying to control the area whilst the power rune spawns. 8 minutes.
They're really just preventing, you know, we were mentioning that Laurel has to have a good type of start, it feels like, with how these side lanes are going, and they're just putting a lot of pressure to not let him get runes.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he got a little bit of help earlier on, obviously, to get that, well, not first blood, sorry, but get the kill against the Ember, but outside of that, there's not really been as much focus around the rune spawn as, at least, or as much as Bet Boom themselves have been bringing in to help out Kiyotaka.
And we're going to look at these stacks that Save's been able to make as well during all these aggressive moves. He's got, what, a double Ancient, or triple Ancient plus double Hard Camp that Miro's going to be able to go back to as Kiyotaka. He can stand his ground in mid. Yeah, Pure is just getting absolute free farm. No contest onto this SF now. Let's see if Laurel can look to make an early move. So far, not the case, though. Malik's got Rolling Thunder. See if they can use it.
They've got to look for something early somewhere.
I'm already seeing Satanic jungling completely. He's already pushed all the way toward top, doesn't want to lane. Too much aggression that's come to him.
Where do you look if you're Spirit? Where is sort of the easiest lane to make something happen around a core?
It's probably around Rolling Thunder and the Tiny if they make a rotation toward the SF, but they've got the TP responses available. Miro is level 7, so he's got RP. So just it's not easy for them to really go for a straight target. Kiyotaka is...
Oh, he's being cheeky.
Yeah, in very Kiyotaka.
He's not getting away with that.
Yeah.
Can't steal the stacks from them.
He does this like every game, I feel like. Always pushing the limits of his hero. I feel like he's always playing these elusive cores too to be able to do that. Courier, wait, what was that doing there?
What was it doing there?
Bit of gold given away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yep.
He's just chilling.
Yeah, indeed have no sort of pressure being put on him.
Nope, none whatsoever. They have hit 6 on Malik, but they're not looking to make a move with that Rolling Thunder just yet. Laurel will find himself a power rune, but not one that really enables him to find an extra nice kill. Pure is just maximizing the farm, and he is getting it faster in comparison to the DK.
Surely got to try something soon. I mean, is he just going to be around that Blink Dagger timing from Lal? Is this really what they're going to sit back and wait for?
It's a long time away, though, and I feel like they're getting out-farmed. They're getting out-maximized, out-economied from the side of Bet Boom, the way that they've gotten the stacks going, and Malik has to be very careful with how he plays here, because if he gets caught inside the cogs and battery assault, can just go down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're going to have the blink on their off-lane Magnus before the blink comes out on the mid-Tiny. So any aggressive move that they make, they're going to have to be ready with numbers. They're going to have to be very prepared for that RP that comes in. And Kiyotaka, he is getting closer and closer to having his Mage Slayer. That's going to cause a big problem in particular for Laurel. That burst potential just won't be there as much now. Save. They're just maximizing farm, Owen. Just getting those stacks going. They're clearing them fast with the poisons.
Yeah, and this is going to give Miro the gold for that Blink Dagger.
Yep.
So as you say, much faster than anyone else is going to be getting it this game.
Yeah, Rue is getting the stacks going for Satanic, but yeah, the timing of the blinks. It's pretty crazy that Miro's been able to finish this one up so fast.
Despite the fact that Spirit have these, well, not only just sort of 2 aggressive supports, but a lot of playmaking cores, really. They're just not able to do anything right now.
I think they're just a bit afraid to go for like Pure in particular, because now they've got the 6 on the Clockwork, they've got the 6 on the the Blink and the RP on the Magnus, so they can get counter-initiated on pretty heavily. they have to 100-0 target before the counter initiation comes out, and it can be a bit difficult. They're making the move,
Radiant's
Beppo.
middle
Here's the
tower
blink
is under
dagger.
attack.
Their haste rune is there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A core grab would be pretty juicy.
Laurel still doesn't have the blink. Is he going to finish the creep? He's going to get caught.
Easily with the skewer back. They get the cogs down. There's going to be no saving this Tiny as Key Attacker comes in with the damage. Rue will try and turn with the sharpshooter, but Lyle's already gone.
And Rue might be in trouble himself. They've got to slide chains.
Yep, they've got the control. Key Attacker in with the control with that chains is Rue. He's dead as well.
Just making the first move, making the heads up one, and that's Laurel. He didn't get to finish off that blink dagger. He's 200 short. They get the first catch with the Magnus. And Pure just continues to have a literal free farm. I mean, Satanic, as we said, he's farming well, but it's a similar state to what happened in that last game where his other two cores are getting slowed down.
And it's just even more passive this game from Team Spirit as opposed to last game where they were also suffering, just seemingly not able to really do anything at all in this early game.
And it's a pretty terrifying draft from Betboom in particular in the terms of how they can scale with a Magnus throwing in power onto this Ember and an SF who's getting just absolute free farm. Mage Slayer's done already, Owen. That's before the first move of the Tiny comes out. They've got two of their big core items.
Here we go, blink reveal at the ready for the two of them. Rue smoking up with Lyle.
Can they find Pure? Probably the best target they can go for, but he's not the squishiest now. He's 1800 HP on the Shadow Fiend, and he's got the SD behind him.
Smoke up themselves, Betboom. They seem pretty ready for this. They're in the
Reading it.
same area of the map, ready to protect Pure.
If Kiyotaka even gets like a slight, or even a slight onto the Tiny and just reducing the damage from him from the combo, it'll be
Dire's
devastating.
middle tower is under attack.
And Pure completely protected by his team. Just no chance whatsoever for Team Spirit to get the catch on him.
No, they make the read, and they're even just looking to go toward mid to pressure the tower, and they're playing behind Kiyotaka. Because it's not an easy burst target to look for on this Ember. It does
40-minute
appear
wisdom though.
They'll get the wisdom steals.
There we go.
And they're gonna have the blink from Malik, so maybe in unison, if they can double blink initiate and blow someone up instantly, that could be an option. But Laurel, he's under vision again.
And they get the drag back. Looks pretty deep though. Looks like they don't want to try for under the tier 2.
All right, respecting that nobody's showing on the side of Spirit. Spirit, okay, double blinks. What can they catch?
Something's got to happen for them here. If it doesn't, it's going to feel pretty bad. There's the jump.
They chain stun.
With the avalanche, they get the pushback as well. The sharpshooter comes in. It's more than enough.
Very nice catch.
Dire's bottom tower is
Can they turn into more? Malik has blink.
Good kill.
Good kill.
Takes quite the bit.
It does. It doesn't seem like they can progress it into anything else just yet, as he's going to be respawning in about 10 seconds. So not going to be able to push into a tower, but space given for Satanic. But that gold did not really shift a whole lot. It only shifted about, what, maybe 200 or 300 after that kill. He's back up and back into the fray. And now no Rolling Thunder for 45 seconds. Let's see what Betboom looks to do with that being on cooldown. Miro up top. Get the catch.
There's the jump. It's a huge amount of burst. Pure offers up the recruitment.
He gets the RP off.
To get the RP off. He will die, Miro, but a little bit of lockdown he's able to throw down onto Lars. Should give them the chance to take out the Tiny in
And
turn.
they will.
Pure finds him.
They just couldn't pop him. What, 50 HP that he survives on to get the RP off.
Now to the side, Kiyotaka comes in, catches off the escape from Poshka with the chains. He'll turn with a punch. Maybe, in fact, with the sharp block off, he might have a chance. Never mind, the remnants are up. Buys a little further time with the snowball, but the chains are back up. Maposhka falls. Betboom get the kills, and they get the top tower.
Almost. If they get the kill before the RP, he's going to be able to reset, and we likely see a different situation there, but he lives. He does get it off.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And yeah, Miro, again, doing the same thing that I mentioned from the other day. When he's playing his offlane Magnus, it's blink, and then he buys the shard very early on. It looks like maybe he's hesitating a moment, but no, he buys it. Because he was getting closer and closer to Ags. But yeah, I've seen this every time, so very interesting how he plays this Magnus.
Yeah, just something that we're not seeing what any of the other teams do. I mean, obviously...
No one else is playing Magnus
that's
in the
the thing,
offlane,
right.
So. Betboom just continuing to show their versatility, the flexibility. Satanic, as we said, he's still farming very well, so we'll see how much he can do with that BKB timing that's going to come out. Because he also is enabled with the damage that's going to be provided and the control with like the lucky shot from the Pango, so it is going to increase his potential a good chunk there.
A tool to teach.
But Pure might just have his BKB first, and it looks like Miposhka might just get found here. He plays Wood out of this one, another slight chains.
5k lead. That boom.
Keeping it consistent, keeping this Ember in a good position here. The fact that he's almost matching the farm of the DK, getting close to the SF as well. It's pretty huge. Because the big issue really is now that Pure's got BKB, that's when a lot of your options of going for these big catches onto him are going to be just stalled out. It's going to have to be the literal chain stun that you have to get on him before he gets the BKB off and killing him, because if he gets it off, he's just going to wipe the fights.
Yeah, and even then, the Shadow Demon potential is going to be very likely to break him out of any sort of chain combo that you drop.
But Satanic is farming very well. He's almost 15, so he does have a level advantage in comparison versus the Shadow Fiend.
He is. He's got to carry this hard, though.
He does.
BKB and just a few hundred gold.
My worry always is that it's him. I mean, they do this always with their drafts, right? But it is him versus the world in a way, and he's playing versus the Shadow Demon Purge. He's playing versus the Magnus RP, so it can be difficult if they don't see them or take them out before a fight, too, for him to just do that big damage. Let's see how they approach this. I mean, Kiyotaka continues to push the limits of his hero, denying away farm. And they're continuing to grow the lead. Goes from 3k to 4k to 5k to 6k. They're gonna smoke. BKB done on Satanic. See what he can do with it. He got the Grove Bow as well, so he's got that distance he can hit from. But it feels like they have to get a toss-back play. Laurel has to find an opportunity to go for it. It's not easy versus this lineup. Let's see what they find. Save is in the front line. That would be a dream catch. But the vision, it's there!
It's a beautiful up here onto the 2 cores. The Requiem to follow things up. As Satanic will finally get the BKB off.
But he's already gone!
So low.
Oh.
He'll toggle his way up and out with the arm that goes for the TP. Can they still kill him through it? They can. The physical damage comes out. I mean, BetBoom, they were ready for that. As soon as the smoke dispels, they back off. They're ready to get that jump in with Miro, catching the 2 cores, and there was no way of saving them.
And they double exchange the tips because it's Save who's walking up, and look, he places this ward down, and the second the ward goes down, no hesitation from Miro. A perfect catch. Malik actually tries very close to stopping Pure's Requiem, but as soon as that Requiem RP comes out, the fight's over. Satanic has to pop BKB at 10% HP. They're doing it again, Owen, just like game 2.
They really are.
It's accelerating so fast.
Yeah. I mean, after that crazy game 1 where Spirit definitely gave it their all, and maybe they just didn't have that much more to give in this game 2 and game 3, because BetBoom, they're making these 2 games look pretty easy.
They're just so good at playing with Magnus. I mean, we mentioned it. They're on a 4-game streak with it in multiple different roles, and this one, again, we see a perfect gap. Miro. He's now going to have BKB, so he can do it even easier versus the Pango. He is huge. All 3 cores at this point.
All more farmed than Satanic's DK, who's, he's been farming an absolute treat the whole of this game, but now falling behind all 3 of BetBoom's cores just 20 minutes in.
He's got Shivas already. And Kiyotaka is huge this game as well, in a position where he always does, but he's pushing the limits as his hero. And yes, Satanic, if that's the way these fights kick off, if they don't get the initiation, the fight's just over immediately. That was close.
It's going to be fine, Lal.
Scanning.
Even easier for Pure to get in position for the big Requiem follow-ups now with the Hurricane Pike complete.
And he's got this Aegis to play around too, so it's just much easier for him to approach these fights. He can actually be in a more dangerous position now too. Yeah, Spirit, it feels like it has to come through some toss-back and reposition play. Miro.
Oh, he blinks in, but they were very quick with the Dragon Tail. He dies.
He got baited.
He felt that maybe he could go for a Wisdom Rune steal, but they were ready for him.
A huge catch.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay there from Miro.
Yeah, finally slowing down that momentum. I mean, blinking in for that Wisdom Rune, pretty crazy. I don't think he expected that many heroes to be set up. Because if they don't have literally like all of them there to get the chain stun, he's probably just BKBs and gets out. Nicely done there from Spirit, setting the trap. Can they get more kills? 20 seconds, and they look to get another catch.
Middle tower.
They're gonna try with the roll, but it's deep.
See what they can get here.
On save.
Bushwhack and the punch, they've got him.
It's a good kill. Sequence of kills one by one. And they get the tower. Finally getting something then going their way. How close is he to the Conda as well on the Tiny? So Laurel, he is about to pretty much have it done. So another potential burst that they can go for if they can catch, if they can get the initiation.
Dire's structures are fortified.
We'll be okay.
To teach.
The attacker is ready to go hunting. They get the rocket flare onto Miposhka.
Can he play his way out of this? He can. Nicely done. And now Pure, they're going to look for the catch since he's split up.
He's going to have to BKB.
He just uses it. And the hook shot is there.
The control's in for Katsumi. They get the cogs down as well to trap Lal. Lal punished for this, and now with the Demonic Purge, they're looking over towards Satanic. He still has the BKB ready to pop.
Miero's here.
To pop it now.
The RP.
RP's ready with the follow. They have to lock down. Pure comes in with the DPS to take him out.
It's a slight hiccup there for a moment, but immediately when Miero responds...
They're getting more as well, up towards their base. They find Root.
And the present stacks Owen.
Here's the push. They got the creeps coming in.
He's got 3 stacks. This Rax could be in jeopardy. No Tiny, no DK. It's gonna die so fast. They've got to use the glyph.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Spirit with just the 2 of them. Very little chance of pushing back this Shadow Fiend.
The tower is going to go down. Pure, he wants to stick around. He still has the 3 stacks. It dies fast, and it is going down.
Dire's middle barracks is falling.
Awkward jump. They really wanted to go for Pure, but he has backup of his allies, and he had the BKB. Man, he just used it. And the Aegis. And a quick, easy hook shot is all it takes to just catapult them into this lead even more so. Up to 12k and a Rax lead now as Miposhka.
They're going to find him. Skewers at the ready. Hook shot as well.
He does buy the blink. He is able to purchase that one in time, but another kill. And Pure, does he still have the stacks going? I think he does. If he gets in range, he's going to keep it going. So 4 stacks of the lasting presence. They might just continue this pressure. Oh, the worst case scenario when you give up those kills if the SF turns up. 40 seconds still to push with this Aegis.
30 seconds until they've got the RP back online, and we've seen how well these Magnuses can just pull people out of the base.
He's getting close to Ags too. He's halfway there. Pure, he still has the buff. He wants to continue. Can Laurel do tossback plays? Let's see.
He's gonna try,
but there's creeps.
Not able to get the position to get him back inside of the base. They're standing up onto him, coming in with the Rolling Thunder as well. The disruption comes out from Save, keeping the Aegis protected. Aegis very shortly about to expire. They'll pop it first. So he's going to be back for round 2. Full HP, full mana on the back lines. Malik Rolling Thunder comes to an end. They get the drag back onto the 3 of them. BKB into the Red Crypt, but the punch is there. We'll stop the Red Crypt for now. Pure, he'll be able to rev it up again the second time. Though it's 3 dead. Miposhka to fall. Triple kill for Pure.
You can't give this team Magnus. In those type of situations. That's it.
They
That's
tap
game.
out.
8 presents.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Boom! They're going straight to the grand finals. I don't think there was any doubt of it after game 2, and especially after seeing the beginning of this game 3. It was a crazy game 1, but this game 2, game 3, absolute stomps, Fogged. And this is in the upper bracket final. Really right now, they're just powering up. They're looking better than ever. And good luck to whoever meets them in the grand final, I say.
Agreed, especially if they're gonna be able to do this type of stuff with their drafting. It's just miraculous to see. Yes, the Ember Spirit works out beautifully, but the SF and the Magnus, they're the keys to this draft, and also the Shadow Demon. How does Save keep getting this hero? It's multiple times that we see him have these beautiful save potentials in the mid game, but also the aggression he puts on in the lane. He's killing or, slowing down the enemy core and farm, and getting a crazy amount of stacks. It just feels like BetBoom is too comfortable with a lot of these heroes.
Yeah, both of these games, the way they drafted and played, just left Spirit seemingly no chance to really do anything. Game 2, nothing really happened from them. Game 3, even less happened from the Fog. They just couldn't get anything off the ground against BetBoom.
It feels like the only play that they had go for them is when Miero blinked in blindly into a high ground. Besides that, this game was a beatdown for BetBoom again.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. BetBoom in this game 2 and game 3, showing why they've made such a nice and easy upper bracket route here, straight from the groups into the grand finals. Can't wait to see who's going to be able to try and turn up tomorrow and challenge them, because BetBoom is going to be very much ready and waiting there for whichever team makes it up there through tomorrow morning's game. BetBoom, ladies and gentlemen, they're going straight to the grand finals with this one, 2-1 against Team Spirit.
Yeah, what a showing from BetBoom in this third game. Pointing their ticket to the grand finals in fantastic form. I'm here with Lacoste and Effie and Jenkins breaking the game down. Jenkins, this was just nice. It felt like BetBoom leveled up. Obviously, it was not nice for Team Spirit, but it felt very smooth for BetBoom.
Yeah, man, Miro is just not screwing around today. Good lord, the Magnus.
He's skewering around.
Lock that shit in, brother. Lock that shit in. Nice one. He is so good at all of his heroes. I don't know what happened to this man. You know, he was the talk of the town whenever he first joined BetBoom. And then we kind of forgot about him because these guys were just getting top 4, but they were never.
We didn't forget about him.
We did forget about him, but then all of a sudden he's on a team that's got balls. These guys are willing to pick Magnus in a patch where everybody thinks this hero's complete garbage. All of a sudden they bring it into the meta. What a treat. I can't wait to see what they bring out in the grand finals.
They're giving him 2 good heroes, I would say, the combination that they played so far in the tournament. Tusk Shadow Fiend, that Clockwork Shadow Fiend, the Sabon Shadow Demon also looks way too comfortable. You have very good heroes to clear the stacks with. You have Magnus, you have SF, even Ember Spirit. Kiyotaka was really owning that game. You did mention during the draft that they did go for the melee from the mid lane because they wanted to use that Empower, and he was pretty much staying on top of the network with the Shadow Fiend with Dragonite, which was pretty impressive.
Yeah, that Ember worked out so nicely for them too, just as a means to catch from a distance, where then you have like bonus setup for your RPs and your skewers and just for your SF to hit people. And it felt like every player from BetBoom got active really early. Like we saw their SF come top to get that tower minute 15. We saw Mira with the RPs. It's just, BetBoom are so hard to draft against right now because we heard Fogg say, how does Safe keep getting Shadow Demon? Because there's so many bans that you have to play, like you have to pick against this team. It feels like right now, they're just one step ahead of everybody else in this tournament.
And on first and second pick. Yeah. Because they have these ridiculous flexes that nobody else is willing to do. It seems like they just figured out their drafting. Like they have Pure on some sort of like turret, 1v5 carry. Kiyotaka, we were questioning the Ember a little bit, like why did this come out? But it just, this team looks really good when he's like the point of first contact guy. Like when he's just playing in the enemy team's face and giving vision and giving information, and then Miro's on some like blink initiator in the offlane. But like Beast and Magnus are not like, they're not blink initiators like an Earth Spirit is like an initiator. Like Earth Spirit goes in and gives vision. Like Beast, you need to know what you're going into. Magnus, you need to know what you're going into. And Kiyotaka, even in the Morphling game, he was doing that. He was playing right in the enemy team's face and giving vision and giving information.
Yeah, yes, go for it.
Yeah, we're going back to who has more BKB piercing abilities in this one. Against Satanic, he loves the 1v5, 1v9 pretty much. This game, he got completely shut down. Again, he's playing into Shadow Demon. Any kind of a buff you throw on him, any kind of an item, it's going to be gone pretty much. It's going to get dispelled. Then you're also playing into RP, which is most of the time going to be used on you anyway. So quite a difficult one for him. I think coming into the series for tomorrow, Falcons, they're going to be looking at this game and be like, pretty much the whole series, and be like, you know what? We need some BKB piercing abilities to shut down Satanic.
Yeah, it worked out. It worked out great. And for this game, I also wonder, similar as game number 2, Effie, did we feel like Spirit could play their game? Because again, it didn't feel like there wasn't any space to.
It just feels like their moves got read and shut down by BetBoom. Like that one smoke they did where Miro had the catch on the RP and like the skewer back. Like had that gone differently potentially, the gank that Laurel had top where they just couldn't get enough damage on Miro, then he lives and presses RP and it goes wrong. BetBoom were just so clean today and they outplayed Spirit, honestly, is what it felt like. And I just want to give a shout out to Kiyotaka because we've seen him throughout this tournament become more and more stable because we all know how good he is and how explosive he is and how he likes to play in people's faces. But he's really refined it the last week. He really, and instead of being unstable and you don't know what to expect from him, he's been owning everybody. Like he mid-diffed Mallory a few days ago where he solo killed him mid twice. You know, he's owning.
He is owning, and another person that has been owning everybody with his Shadow Demon is Save, who's joining us. Hey, Save, how you doing?
Hey guys, doing good, obviously.
Yeah, this was quite the series, especially those last 2 games. There was no doubt on who was going to be coming on top of those, but that does mean I have to ask you about game number 1 a little bit first. Why did it get to that point in the game where, you know, you guys had no chance but to go for the rapier play? What happened?
I mean, we just did too many mistakes in that game. Played very poor, I think. And yeah, our only chance became just a rapier on the gyro to win. Because we understood that we already are weaker in this game than they are, so yeah, we just played for the rapier and defended mega creeps. Even though we lost this game, though, I'm proud of my team because I feel like we fought megas pretty good.
For a very long time as well. And it was actually very close because you guys almost were able to make that comeback with the megas. It was a fantastic game to watch. Can't imagine maybe slightly stressful to play. This last game you just played, start of the game, you guys get first blood, you get all 4 runes. How does that feel when you're in the game? Because I know, I mean, I'm a pleb, you know, I play stupid pubs, and I know that if my team gets first blood and 4 runes, I'm like, okay, game's over. How is that for you from a pro perspective?
Pro perspective is kind of the same, you know. If you have 4 runes in the first blood, we say that it's over, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good to know. I'm on the same level here. That's great. These last 2 games, in terms of drafting, obviously the runes in the first blood helped, but the draft itself, after the draft was done, did you feel like you were in control of the draft the whole time and were able to just win it from there on out?
Yeah, I think we controlled the 3rd draft very well. We made conclusions out of the first draft because first draft was not that good, I think, for us, but in the 3rd game we made enough conclusions to control it.
Yeah, it felt like you guys were very much in control. And that brings me to my next question, because it's not just this series you were in control. You know, the whole event, 2 weeks, you guys have been on top. Maybe a little bit of a rougher group stage 1, but from group stage 2 onwards, you guys were on top the whole time. What do you think puts you this far ahead of all the other teams at the moment?
I don't know, honestly. I mean, we just started playing way better than we did in the first group stage. We started picking some heroes that people are just not afraid to play, you know, some unique heroes that no one plays, like Warlock. Like we were losing against Extreme, and we lost in this second group stage. We lost to Tundra 2-0. Then we play against Extreme. We play 1-1, and then 3rd game we just picked some Magnus Warlock, Magnus Carry, and Warlock 5. We just win that game, and after this series, we just started picking confident in these heroes and winning everything. So yeah.
Yeah, it's working out fantastically well. It's a joy watching you guys play. I also have Kezu who'd love to ask you some questions.
Hey, Safe, I have a couple questions when it comes to you guys' drafting, because I think a lot of the stuff you do with like a early Shadow Fiend pick or Monkey King and flexing it, or your double picks on 16, 17 with like Pango, Magnus, Monkey King, TA that you flex around is like really strong. I want to know who's the main guy behind that. Is that like a team discussion? Do you come up with that? Is that Mr. Book? Who's doing it?
I think we kind of just randomly came up with it throughout like first and second group stage. Yeah, just we realized that we have people that play all these heroes, so we can flex it. Yeah, it's kind of just we made it randomly, you know. So it's nice to have these players that are ready to play a lot of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, Kiyotaka seems to... Is he inspiring you? Because I see that you're playing Skywrath in pubs. I would consider this hero to be dead, but you're kind of trying it out. What's up with that hero?
We have some jokes, you know, with Skywrath. It's like it comes from 9 Pandas when Kiyotaka played with Antares.
Yeah.
Antares playing a lot of Sky. So yeah, sometimes we joke that I'm his new position 4 player, and I try like Tekis and Antares and Skywrath in pub like Antares did in the past. Yeah.
Okay, I like that one. And my last question is, you guys picked the Ember on last pick in this game. I would say it's a pretty chill Ember game. Was it more about like the item build? He can go Mage Slayer Shiva, or he can like answer the trio of like the Tiny Hoodwink? Or is there something that I'm missing? Can you tell me more about the pick?
Yeah, I think you said everything correctly. I mean, just we felt like it's good in this game. Yeah, he has a good build against their heroes, and yeah.
Was there anything else you guys considered on that slot apart from the Ember?
Yeah, we had one more option, I think, but I'm not gonna say it. It's our secret here.
Is that why you guys were laughing on the camera?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, then I hope tomorrow you will show it to us, because when you guys picked Ember laughing, I was like, I don't get it. It doesn't seem that funny to me.
Yeah, Amber's just casual hero.
Casual hero, all right. Thank you, thank you, Sif.
Yeah, we saw you guys laughing after that last pick, and we're like, why? Ember is such a non-funny hero. All right, I got one more question, Save, before we let you go. Tomorrow, you're obviously in grand finals. It's gonna be either Falcons or Spirit again. Could you share some insight in who you think you'll face?
I mean, I lost every grand final against Falcons last season, 3-0. So, yeah, I feel like I want to play against them and I want to take their revenge, you know?
Ah, yes.
But if it's gonna be Team Spirit, this is also gonna be fun. I mean, it's always fun to play Bad Boom Spirit matchup.
Okay, then you can't lose, I feel. You know, you got both of them. You want to face either of them. Save, always a pleasure talking to you. Good luck in the grand finals tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will say, this is... it's so nice to watch this Bedboom play with the heroes that they're picking, just randomness in the best way possible. Obviously, the Magnus coming out. I mean, you guys look cozy.
We are cozy. Yeah. Also, you made me laugh or like chuckle a bit because you nearly said best boom. I think this is the best bed boom we have seen so far. Lacoste, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, for sure. You also said thank you, Shiver.
I was close. I don't know if I was about to say Shiver or Shave or like, you know, mixture of both. I don't know.
They called him Shave before when he shaved his head during the Bedboom Dash goodbye.
Shave.
Yeah, sometimes brains don't brain. I'm sorry.
Speaking of Shave, me and Jenkins were looking at each other that entire interview because we've talked to Save a lot at DreamLeagues.
Yes.
And that's the happiest
I agree.
he's ever been. Like,
I agree.
Jenkins.
I feel like a proud papa. I can't believe it. My little Pudge player, he's happy with this new team.
Yeah, he was yapping a lot. I mean, good for them because they play so well.
Excited.
He was smiling.
I can't
he
believe
loves
this. This is like an alternate timeline. This is Bedboom we're talking about.
No.
They're having fun.
We have to remember what Miero said in the interview. We specifically asked him about the atmosphere, and he paused a little bit when it's like, yeah, this is a lot better. Like, you know, you could. It's just a very different team, and I think we can feel that. I mean, the way that Save talks about it alone, Jenkins, this is breath of fresh air.
It's great to see. It's great to see. They're at the MMR threshold where they've got that individual skill. They've got these synergies going on, which friendship is going to help with that, but also the drafting synergies, the morphling, SF.
And also they're playing with confidence. They're just so ready. Like they picked a couple of these, they picked a couple of these heroes and they realized that it's working out for them. So why not keep doing it?
I think it also helps when your mid player is like some morphling who just like he just keeps like Hiyotaka seems like a funny guy, not to just be around, but like in the game. I have this morph who just like waveforms in, does stupid shit. Maybe he dies, who cares? But
he is a funny guy.
It's good vibes.
We love these guys from Nine Pandas. They were always a great time. We had a great time with them in the second Riyadh, right? They're a bunch of clowns.
we were playing ping pong.
Goofy guys.
Lots of ping ponging was going on. But I don't know. I'm just. Like, you can see off of his, like, face, he's just really excited about this team. Like, Save has always been an S-tier position 4. He's always been one of the best. Someone people learn from. He was always, like, consistently, like, in the top 2 best players of every team that he's ever been on. And it finally feels like he found a team that
I don't have to carry
He doesn't have to do everything.
Oh, my God.
And also,
what is that feeling?
He, obviously, he's talking about the grand finals. Because normally, if I got beat multiple times, 3-0 in a grand finals by a team, I'm like, let's go for the other team.
Let's go Spirit.
But he's like, no, he feels confident enough with the current team to like bring on Team Falcons. If you get that revenge,
love it. I mean, other than Pure, this team's great to root for.
Come on, man.
He's a little.
If it was Nightfall,
he's a good character.
Yeah,
he's a good
swap out him for Nightfall, best team ever, right?
Prime.
Oh my goodness.
He's a good wrestling type character.
I just want to clarify for people at home that only tune into Dota in the weekends. That's a meme. He doesn't actually mean that. Well, maybe he does, but we don't. We don't subscribe to that theory.
The Nightfall
theory is fitting
theory.
in very well with Bedboom. What?
The Vince McMahon type thing.
Yeah, we do not.
The wrestling.
We just saw the brackets on the screen, and that means we only have 1 day left. Guys, we've got 3 teams. So just to recap what happened today, we saw Paravision getting eliminated because they got beaten 2-0 by Falcons. We announced that the PogChamp Pandas are now on Spotify. ESL.gg/PogChamp Pandas. You can also
Play
just search
SpongeBob.
PogChamp Pandas on Spotify
SpongeBob, let's go.
or on Instagram. All good.
They're good.
And we just saw BetBoom punch in their ticket to the grand finals, and that leaves us with 3 teams. Lacoste tomorrow. Excited?
Very excited. Kind of, I would say, expected. Who's going to be in top 4, most likely? Team Liquid, maybe we could squeeze them in somehow. But yeah, Team Spirit, there was a lot of talk about this team, whether they're good or not, but they did really power up throughout the tournament. Team Falcons, they are getting better as well. AUI is back from his vacation in Japan.
Is he actually?
He is, yeah. Very
It's
good
had
for the
almost
team.
no impact on the
Yeah,
team.
you could feel...
None at all.
Yeah, that's Swift 2-0 and out drafting today.
Yeah, that was real random.
No
I think that's
AUI.
Olimar. I think that's
Yeah.
Olimar.
So do we think that Spirit has a chance tomorrow? If we want to just quickly touch upon the series that we're going to start today with tomorrow is going to be 1 p.m.
I mean,
I
of
do.
course they've got a chance.
No, I do.
Well, the way you guys were talking with AUI being back, I'm like...
Effie, you can go first.
That's the scary thing. Like AUI, like when he's around, Team Falcons are an entirely different beast. But I think every time Spirit have been underestimated this tournament, they've proven us wrong. Like they really have. And I think their series today,
There
they
he
will.
is.
the man himself.
He's back.
He wasn't even in Japan. He was just playing Elden Ring.
Was he?
He's
No,
a
it was
grifter.
not.
He's a grifter.
Thank you, Jenkins.
No, but I think that there's a lot of lessons to be learned from their series today, and they've improved a lot between one loss to the next win. So I have faith.
I have faith in them too, but I think the finals, the destiny for me, with what Safe was saying, I think it will be Falcons versus BetBoom, 5-game series, and Safe wins.
I think BetBoom wins 3-1. I think they have this one. I've been saying it throughout the tournament. This team.
He's been saying it for 18
I
tournaments
was
in a
going to
row.
say, we've been saying it maybe for years.
I've been saying it as well. I remember ESL won Birmingham. I've been saying that they got this one in the bag because they looked so good. But this is a different team, different mentality.
This time
They
it's
like
different.
playing with each other.
Feels different.
3-1, Team Spirit, grand finals.
Okay, well, we'll see if they get through Falcons tomorrow. Of course, as I said, 1 p.m., and that is CET, is when that lower bracket finals will take place. Then we'll have 4:30 for the grand finals. And overall, a filled day with Dota 2 and entertainment. So I'm sure we'll see you then. And we're going to end things by letting you listen to the wonderful outro of our fantastic PogChamp Pandas. See you tomorrow.
Or on Spotify.